Chapter 18 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. London Life and Country Life. Great London, heavy, lumbering city, much abused and vilified, yet with a beauty and a grandeur of thine own. The grandeur, for one thing, of stupendous vastness and absorbing, unpausing work, a huge mass of men and buildings, one immense ant-hill that, so to speak, time disturbs, as each morning dawns, with the inserted handle of his scythe. Then all the still surface of things swarms with excited life. Then all the streets and avenues grow dark with swarming myriads, hurrying this way and that, so that if you could look down upon the city from a point, and with an eye that could at once take in the whole, would you not grow dizzy and bewildered, watching the long living streams turning and winding, and passing and repassing in all directions? And when you had separated the component elements, and arrived at some idea of the plan of the movements of the maze of men, would not the analogy of the ant-hill strike you still more forcibly? London Bridge. How often have I tenderly stepped over this in miniature, pacing the gravel path of my own garden. There they were, the busy black streams, passing and repassing on a worn path of their own making, a momentary pause at meeting a friend or an obstruction, and then steadily and persistently on again, carrying or seeking some grist for the mill. Just, it seems to me, like London Bridge at some 9 in the morning, or some 5 in the evening. There the black ants pass and repass, hesitate and press on, the coming line and the going line, in a perpetual flow and return. Only, properly to realise it, one ought to adopt the new balloon traffic, and look down upon it all. Meanwhile, to be among them, and to be a part of the busy life, this has its strangeness and its charm. A strangeness, that is to say, and a charm for the occasional visitor, for him to whose lot does not fall the depressing, at any rate the over-familiarising, daily routine of plodding along the streets of London. The man for whom London is an everyday sight misses all, or most, of the charm which it has to the rare visitor, just as the keen enjoyment of lovely country falls to the share not of the denizen but of the stranger. The life in London becomes, to the man tied down to it, a monotonous machine life. The vast numbers and the occupied faces are all matter of course to him. Probably he hardly looks at them, or sees them if he does. His eyes are merely useful in enabling him to keep out of people's way, and to cross the locked streets. Nay, even with this they have little to do. It all becomes, soon, a sort of instinct with him. And truly, he who has never lived in London, as I have done, and so yet preserve the instinct, is amazed to see those perplexed streets traversed with no hesitation, with no excitement, with a mechanical self-preservation, but with little real regard of the maze of wheels. For this seasoned London man there is no enjoyment, such as I now find, of the great exhibition always provided along the London streets. Do not I remember how I used, in my London days, to exhaust the different wares arranged along my daily line of road? How stale, flat, and unprofitable their well-conned arrangements grew to my eye. Every book on the stall, or in the grander shop, each was a familiar acquaintance to me, whether those that week after week in clean cloth garb, red or green or purple, stood labelled "Just Out," or those filling the whole other side of the shop, books that required pounds, not shillings, for their desired possession, ranks of history, theology, poetry, fiction, best editions, all in smooth, delicious calf binding, but, for all their tempting beauty, soon, as to their titles and appearance, learnt by heart, and never seeming to vary in order and arrangement, Every stick of sealing wax in the stationers' windows was exactly catalogued in the mind. It was quite a relief when the day came round for a new Punch, or for the fresh numbers of the periodicals. Quite a feast when the shops dressed themselves in lace and silver for St. Valentine's Day. Those strung bunches of pale grapes, and the little matting baskets of figs, the many-fingered but uninviting bananas, or the heaping shilling lots of black-eaved mushrooms, the big peaches and smooth pears in the background, the little flushed-cheeked American apples, the Maltese blood oranges and their babies, the tangerine, loose as a dog in their skin, the rough Seville, the huge shaddock, the pale lemon, perhaps a plate of earliest strawberries, and a bundle or two of first asparagus, or rhubarb, or sea kale. Why should I stop to contemplate a picture so well known by heart? Then those ormolu inkstands, and bears and owls and turquoise-dotted candlesticks, and book slides and choice clocks and spill stands. How the old patterns lasted on, and if some Christmas air wafted a new pattern or two to relieve the eye, a day or two sufficed to exhaust their novelty. And how different, after all, was even this most favourable condition of circumstances from the present privilege of coming upon a whole shopful of treasures, new, or as good as new, after a long absence. The peopled streets and the glittering wares, what an attraction they have for us country folk, fresh from our quiet lanes, our general shop, grocery this side, corduroys on that. A long day in London. Oh, I start with so much shopping to do, and after all find so little done. Such magnificent intentions and such inadequate results. Herein our whole life might well run parallel with that London day. Again and again have I to return to the great city before Oxford Street, Paternoster Row, Lowther Arcade, and so on, have been visited, and the commission fairly checked off the slip of paper to which I anxiously refer. To the occasional visitant there is, perhaps, hardly a greater treat than a long day in the London streets, a day of looking at shops, and, still better, of shopping, especially of foraging after little nattinesses and elegancies for Christmas time. But London life is surely, of all, the most wearisome and depressing to the regular business man, the man who has to go to London every day. He gets into a morbid condition before very long, a condition in which body and spirit alike cry out for change and rest. He hates the hurried breakfast and the start out into the road, muffled with the deep dust of summer or ringing with the iron frost of Christmas-tide. He hates the groan and scroop of the train as it draws up at the platform. He gets to hate the regular faces and too familiar forms of the men that always go by that particular train. The shops, as I have said, are stale and uninteresting to him. The Echo boys and the vendors of Bryant and May's last novelty in cigar lights become to him an incubus excessive to be borne. The office is absolutely loathed by him at these times. The glaring gas globes in November days, the stifling heat in summer, the blank walls which bound the prospect from the tall staring windows, the rattle and rumble never ceasing outside. He gets to hate the lunches, the routine of work, the vulgar good humour of this, the bad jokes of that, the grumpiness of another clerk. The bald head and mild cold manner of the principal make him feel almost homicidal in his unwholesome condition of body and mind. He goes home moody and miserable to wife and child, and casts a damp over their glad welcome. He is cross about the dinner, which is sure to be over-punctual or behind the time. He snubs the servants. He morosely dozes away the evening. He hardly cares to go to bed, because it will be time for him to turn out before he is half rested. the man wants change from the overpowering burden of constant London life. Going up to London every day is a weariness to the flesh, undoubtedly, after a spell of 9 or 10 months of it. The long room at the Custom House, the green curtained compartments at Coutts or the Atlas, the labyrinths of the Treasury. He detests the very look of them, the number of steps, the swing of the doors, the dull, complacent look of the officials. Have not I also felt this weariness and hatred of London, this longing after country life? Yes, though never tied to an office in that vast city, though, indeed, espoused to the gentle arts during my life in London, that walk from Kensington to the Royal Academy, the parks, the shops, the barracks, the red and white omnibuses, the grinding barrel organs, or the walk across Kensington Gardens under the chestnut trees, among which sometimes a blackbird fluted, or a thrush called, or a cuckoo monotoned, over the mosaic of rose-stained, saffron-stained white, near the round pond, when the chestnut bloom had fallen, on to the dull precincts of Westbourne Terrace, where I shared a studio with a friend. Do I not now remember the morbid repulsion which grew up in my mind against the very scenery of my daily repeated drama? Then the way in which I perfectly writhed under the cries and melodies of those quiet streets, I should have hailed the rattle of the Strand traffic as a relief. Country life, with what an unreal charm this appeared clad to my mind, as, weary in brain and body, I paced, late at night, the glaring London streets, whether dark above and wet with a shower, and shimmering in long light paths before my step, or dry and warm and over-canopied with a grey, misty blue, glittering with broad moon and large mist-magnified stars. Then it was that I hated the artist life, the ignoble mechanism required to produce great works, whereas poetry could spring, goddess-like, full-armed, to perfection. I hated the taut canvases, which I only bought to spoil. I hated the mercenary models and the unrefined class of men, it seemed to me, with whom in my art life I was thrown. I hated anatomy, perspective, and, above all, the heated, gaslit rooms in which the skeleton gibbered and the antique models sprawled and stretched. I am, you see, recalling the morbid view of these things and times. Trafalgar Square in the wet evenings, flashing and glimmering all across, and aslant with the hurrying passengers and the lumbering vehicles. Shops glaring in the distance. I knew their wares by heart. How well I can recall the dull, sinking depression with which I looked out upon it from the big, ugly windows, when I had gone out from the room, tired of the Jason or Silenus, tired of the glare, tired of the faces, tired of the caricatures, I felt them to be, which we were all making of the model, longing for massed wooded hills against lines of now rose and now violet mountains, longing for green lanes and cowslip meadows and wide silver streams and brown brawling brooks with trout lying here and there, and copses blue with hyacinth and starred with anemone, or perhaps pining after the monotonous lulling thud of the dull distant waves upon some silent shore, or their crisp crash as they bend and bow and back at the feet of the listless loiterer on the beach at eventide. Longing, for thus the yearning shaped itself, ever more and more after that quiet ivy-mantled tower and the calm and serenity of the country parson's life. Music of brooks and song of birds, and laugh of the flowers through which he should step on his pleasant expeditions to visit the ruddy-cheeked, simple-minded cottagers, a different race from these gin-debased London vagrants. For so we dream, looking from the morbidly magnified distastes of our present lot to the often imaginary delights and unreal fascinations of some life after which we longingly yearn, but whose reality is a very different thing from the ideal of our dreaming. Ah, that quiet, serene life, with its calm pursuits, its leisure for reading, its even tenor, its graciousness and beauty, the life in the country curacy or vicarage, the ideal alike of occupation and of tranquillity. How strange to have for a long time possessed this coveted life, and to remember those old, wearied London yearnings, and to smile, contrasting the anxious, toiling reality with that old dream paradise. Dearer, far dearer than any other life, but surely more anxious than any other. Holidays, holy days indeed, but assuredly not days of leisure. Winter evenings anything but home evenings, cosy with the book by the fire. A patient, much enduring life, a continuous effort to force reform and improvement, bodily, social, and spiritual, upon surly manners and suspicious minds. Work disliked and resisted while it is toward, perhaps acknowledged and valued when it is too late to unseam the furrowed brow and cheer the tired heart. Work that requires the highest motive to sustain its earnestness. Quote, "Your dull ass does not mend its pace with beating." End quote. And who is not entitled and, in his degree, able to harass the plodding parish priest? Episodically, let me quote here an admirable passage from an old number of Fraser's, which may have its useful lesson for many a member of London and of other society in our day. Quote, "While talking about the work required of the priest, I must pause to protest against the begging which he is expected, and sometimes, as things now are, obliged to go through. It is not right, it is not fair. The priest is employed not only in kindling the spirit of liberality, but in dull, heavy, persistent application for money. He is required not only to provoke unto good works, but sometimes to beg, even like a dog, to whine and to trot about, to sit in the dotive presence uncomfortably, be patted or kicked and thankful. He must do as he is bid, get what he can, and wag his tail." It may be replied that this work is so burdensome and distressing as to make its performance a saintly virtue, and one, therefore, which the priest may undertake without blunting the edge of his devotion. Possibly. It has no secular charms and brings no worldly credit. The priest, however, promotes works which the public admits to be good by begging, and yet his request is often made an occasion for sneers and indignation. Do the censors who cry out against his perseverance think it is pleasant to him? In 9 cases out of 10 it is simply hateful. And yet what can the man do who finds himself short, say, of church and school room? He must beg. He must gulp down the defiant selfish spirit in himself, which shrinks and kicks at the unjust charge that he is begging for his own benefit alone. His own benefit, forsooth! Can't Mr. Numbskull see that a church in the outlying hamlet, if it fulfil its purpose after the most ordinary sort, will make even his own hen-roost more secure? No, not he. It is all for the parson alone. And so he sulks and fingers his money in his breeches pocket, and either gives nothing or screws as much humiliation out of the beggar as he can for the smallest acceptable sum. Then the poor parson fishes beyond the limits of his own proper waters, pleads with strange generous men, sinks, maybe, to split cards and postage stamps, risking 100 contemptuous dismissals of the appeal over which he has toiled and prayed to the waste basket of possible donors for one that yields a return. Is this fit and goodly work for a priest? And yet how many a village has been blessed, how many a boor has been civilized, how many a rude and dirty imp has been washed and schooled, how many a slut has been made into a decent wife and mother by these means." End quote. This appears to be a digression, but it may be not uninteresting to the bored of society, and not unuseful in its suggestions on behalf of those who so unwarrantably bore them. And it seems to show that every life has its dark and light, its rough and smooth, and that no life can satisfy, if we are unhappy enough to have no higher aim than that of seeking tranquillity and enjoyment, and an easy seclusion in caelo quies. But here toil is necessary and good. Quote, "I built my soul a lordly pleasure house, wherein at ease for aye to dwell. I said, O soul, make merry and carouse, dear soul, for all is well." End quote. But the riddle of the painful earth will come to perplex the serenest mind, and the cry of vanity arise at last from the fancied intellectual calm. How little, I fancy, is that exquisite poem, The Palace of Art, read, by how few its wonderful beauty appreciated. The soul, in a would-be selfish isolation, shut out from its kind, proposed to reign apart a quiet king, crying, quote, "O godlike isolation which art mine, I can but count thee perfect gain. What time I watch the darkening droves of swine that range on yonder plain. In filthy sloughs they roll a prurient skin, they graze and wallow, breed and sleep, and oft some brainless devil enters in and drives them to the deep." End quote. But over this supreme contempt for human interests and human woes came at last the retributive desolation which must certainly overtake the spirit that denies the very end and conditions of its being, holding aloof in endeavour from sympathy, human and divine, trying to be as gods, that is, as the heathen gods, indifferent to the throes and anguishes, the questionings and the beliefs of human nature. Thus the cherished isolation became itself a terrible vengeance. Quote, "A still salt pool, locked in with bars of sand, left on the shore, that hears all night the plunging seas draw backward from the land their moon-led waters white, shut up as in a crumbling tomb, girt round with blackness as a solid wall. Far off she seemed to hear the dully sound of human footsteps fall." End quote. The lesson, however, is gradually learned, and the spirit descends from its pride and selfishness and self-sufficiency to lowly offices and humility of service, perceiving, however, that the dream, here unrealizable, may be attained after the probation has been passed through and the lessons learned of simple childlike faith and obedience, and gentle loving serviceableness and service. Quote, "So when 4 years were wholly finished, she threw her royal robes away. 'Make me a cottage in the vale,' she said, 'where I may mourn and pray. Yet pull not down my palace towers that are so lightly, beautifully built. Perchance I may return with others there, when I have purged my guilt.'" End quote. But what is the moral of this byplay of writing? And at what am I driving, apropos of the subject from which I started? Even at this comforting truth for the hard-worked, intellectual London slave, who has tastes, cravings, higher, nobler, than can be satisfied with this mill-round of the money-getting life, at this consolation for the man who hates it and chafes against its restraints to quiet and the noble and the beautiful, namely, that to be a man among men, and to work with them and for them, and to rejoice with the rejoicing, and to weep with the mourners, and to throw one's self heartily and honestly into life's little petty humdrum duties, delights, sorrows, that this is the wholesomer and happier state than that of the refined, tranquil, unruffled, beauty-surrounded life that in our morbid hours we covet. In caelo quies, but that lies beyond this horizon. Honest, sweat-beaded toil and faithful fellow service, these are the necessary conditions, as of healthy life, so of wholesome happiness here. We cannot exist, intellectual hermits, in a sort of retired silence, which soon would become hateful. We must plunge among our kind, and take our share of the discord and the concord, of the laughter and the tears, of the peace and the trouble, and thus our life will become healthy, and, maybe, useful and noble. A mixed programme, but upon the whole the best within our reach, and if over-cautious or over-selfish we could hold aloof from it all, well, we might not find ourselves the gainers, even in the enjoying of life. Quote, "Each life's unfulfilled, you see. It hangs still, patchy and scrappy. We have not sighed deep, laughed free, starved, feasted, despaired, been happy." End quote. So our Londoner's life is, after all, very well and very right in its way. He has not everything. His life has its pros and cons. Still, upon the whole, perhaps he has no reason really to sigh after the more primitive state of things, which falls to the lot of us country folk. And he certainly is the gainer in enjoyment and appreciation of the scenery, which, to us, use has made over-familiar, or associations have poisoned. If London life be a pleasant change from the country, what must country life be as a change to the Londoner? For we cannot pretend to have that craving and even compulsion towards a London visit that does come over the city man, after a time, for the country, especially perhaps for the sea. The sea, and quiet, and rest, and solitude, we have not that sort of necessity which grows up in the heart for these, towards the converse, pavement and noise and bustle and crowds. The country may to some become irksome, but London must, in time, to all become intolerable. Then the sighings and aspirations come. Quote, "Work, work, work, in the dull December light, and work, 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 when the weather is warm and bright, while underneath the eaves the brooding swallows cling, as if to show me their sunny backs and twit me with the spring. Oh, but to breathe the breath of the cowslip and primrose sweet, with the sky above my head and the grass beneath my feet." End quote. Other workers beside the poor seamstress can, in their degree, and do, share in this feeling. And then who can compete in enjoyment with that of the released brain and eye, to whom everything in his tour is new? Quote, "Beauties he once had slighted as he passed seemed all created since he travelled last." End quote. To be quiet, to be his own master, to feel leisure as a possession, and not, as on short holidays, to feel it, even as he grasps it, oozing like sand through the fingers. To be able to sit alone a bit, if he likes, and not always compelled to be with others, whether inclined for company or not. All these are great delights to the freed city man. To be alone, yes, but only so much as that he may meet the wife's cheery, sympathetic smile by the effort of a few quick strides over the beach to the snug, clean lodgings. This voluntary loneliness is delicious sometimes. Quote, "How sweet, how passing sweet is solitude! But grant me still a friend in my retreat, whom I may whisper, solitude is sweet." End quote. To sit with a book and dream on the seashore, or, still better, to be setting upon the sketch-block the bold crag, grey and weather-stained, with creaming wavelets coming from the still blue water, to break its lucid umber reflection. How delightful he finds this, expecting presently the crunch of feet on the pebbles, and the pleased glowing face bent over to see how much he has done. He grumbles, half out of humour with his picture, but inly hoping for some cheering verdict from her, and, since she has not been intently studying the subtle and impossible beauties as he has done, commonly getting it. Alone. It is a sad word sometimes, but how enjoyable to him the dreamy quiet, with no fear of the "I say, old fellow," which he had got to hate, but which he will cheerily greet on his return. That homeless plunging sound and aspect of the sea helps out, I think, that pleasing sense of being alone which we can get nowhere else so completely. So, when we pine for seclusion and quiet, our longings generally conjure up the sad sea waves and the wide and barren shore. Ruskin gives, in words which I wish I had by me to quote, the following recipe, so far as my memory serves, for the attainment of perfect solitude. Sit upon the seashore between two high boats, with the sea at your feet. On this side and on that you are thus quite shut out from the world, and in front only a slip of clean grey beach, with a portion of the blue wide sea cut off, as in a picture, bounds your view. Far away it stretches from you, till it meets the skyline, and the lapping wavelets come murmuring in faint retreat and advance, gradually receding from your feet, or perhaps they plunge and fall with a heavier monotony, a monotone more still than silence, just as the distant ships or the plash of a boat passing for a minute across your narrow space of sight makes a loneliness more perfect than that of an always naked sea. You see them, and yet feel completely shut out from them in your secluded cell. Moreover, parties, laughing and talking, pass close beside you, all entirely unconscious of your presence, and there is a pleasant strangeness in this. And since your solitude is voluntary, self-imposed, and terminable at will, you hug yourself upon the seclusion of your hermit's hour, and pass in contemplation from your narrow strip of sea in front to your narrow strip of chalk cliff behind, and narrow carpet of beach beneath, and narrow roof of blue above. I had forgotten the bulging black walls on either side, but you do not find much in their tarred sides to attract your gaze, only they serve as the barriers which, for you, shut out the wide world. Certainly stone walls do not your prison make, nor iron bars your cage. Although, your mind being quite innocent and quiet, you are well content for a time to take that for a hermitage. The dull buffet upon the shore, followed by the long-drawn scream of the receding wave, turning over the pebbles, as it were, for something it cannot find. You have listened to this for an hour or more, until the monotonous thud has become fainter and muffled into a murmur in the distance, and the moon begins to brighten in the cooling sky. And rising from the half-drowsiness which has begun to come over you as your cheek grew cold in the warm air, you stretch your cramped legs and saunter home along the clover slopes, thick with white bells, glad to exchange your dreamy solitude for the society of your wife and bonny boy, and of a new loaf and spawnful lobster purchased for supper on your way home. So it is that there is much rest for the overcrowded, never-alone life, to be, or seem to be, quite shut out from our kind for a while, and to be alone for an hour or two, in a week or two, by the great sea. Those dark lines of men meeting rivers ever flowing along the Strand, London Bridge, Cheapside, where not. You know, and are complacent to know, that on this hot July day they are still flowing on without pause or break. That office, with its high stools and desks on stilts, and monotonous faces of the 6 or 12 or 50 clerks, all goes on the same as ever, no doubt. You like to fancy it, being out of the mess. There is none of the depressing routine of bustle, or of the depressing routine of quiet, which you can well image in London. None of all this to vex and harass your soul now, as you sit by the mighty ocean, and see it stretch away limitless before you, barred like a shield, with one silver or gold breath across it, argent or or, according to the precedence of the moon or the sun, and in a great lull from mean fidgety noises and cares, and hot exhalations, multiplications and vexations, can take in the murmurs and scents of the infinite sea. And fresh from toiling London, you revel in the quiet hours of restful, almost languid loneliness in this grateful break in the long, ceaseless march of uniform business days. Plenty of hard work and a rest now and then. This seems the happiest condition for us here below. Curious, by the way, to read in an ancient description of the happy dead, "They rest from their labours, and yet they rest not day nor night." Do you give up the puzzle and acknowledge yourself beaten by the seeming paradox? The key lies in the word labours. They have plenty of occupation, but no toil, no weariness, no labour. The curse of toil is removed, but certainly not to make way for the curse of entire inaction. How we love to use our powers of mind and body when we are well and in joyous tone and strong. Conceive these faculties developed in full vaster proportion than childhood into manhood, eternal vigour, majestic powers, untiring energy, unchecked aspirings, no clog, no hindrance, no fettering mortal body. This becomes spiritual, and in harmony with the quick and eager and untiring spirit, a helpmeet and not a burden. A tiring life now, a life which seeketh rest and findeth none. Which of us does not in turn find it so? Weary of seclusion and pining for the society of men, weary of the turmoil of the crowded city and choked markets. When we have this condition, pining after that. When we grow weary of this employment and surroundings, vainly dreaming that in this or that other state of life lies the rest, the sphere that we seek. But we dream indeed in vain. It is not, cannot be, attained here, the satisfaction for which our life is parched. In the nature of things it cannot be desirable, were it possible, that in this brief life, which melts away much like the snowflake on the river, a moment white, then gone for ever, we should find any abiding city, here today and gone tomorrow. And where is continuance? And who shall greatly care or grieve for long, when our brief play is played out? Quote, "Yet," said the secret voice, "sometime, sooner or later, will grey prime make thy grass hoar with early rime. Not less swift souls that yearn for light, rapt after heaven's starry flight, would sweep the tracts of day and night. Not less the bee would range her cells, the furzy prickle fire the dells, the foxglove cluster dappled bells." End quote. That is, in brief, that the world would not miss you long. Your nearest and dearest would learn wonderfully soon to do without you. Life, even in that little circle of which you are the keystone, would go on, or seem to go on, much as it did when you were there to superintend. Most, even sincere, love loses the white heat when taken away from the warm heart of the fire. Change and decay abound about us, weariness and unrest. We toss and turn and change our posture, but cannot cheat our woe. Country life grows irksome, and town life intolerable, and altogether we may collect that things are anomalous with us here, that there is a jar in the melody, a crack in the flute. It begins well, the music of life, well at first, and in a sweet harmony, but the sequence is soon lost, and the liquid flow is stopped by a jar, and the peal becomes a jangle, and life always disappoints sanguine hearts, and attempts lapse into failures, and hopes into despairs, and glow into chilliness, and love into indifference, and life into death, and we toil, and we toil, and we have our pauses in labour, but return to it, toiling on, and what adequate result for all the carefulness and the painfulness, the rising up early and going to bed late, and eating the bread of care? None at all, if this changeful world be the end, and after the unreal dissolving views, only the blank sheet awaits us at last. And so the world, of society especially, grows either callous or morbidly sentimental, the latter in youth, the former in the waning years. An old, old story, a sigh pent in the world's heart from nearly its earliest days, toil and turmoil for inadequate ends, an eager busyness, and then at last a pause of retrospect, and the sad summing up of the life's toil and fever and excitement. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. A rude sketch, that is all, when you dispassionately contemplate the painful glad morning's work, not a line exact, nor a colour put right or left unblurred, life's work a gay-coloured bubble, painfully blown, reflecting 1,000 bright unrealities, broken and gone with even a light touch. Ah, one says, every man can be eloquent about the nothingness of time, but the application, let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. That is one application. Let us sentimentalise and be sad in this fleeting world, and talk of the instability of human greatness, and the transitoriness of human affection. These are the only two applications the world knows. They shut out the recollection, and are merry, or they dwell on it, and are sad. Christian brethren, dwell on it, and be happy. This world is not yours. Thank God it is not. It is dropping away from you like worn-out autumn leaves. But beneath it, hidden in it, there is another world lying as the flower lies in the bud. All you stand on, see, and love is but the husk of something better. Things are passing, our friends are dropping off from us, strength is giving way, our relish for earth is going, and the world no longer wears to our hearts the radiance that once it wore. We have the same sky above us, and the same scenes around us, but the freshness that our hearts extracted from everything in boyhood, and the glory that seemed to rest once on earth and life, have faded away for ever. Sad and gloomy truths to the man who is going down to the grave with his life's work undone, but not sad to the faithful steward, to the man who contented himself with tasting of time, reserving the full banquets for eternity. Life, uneven at times, bitter in the rind, has a sweet kernel, even for him who thus considers it, and thus considering employs it. Meanwhile, even now and here, work, if at times wearisome, will have its acknowledgment, and endurance its reward, and country life will have its advantages, and town life allurements native to itself, and sometimes it will be a relief to make an exchange of either. But country life will always bear the palm for innocent quiet and primitive simplicity, and opportunity for leisure and contemplation. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. The Last Man in Town. There is something peculiarly unpleasant in being the last at anything. The last to enter a public conveyance. The last to arrive at a house where dinner has been kept waiting for you. The last to get into a crowded church, the last in the pit of a theatre, the last in a competitive examination, the last to pay rent, the last on the score at billiards, the last when the last train is full. I have been all these, and am like to be them all again, but I know a deeper shade of misery still. It is to be the last man in town. Now, understand me, I do not mean this to be taken literally, for reasons that are sufficiently obvious, but I mean to say that, with reference to my own particular set, and to that large circle of acquaintance in which I am wont to walk, I am speaking no more or less than truth. One by one, the men whom I count my companions have disappeared, and have gone to disport themselves on the moors and streams of England, or to form members of the great army of Britons which annually invades the continent. In companies ranging from 2 to 14, the married among my acquaintance have fled from the metropolis. If foolish enough to seek them at their usual dwelling, I learn them gone and far from home. I rap at some well-known door, and wait 5 minutes for admission. At the end of that time I am made wiser by the information that the family are at Scarborough, but that Master B., who, being about to return to Dr. Birch's care, is necessarily absent from his mamma, is at home if I will please to walk in. I do not please to see Master B., nor to walk in. I turn again into the hot street and try my fortune elsewhere, but with no greater satisfaction. I enter the liberty of the Temple, and find it in possession of painters and men who delight in whitewash. I dodge under one of their ladders and escape into the next court, where I flush a listless porter or a policeman whose ennui is so deep that he is not to be roused by that which many times has moved me to intemperate wrath, namely the passing attention of the little boys to the great knocker on the side gate. Doubtfully I ascend the staircase of a Templar friend, and arrive at the top of his 3 flights of stairs, only to find a sported oak and no one within it. A piece of paper fastened to the door with a broken pen informs the reader that a clerk attends daily for a couple of hours, and that parcels are to be left at the porter's lodge. I have no desire to see N.'s clerk, nor have I any parcels to leave at the lodge. The notice has no further interest for me than that it furnishes unmistakable evidence of the absence of my friend. At the Cock, where I am wont to dine on the smallest possible steak for the largest possible price, and where until lately the renowned plump waiter was to be seen in his suit of well-worn black, there is a howling desolation. I could dine at 4 tables all at once. The man who squeezes his voice into the order tube at the Cheshire Cheese is sadly out of practice. There is a melancholy about these places which is positively sickening. The pint of bitter with which I wash down my steak is no longer grateful, and the steak itself gives me indigestion. Dick's and the Rainbow are no longer pleasant places to me. They are the resort of casual visitors, whose faces I know not. I return to the Temple, and ascend to my own 3rd pair in Court. Here, too, is small comfort. As I come in, I find my laundress busied with the mysteries in which she engages twice a day. I know by sure signs that she considers my presence an intrusion. I know, too, that she deems her full pay, which she draws by virtue of my being here, a poor compensation for the loss of confab she suffers in the parliament of her peers, plus the want of that precious right to examine all my belongings, which she enjoys only in part, so long as I remain. I come in and sit down to a cup of coffee and a pipe by myself. I prolong the time usually spent over the latest news in the Startler, and conclude, as I read the comments in its leaders, that the writer of them is, as I am, a last man. I finish my pipe, and make an appearance of settling to work. The well-known volumes are beside me, and on the table are the many sheets of paper containing the embryo of that great work on the Scintilla Juris in Contingent Remainders, with which I purpose to astonish the profession. For once the magic of the work is vain. I have no pleasure in it. Charm Scintilla never so wisely. The ears of my ambition and my zeal are alike shut fast. It is clear there will be no addition made to that immortal work tonight. I have arrived at that point in my treatise where it behoves me to consider the subtle question as to the whereabouts of Scintilla under certain circumstances, to decide whether she is to be found in nubibus, in mare, or in gremio legis. Of course, I have my own opinion about it, but being desirous today of informing myself more precisely as to the opinions of other sagas on the subject, I ascended the steps of the library of our society for this purpose. I was stopped by a closed gate bearing an inscription to the effect that the place would be reopened in October. Whether it was discussed at this rebuff, or whether my indisposition to apply myself welled from deeper springs, I know not, but this is certain, that tonight I turned my thoughts to other things, and took to conjecturing what my absent friends had been doing this day. I pictured in my mind the lissom Jones in Switzerland, covered with glory and perspiration, having just achieved the hitherto unaccomplished feat of getting to the top of some long-named horn. No feeling of envy arose in my mind as I thought of the dangers he had passed. No desire did I feel to emulate his noble act, or to share in his glory. An ardent lover of nature, I am content to look on her from the valleys low, where the mild whispers use of shades and wanton winds and gushing brooks, and my highest ambition has been satisfied by an ascent of 4,000 feet. I have admired in their grandeur the giants of the Alps, and have felt them to be wonderful, but if I am put to show my love for mountains by walking up them, then I say, and I say it unblushingly, that Primrose Hill is dearer to me than all the mountains of Jura. I passed on in thought to where E H , tired of waiting for my promised company, has gone forth on his trip in North Devon. I saw him at Barnstaple. I saw him at Bideford, crossing the many-spanned bridge which Torridge suffers to curb her. In the spirit, I was with him as he stood at Buck's Mill, and looked from the cliffs over Mort Bay and Clovelly, and gave my earnest vote in favour of his proposal, at any cost, to get over to Lundy. We walked together through Clovelly Court, and down the stair-shaped street to the little pierhead, where we took the boat of the Happy Return, and went for a bathe. We dined at the odd inn, which we entered from the roof, and walked on in the cool of the evening to pleasant Hartland Quay. We went over the Abbey Church, and through Sir George Stucley's Park, and then by the cliff road to Marsland and the church of St. Maur Wenner. At length we found ourselves on the thundering shore of Bude, looking where the Ben Coolan was so frightfully wrecked one autumn, and were debating whether to go on to Tintagel Head and see King Arthur's castle, when I was awakened to the fact that I was not at Bude Haven, where I would be, but at Court, London, by a vigorous knocking at the door of my room. I go out and find the postman clamorous for twopence, the amount of postage due on a letter addressed to a friend of mine, who, having my consent to his name being painted on my door, is good enough to allow me to pay all charges on his numerous letters and parcels. I take up my hat and walk out. There is no opera. There are few theatres open. I go along the motley Strand, and far from experiencing the inclination which Charles Lamb tells us he felt to weep for sympathy at the sight of so much life, I am in a mood to feel the full force of the aphorism that a great crowd is a great solitude. People whom I know not, nor wish to know, pass by me, and there is no tie between us save the common one of humanity. They do not even evince the interest in me which it seems the laundresses have. These have long since reckoned me up, and made wonderfully shrewd guesses at the cause of my detention. The other day I passed a knot of them in Brick Court, and heard, as I believe, reference made to myself in the speech of one, who, for that very reason I would rather live unattended than engage as my servant, though it is more than probable I was not the subject of her talk. "He can't, he ain't got the money." This has rankled in my mind, and, like Juno, I hide the wound deep in my breast, against the day of my spite. Depressed by the absence of friends, depressed by scintilla juris, depressed by the general depression of the few people I meet, and depressed by other matters of which it were long to write, I return to my chamber, and determine to embody my thoughts in a letter to some friend. I bethink me, to whom shall I write? What will W., who is shooting partridges by the covey at Bury, care about a letter from me? What is it to the acrobatic Jones at Lucerne that I feel lonesome to-night? How will jolly D., with his equally jolly wife, resting at Broadstairs after an 8 months' innings in the Reporters' Gallery and the Courts of Law, marvel what possessed my brain this Saturday night, if I venture to lay my complaints before him at his next breakfast time? He of the West Country will vote me a bore if I plague him with my fancies, and my lady friends will probably fail to understand why, if I find town so lonesome, I do not quit it as they do. Thus I find small encouragement in the way of letter writing, yet my thoughts are such that I deem it better to relate them to a statue or picture than to suffer them to pass in smother. The bust of the man whose wisdom suggested the last sentence is gazing at me as I write, but looks so unsympathetic, so profoundly indifferent, that I hesitate before speaking to it of these things. And therefore it is that I sit down at this advanced hour of the day, partly to relieve my mind of a burden which is halved by the mere act of writing about it, and partly that I may remind the holiday-making public of how hard and unpleasant a thing it is to be a last man in town. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Picturesque London. From Highgate Archway on Christmas Day. To the artists of the Christmas magazines and papers, greetings. Be good enough, gentlemen, to accept my scorn. Be good enough to understand that I denounce you as the Perkin Warbecks, the Lambert Simnels, the Cock Lane Ghosts, and Johanna Southcotes of art. You are impostors, gentlemen, not in your work, no, I know that well enough. Never did more cunning pencils work away on boxwood blocks. Never did more poetical minds blend with more expert fingers. But all this increases your shame, gentlemen. You draw so admirably that we give in to your imposition, and suffer ourselves to be led captive by it. About Christmas, for instance. Why do you still portray that genial, ruddy, ice-bound, holly-crowned giant? Why do you still fill our periodicals with pictures of snow-covered landscapes, snow-clad churches, ice-bound lakes, golf parties, sleighing parties, frozen-out, distressed damsels dying on snow-covered doorsteps, robins picking very black crumbs off very white lawns, carol-singing villagers blowing their nails and beating their breasts for the superinducement of caloric? How long is it since you saw any of these sights at Christmas time? How long ago is it since you saw snow at all, or since there was any good skating in London? I remember frosty winters when I was a boy, and I mind me of a certain time when London was snowed up, when all the cabs that were out had 2 horses, and the omnibuses did not run, and there was a strange silence in all the streets, as in a city of the dead. Sometimes when I talk to people about things being different from what they were some years ago, I am told, "Ah, the change is in you. You feel differently about such matters. You're getting on, you know." And then I am impressed with the information that time flies, and that we are, none of us, younger, and that each year makes a difference, and various other novel and interesting remarks of the same nature. But humbly subscribing to all this, I still maintain that the present style of representing Christmas is a mockery, a delusion, and a snare, and calculated to bring us into contempt in the eyes of our children, who will regard us as a set of mummers playing at an exploded rite, and will feel for us the same sort of pity that we feel for dear old George Cruikshank, when we see him leaving his own quips and drolleries, in which he has never been excelled, to attempt the portrayal of a modern swell, in the high-collared, long-tailed coat, ribbed silk stockings and pumps of 30 years ago. When I rose this Christmas morning, I saw no vestige of ice or snow. The grass was brilliantly green, the buds were shooting on many shrubs, the air was balmy, and the entire aspect of nature was April-like and genial. The conventionalities were in full play. Yes, I will allow that people wished each other a Merry Christmas. The gardener, as he touched his hat, told me he had sent in a good store of Christmas logs for firing, and there was the usual excitement among the young folk as to pudding and mincemeat. We found the church duly decorated with holly and laurel, bits of yew uncomfortably mingling with the other evergreens, and reminding one of Mr. Tennyson's tree, which, quote, "graspest at the stones that name the underlying dead. Thy fibres net to dreamless head, thy roots are wrapped around the bones." End quote. And the sockets of the parson's candlesticks flaring with curling green. Regular Christmas sermon from the parson. An old one, I think, as I detect in it very frosty bits about hardened glebe and ice-bound rill, and general recollection of the illustrated journals, not at all appropriate to the existing temperature. Pew opener conventional too, with a Christmas shiver and a Christmas cough before the receipt of the annual gratuity, and the Christmas grin, and wishes of a many, many happy years after the pocketing thereof. We give up conventionality when we get outside the porch and walk slowly home, and after lunch we throw open the French windows of the dining room and bask in the genial sun which pours in through them. Far away, over the hushed fields and across the bar made by the quiet little railway line, lie the outposts of the sleeping giant London, a long line of terrace, very seasidey in its aspect, tall and gaunt and stucco-y, very suggestive of lodgings at from 2 to 4 guineas a week, according to the floor, and obviously looking on to the parade where the old gentlemen walk up and down and cough, and the young people flirt and smoke in front. No London for us, though, today. The dog-cart is at the door, but Brown George's head shall not be turned towards the streets. Further afield, Brown George? And responsive to my touch on the reins, the brave horse starts off down the lane, and, striking through the heart of the groves of the Evangelist, turns into the broad road skirting the Regent's Park. The people, what the noble Tory writers querulously call the plebs, are out here in force, lolling, idling, romping, as though it were full summer. Fashion doesn't seem to alter much in the mechanic's Sunday dress. So long as I can recollect, it has been long-tailed coat, black satin waistcoat, black trousers very crumply at the knees, and hard, shiny black hat. So it is now, exact in every particular. Why do men don this frightful garb? Is it with the notion that their appearance then approximates to that of a gentleman? Because they are utterly wrong. Is it that they think the costume pretty? Because they are frightfully mistaken. Why do men want to be mistaken for what they are not? I know that if anyone were to say to me, "Eusebius, my boy, I'll make you up to look like a marquis, an earl, a baronet, or a Lombard Street banker," I should decline the honour. And why on earth does Chips the carpenter, an honest man and a very good-looking one in his working clothes, try to disguise himself in an utterly unmistakable, hideous sham? The sward is dotted with red and blue children, appallingly bright, and the seats are sprinkled with the military, now squat and sheepish, now tall, whiskered, and impassioned, and with young persons in service, who are supposed to be at church, and whose conversation seems to be limited to the repetition of the sentence, "Get along with ya." Vagrant boys, too, we see about, of course, fiends who mock at us as we pass, and who yell after us, "3 gents out for a herring," as Brown George turns through Gloucester Gate and enters Camden Town. Do you know Camden Town? A sweet spot, the home, par excellence, of the commercial clerk of from 30 shillings a week to 250 a year. An estimable, responsible, hard-working man. I have a word or two, not about him, but about the houses. Houses all built to meet the requirements of the clerkly world. They even look as if they had been manufactured of dingy blotting paper, and are so fragile that they could be taken out with an eraser. Thoroughly respectable, though. None of your low lodgings, or anything of that sort. House. Nice parlour. Wire blind in window. Very shiny, sticky, gummy furniture. Chairs with American cloth seats, which stick to your trousers. Vase with everlasting flowers and 2 china dogs on mantelpiece. Very bad, cheap print of 3 chorister boys. Oh, the difference between the sweet youths and the real dirty-nosed choir boy of a country church. On the wall. Little mat by the door. Nice drawing-room, all in white maplewood and cane bottoms, with white muslin curtains and a crumb cloth over the carpet. Quite warm and comfortable. A black beetly kitchen, where Maria Jane cooks everything with coal garnish and soot sauce, and bedrooms which are well described as airy. I vow that I hate Camden, and regard him with loathing. All his terraces, Bayham and Jeffrey and Brecknock, his road and his villas, his square, which is horribly pretentious and uncomfortable. He looks so horribly prim and pharisaical. He looks so unlike real hospitality, so unlike oysters for supper, or a cigar and a glass of grog. He looks so like a plate of mixed biscuits and a glass of sherry at 27 shillings the dozen. So like 2 formal little dinners in the year when Jones the greengrocer empties the oyster sauce down your neck, and a mild evening party with very weak negus. No flirting, and the drawing-room door under the hostess's bed. I often wonder how jolly Charles Dibdin, the songwriter, who is buried in the graveyard here, can rest in such precincts, and wonder that he does not start up and scare the respectable humbugs living round him with a yo-ho chorus. Nor do I care much for Kentish now, though I mind me of the time when he was very dear to me. Then consule Manlio, he was inhabited by one whom Mr. Swiveller would indeed have described a jolly old grandfather, the kindest-hearted, most generous, most boy-spoiling of veterans. Ah, the half-crowns from his fob, the whiffs at his pipe, the half-holidays begged by him from school, the wine-glasses of toddy subtracted from his own potential jorum, the gardening done under his directions, the gun-lock oiling and fishing-tackle assortment, which alone were hours of rapture. I can see his face at this instant, as I look up from my paper, when, as a boy of 12, I had been expressing an admiration for gin punch, and a maiden aunt of the other branch of the family asked, in virtuous indignation, "Where did you ever taste such a low beverage, sir?" I can see the old gentleman's twinkling eye, and his forefinger laid suggestively on his lip. Low beverage, indeed. When I remember what it was, I wish I had a glass of it, and the stomach to bear it unharmed at this present writing. But the old gentleman is long since departed, and Kentish Town has quite changed from what it was in his day. Then it was a pretty little village, with trees here and there before its ale-houses, with red-faced old country houses standing in their gardens. A little colony to which, when cabs penetrated, the horse was put up, and the cabman sat in his shirt-sleeves on the bench before the tavern door, smoking his pipe, and wondering at the rural quiet around him. Now a big church stands on the spot where stood the squat brick chapel, which sufficed for the old urbans of Kentish. Scores and scores of Cockney villas have been scattered pell-mell over the pleasant old fields. Gin palaces and pawnbrokers' shops have crowded the precincts, and a Holborn publican here built a retreat, i.e. a tea-garden tavern, for sing-song, dancing, and fireworks, which, however, I am delighted to say, the magistrates refused to license. And now, at the foot of Highgate Hill, we leave Brown George to the groom, and then, quitting my companions for a time, I go on a little pilgrimage, undertaken by me half a dozen times a year, and always on Christmas Day, to the city of the dead, the cemetery. It is well for us, brother, thus occasionally to visit the spots where the lost loved ones are laid. It is the one break in our commerce with the world, the one oasis of real feeling in the great desert of life. Hither one invariably comes alone. Here one puts off the close-fitting mask which we wear under every other circumstance, and here we commune silently with the dead, to whom only a fleeting thought is spared in the busy worldly round. Ah, dear one, lying low, though the eyelid is no longer moist, and though the lips can mention thy name now without quivering, thou art not forgotten. But few of the promises of amendment made in the first great grief at the loss of thee have been kept. Bit by bit the good resolutions have been abandoned, and yet, on these Christmas days especially, has memory peculiar powers of revocation, and the dead live again in recollection more vividly than at other seasons. I see that the cemetery has had many visitants today. Many of the tombs bear immortelles, or branches of evergreen, or little bouquets of flowers, and on one, the gravestone of a child, I see a very beautiful little holly cross. There are fewer gapers than usual. Most of those persons I meet are either dressed in mourning or have an earnest, decent expression, showing that their visit there was not without an object. How I hate your cemetery visitors on a Sunday afternoon, your gaping, lolling, mooning boys and girls, your drivelling, open-mouthed, middle-aged drearies who just walk up to the cemetery afore tea, and who may be heard bawling to each other, "Look here, Jemima, here's a beautiful one," or "Ain't this a hugly tomb, Jane?" and who are always mysteriously inquisitive about the cattycombs. Very lovely the cemetery looks as I leave it, with its thousands of gravestones, like a flock of sheep on the side of the green hill. Leave it with the strange thought that one day I shall visit it to leave it no more. My companions await me at the far gate, and together we trudge through Highgate, a dull, dreary little hamlet, too big for a village, too small for a town, a place which the march of intellect has left behind, and which has not strength of mind enough to take up the running. Grass grows between the paving flags, and commerce is at a standstill. There is a sufficiency of taverns, but they are small, and of the beer-house order, and, like all other houses, are now tightly closed. I, who have known Highgate any time this quarter of a century, having been birched and bred there, do not see any difference in the place, which appeared to me to be in its normal state of solemn stupidity, but my companions are highly disgusted with Highgate, and want to know if there's nothing to do or nothing to see. Do? Well, they can be sworn on the horns if they like. All the rubbish about not drinking small beer when you can get strong, or not kissing the maid when you can get the mistress. Always unless you like the small beer and the maid best. But that would involve standing unlimited beer to numerous pot-wallopers, and would be a dull proceeding after all. See? Well, I don't know. Yes, by Jove, the archway! Up this lane to the left, past these half-buried houses, standing in their trim gardens, shaded by big trees, and looking almost ancestral, though doubtless let on a term of 7, 14, and so on, to London tradespeople. And now we are at the archway itself. A big stone viaduct with broad balustrades and coping stones stretching across the Great North Road. Looking north, we see the broad white turnpike road stretching away towards Barnet and St Albans, a road traversed 40 years ago by upwards of 80 four-horse coaches, coaches which employed ostlers and stablemen and helpers, which set down thirsty and hungry travellers at hundreds of wayside inns between London and York, and which have long since been broken up in coachmakers' yards, and had their wheels rent from their bodies and patched onto other vehicles, while the bodies have formed hiding places for the village children, and have had imaginary horses attached to them by the cocks of many village schools. Aye, the glory of the North Road is gone for ever. Droves of parched cattle and smoking sheep, a few carriers' wagons, and the lumbering carts of the brickfield bordering the road are all that it sees now, save when some of the stockbroking gents and mincing lane princes, resident at Muswell Hill, come dashing down it in their dog-carts and mail phaetons as a near cut to town. Now turn we the other way, and look at the dim, great, giant London sleeping in the distance. Now, close below us lies Holloway, with Dick Whittington's stone where the runaway prentice heard the bells which bade him turn again and become Lord Mayor of London. Further on, Islington, now become a part of London, but in Cowley's time a little village, as Abraham C. viciously remarks of the metropolis. Quote, "Let but the wicked men from out thee go, and all the fools that crowd thee so, even thou, who dost thy millions boast, a village less than Islington will grow, a solitude almost." End quote. There is the outline of the model prison, and the hundreds of thousands of middle-class homes, from the chimneys of which the Christmas essence is pouring, and the walls of which will for hours echo with Christmas love and merriment. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Sketches from an office window. Piccadilly Circus. Day after day we look down from our windows on some shifting aspect of the diorama of London life. Assuredly, from our post of vantage, we are able to discover that Piccadilly Circus is one of the main arteries of that life. Our office intersects the mighty thoroughfares of Regent Street and Piccadilly. If a meditative philosopher were to take his stand beneath the lamp-post of the circus for 24 hours, and there have been meditative philosophers who have been very fond of doing that sort of thing, he would see enough of life and incident to occupy him fully, especially if he should be of the sect of the laughers or weepers. A man, however, would hardly linger the whole of a day at the Piccadilly Circus, however intrinsically important the situation may be, unless he wished to establish a reputation with the police as a harmless lunatic. But when we are in a meditative vein, we have only to go to the office window, and by taking the 24 hours in detail, doing a bit now and a bit at another time, we achieve the day and the night. It is a case of the suave mare magno. Amid the unrest and tumult, we are safe within our sanctum, and the heaving sea of life may be carefully noted, and is most worthy of accurate observation. We have breakfasted, and are down, for once, with the porter, at our office at 9, punctual as the sun or the Horse Guards clock. How clear and clean does the long line of Piccadilly appear, stretching onwards towards palaced terraces and the waving foliage of the parks. It is not often that a London street is clear and clean. Even at 9 its aspect is sullied over, but 2 or 3 hours earlier, before the shutters of a single shop are unclosed, before any but the earliest labourers and artisans are wending their way to their places of business, the street is flooded with the glorious primal sunshine, and quite a soft country air is blowing up through the defile of houses. As we begin our work, we murmur, "What a glorious day!" and amid proofs and letters, we have rebellious fancies how much jollier it would be at Cowes or the heights of Richmond Park. Then we arise meditatively and look out of window. There is no need to go to the Isle of Wight or to Richmond for novelty and interest. It is here, ready made to hand, here in Piccadilly Circus, if we can only spot it. Not so very much of it, is our second thought. Here are the omnibuses, steadily setting in eastwards with their freight of city men, and here are the casual passengers hurrying along. Not much novelty here, you say? I defy you to get romance out of a city bus. I am not so sure. Little Jones, our rising artist, fell in love with and married his wife on an acquaintance, much of which was carried on in the interior of an omnibus. I grant you, however, that this was not at 9 o'clock, but at noon, when the omnibuses will be as full of ladies as they are now with the men. Still, there is something interesting even in these cartloads of the unworthy sex. From what snug suburban homes they come up! Look at the buttonhole rose, which relieves the white waistcoat so gaily. These are the men who have got their gardens and cottages not far from the silvery Thames and its wooded banks. Nice women brushed their hats for them this morning, and waved their hands and blew or gave soft kisses. You must not smile at this reminiscence of domesticity. What is all the hard work of practical life but the mere apparatus of that little home? Business is only a cumbrous machinery set in motion by the hidden spring of love. Many of those fellows will be working like horses all day, simply that they may wear white waistcoats and have roses in their buttonholes, and some little woman to watch them through the gate of the suburban villa as they proceed to mount the bus for the city. And as for the pedestrians, I think I may venture on one simple classification, which is that when most of the young men are going eastwards, probably a majority of the young girls are going westwards. They must be at their shops by 9 o'clock. There are, of course, all sorts and sizes of them, but no class is so common as those of elastic step and cheerful face and graceful manner. And why should not such be the case? They are filling up their own little niches in the world competently and well, honestly earning a slender livelihood and a trifle over for natural luxury in the way of dress and bonnets, and enjoying the real happiness of a harmonious and well-occupied life. If you only knew their individual histories, you would see that nearly all of them have their part in the home history. The parent, loving and anxious, the brother or sister or friend with whom they correspond, their own petted books and photographs, the clergyman or kind lady who tries to be friendly with them and help them on. I do not know how it may be in France, but the little English milliner is a modest, graceful little girl, as a rule, and shame on the novelist or playwright who represents her as anything else. I hope those great whiskered funny fellows will not peer too closely into the bonnet, albeit the blush is becoming enough, still less that they will say anything rude. They nearly all want to be married, do these little girls, and most of them have their legitimate aspirations gratified some fine day, but many of them have to regret the freedom and independence of their early life. But the day wears on. It is now 11. I am forcibly reminded that we are in the immediate neighbourhood of Leicester Square. It is time for the déjeuner à la fourchette, and the French or the Belgians are about to take the first dinner of their day. The English hotels are rather dull, but the foreign restaurants are now all alive. How our foreign friends, over their black coffee, must wonder at the substantial breakfasts which our city friends can make the first thing in the morning. The circus is a great place for foreigners, where you may observe them helpless among the bewilderment of omnibuses and the impositions of cabmen. Now you may notice one or two knots of sprightly girls, but not so pleasant or healthy looking as the other young people whom we have been talking of. They belong to the ballet of the opera, and are making their way in the direction of Her Majesty's. You will probably see the carriage of the great prima donna herself. Now, all about the circus, as you doubtless know, are the offices belonging to different steamboat companies. It is not difficult to detect a group of a certain kind every now and then, especially in the holiday and tourist season. Your customary traveller takes his berth as coolly as he would call a cab, but every now and then there are different kinds of visitors. People who go into the office to make inquiries and come out of it to make consultations on the pavement. People who have Bradshaw and Murray projecting from their pockets. People who are irresolute and nervous. People who scan the weather and the direction of the wind, who have doleful thoughts about the passage across the Channel, or who are entrusting themselves for the first time to the sea with feelings analogous to those which once actuated Christopher Columbus. Now, just lounge for a minute as those omnibuses rest at their stations at the corner of the circus. This is the great starting place where prudent people may save a penny. It is wonderful how many 100 yards very solvent people will walk in order to catch the omnibus at the corner and save a copper. I can very well understand it in the case of that thin, delicate-looking lady, who is doubtless a morning governess, working through her hours of tuition at the rate of £1 an hour. She will take an omnibus to save time and boot leather, but she will also walk from the Green Park to the circus to save that denarius, which will mount up in time to something which will be considerable to her. As the Atlas omnibus passes, just look at that merry party of children. They are going out for a holiday to the zoological gardens, and are chattering about the monkeys and the elephants. Then that party of ladies are coming from the Clapham regions to pay a visit to St. John's Wood, and so great are these London distances, of which our country cousins will never make themselves fully conscious, that they fully recognise that the call is the real business of a day. It is not to be wondered at that friends and relations who do not live in the same postal district see so little of each other. Then to see, as old Pepys would say, the little gamin of newspaper boys dash through the whirl of vehicles to offer those evening papers which are published a little after breakfast time, but which have that humorous title. About noon we can just distinguish the tinkling of the bell of our parish church, St. James's, Piccadilly, giving its little heeded summons for the passers-by to come for matin song. But for most Londoners, laborare est orare must be the ecclesiastical motto. Sometimes the street just beyond our office is gay with festive carriages and white-favoured horses. There is a grand wedding at St. James's, and our parish church, in respect to grand weddings, is almost even now with St. George's, Hanover Square. Now you recognise the men of the clubs in the Pall Mall direction. Lots of them are coming from the region of Jermyn Street, on their way to their bow windows. You may easily guess which of them belong to the Army and Navy, and which to the University clubs. And some very acute people will almost venture to distinguish the Carlton men from the Reform. The man of the Garrick Club forms a genus by himself, and by the knowing ones is easily distinguishable. There are not many lawyers about our circus, except during the session of Parliament, when we see the acute, combative faces which may be afterwards recognised in the committee rooms of the House of Commons. Literary men are much more plentiful. Near our office, in St. James's Square, is the London Library, which literary men know and love so well, with its pleasant rooms and all the good books in all the languages. It is the most natural walk in the world for the present writer to vacate the seat before the office window for the London Library, or to betake himself from that crowd of books to the crowd of faces. In the afternoon we are at our busiest. The shopping in Regent Street is at its height. The carriages roll past from Piccadilly and Pall Mall. Later they set in steadily towards Hyde Park Corner. There are now fewer business people here than in any other part of London. The dandies and the exquisites make their brief appearance. Perhaps the smart young men smile at that studious-looking man with a coat a little threadbare, who is carrying a heavy folio under his arm, which he has just purchased in a neighbouring bookseller's shop, and our neighbourhood is rich in these. He is, nevertheless, one of the most distinguished of our statesmen, and there are many wreathed smiles for him from carriage windows, if he would only condescend to note them. It is quite refreshing to meet with a great man who can afford to dress badly, and dresses badly accordingly. I only wish I was rich enough to wear a shocking bad hat. I remember some years ago happening to walk behind one of our most illustrious judges, as he had been walking up Parliament Street, and was making a cut through the wilderness of lanes on the north of Trafalgar Square. He had a greatcoat on, of the old-fashioned broadcloth and make, and had a roll in his walk certainly the reverse of any elegance of attitude. He was rather elbowed in the crowd, and there was a man distributing printed papers who was very anxious to force one upon him, and perhaps because he was waved away in the most peremptory manner, the fellow was very pertinacious in the attempt. I stopped this troublesome man and said, "My friend, do you know who that is?" "And who may he be?" was the answer, with an impudent leer. "That is the great judge, Lord Chief blank blank." I have seldom seen a man so taken aback. He gasped for breath, and was evidently under the impression that the great judge would then and there pass on him a sentence of penal servitude, and consign him to some policeman for its execution. This little incident happened about the time that Macaulay had rooms in the adjacent Albany, and he would roll along towards the circus, as the Times said, muttering half aloud the sentences which were one day to astonish and delight the world. Looking westwards towards sunset, we often observe fine effect of colour in the evening sky, not on the ocean alone, where the sunset at sea has its noble effect as the lordly disk dips suddenly, nor yet on the countryside, where the red light is flashed on tower and tree, but in busy London also, when the smoke is transposed to flame, or the clouds gather into thunderous masses as if to make a pall for a doomed city. At times we obtain pictorial effects which even a Turner might reproduce, and yet be thought exaggerated. I think that many persons on their homeward journey have seen with wonder some such effects as these, as they have passed our office windows, travelling westwards, like the wise men from the east. When the fresh breeze of evening has sprung up, and the lamplighter is doing his rapid errand along the streets, once more we recognise a changed aspect. The young girls are let loose from the shops, and, a little jaded, but still cheerful and pleasant, they have now their dearly earned evening's leisure before them. Men look hungry and are going to dine. Our French friends in particular are in a state of pleasing excitement about Leicester Square. Men who have gazed complacently at the turtle at the restaurant at St. James's Hall are now proceeding thitherward with the intent to convert such turtle into human tissue. The chances are that on an evening there is almost a mob near our office of those who are going to St. James's Hall. There are, of course, different kinds of mob. There is the musical mob, the political mob, and the ecclesiastical mob. Many others there are who wander on with no desire for amusement within walls, blinding light, and a heated atmosphere, but only desire to breathe the fresh air of the parks, the lungs of London, and to wander on beneath the quiet stars, and gain, after the aching day, some sense of tranquillity and peace. Now again there is a steady roll in the season of carriages driving eastwards. They are bearing away cheerful parties to the opera and the theatres. We see some very pretty sights from our office windows. It is almost as good as being in an opera stall with a good lorgnette. The ladies are in full evening costume, with light wrappers, cheerful and animated, enjoying the anticipation of their amusement as much as they will enjoy the amusement itself. They are in very pretty costumes, with eyes and hair to match. They pass with tantalizing quickness. We can only get peeps at a kaleidoscope. Then our streets will be quiet for a space, till, in continuous rumble, we hear the sounds of the homeward wheels. Should a smart shower come down, the passengers are soon flying, and we are left solitary. Instead of a shower, it is perhaps a thunderstorm, and the confusion and flight are still more marked. Then it is the time for gentlemen of a scientific turn of mind to take meteorological observations and send their remarks to the Times. Gradually it grows quite late. The last bus eastward has gone, and soon the last bus westward is gone also. Then you may see people of a restless turn of mind promenading the circus, with looks of gloom and discontent. These are the unfortunates who are too late for the last bus. They loiter about in a wavering and despondent manner. Then some of them hail cabs, while the impecunious ones make up their minds and bodies for a heavy homeward trudge. Ah me! Times have indeed changed since we first heard of Piccadilly. Lord Clarendon tells us in his history how, when he was plain Edward Hyde, and not the Chancellor, he and his friends would take horse near Westminster Hall and ride out into the fields adjacent, and how at that time there was a pleasant bowling alley in the country district called Piccadilly. The long arms of London are now stretching out far and wide, and the pleasant bowling alleys of the present will be the crowded thoroughfares of the future. How odd were those proclamations which the Stuarts used to issue against the huge overgrown size of London! There was a well-known political rhyme at the commencement of this century. Quote, "What London is to Paddington, Such is Pitt to Addington." End quote. The London of to-day, compared with the London of the Stuarts, is very much what London is to Paddington. There are, however, no Mohawks abroad in the streets, and the tribe that correspond to them have better manners, though they keep later hours. The mention of those late hours brings us very much back to the point of time where we started. We have really been twice round the clock. Westward it is still dark, but eastward, behind the looming dome of St. Paul's, there are streaks of colour which will whiten, deepen, broaden, till there is a great glare, and the awful rose of dawn is once more opened. It is a time of deep slumber, and all that mighty heart is lying still. And yet not all, for even at Piccadilly Circus, as elsewhere, the monotonous calm is broken by hurried footsteps and random voices. Some of the earliest sons of labour are going on to their toil. Some of the strayed revellers from dance or banquet are going to their late couches. The children of night and the children of morning meet. Here is the clear musical whistle, and here the broken glee or snatch from hardly sober lips. Such are the sights which are to be seen from our office windows. There is nothing new under the sun. It is very much the same in our 19th Christian century as when Horace and Juvenal wrote about the Subura at the commencement of our era. Tel est la vie. Quote, "So runs the glass of time from hour to hour." End quote. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Half an hour in a servant's registry office. Having occasion recently to repair, by appointment, to one of those places which have of late become quite institutions in this country, a servants' registry office, I was let in for half an hour's entertainment in what passed within my hearing, though it presented probably but a sample of the daily proceedings in an establishment of the kind. I had come to meet a young person whose services I was anxious to secure from the strong terms in which she had been recommended to me, but as I was before the time appointed, and she was considerably after, I was placed in the position of an unintentional witness of what transpired in the interval. Let me first of all observe that the office in question was kept by a female, a married woman of well-merited reputation for respectability and judgment, who had now been doing business for years in that line, and, it was said, had made a good thing of it. She had her stated hours of business, and did nothing else. Formerly she had kept a shop, a greengrocer's on a small scale, carrying on the two businesses together, but she found that the two lines did not somehow suit one another, that the supplying her customers with apples and cabbages interfered so with her domestic transactions that, favouring no doubt the one that was more lucrative, she disposed of her stock in trade, converted her shop into what she termed her office, with an ante or waiting room, pulled down the old signboard, and replaced it by another which proclaimed to the passing world, in gilt and blue, that the undivided attention of the proprietress was devoted to her registry. She was a person eminently adapted for the calling she had selected. In her dress she was faultlessly neat and simple. Never did you see upon her, at least in business hours, so much as a superfluous bit of ribbon, far less anything approaching the gay or flashy. Her manner, without being dry, was thoroughly businesslike, and the same to all her customers, whether it were peeress or poor curate's wife, whether it were the employer of a dozen servants, or only of one of all work. she preserved consistently the same civil demeanour to everyone, so that all came away with a correspondingly good opinion of Mrs. Primworthy. The young woman whom I expected not having arrived, Mrs. Primworthy begged that I would take a seat in the ante-room already referred to, which accordingly I did, hoping as I did so that my detention might not be long. This apartment evidently served as Mrs. Primworthy's sitting-room when she was not pursuing her professional avocations. There was a convenient window in the dividing wall, through which, when seated, you could take a panoramic view of the so-called office. This intermediate window had been left open, so that not only could I see, if I wished, those in the next room, but I could also hear, in fact, I could not help hearing, their conversation. Having accordingly taken a chair, I readily accepted also the offer of a newspaper, and for a few moments it engaged my attention, but I soon found reading to be impossible, owing to the distractions of the adjacent audience chamber, so I gave up the attempt. My attention was first drawn off on the arrival of a lady in her carriage and pair, who, having alighted, proceeded to relate to Mrs. Primworthy her pitiable case. Her countenance, I fancied, bore a look of harassment, and as I heard her disclose the plight that she was in, I certainly did not wonder that she should evince something like anxiety. "Well, Mrs. Primworthy," she began, "I am in great trouble. My servants are all leaving me, and I cannot imagine the reason why. When I say all, I mean all excepting my cook, who came to me about a fortnight ago. I do hope she will stay, for really she is invaluable. But all the rest have given me notice, and that within a day or two of one another. They seem, without any cause, to have taken a whim into their heads to leave me in less than a month from now. I feel it so. I cannot tell you. When I think of the ingratitude of their behaviour, to say nothing of the perplexity they have placed me in, it almost overcomes me. And then we have visitors coming to stay with us. Oh, Mrs. Primworthy, I am quite bewildered at the prospect." "Well, ma'am, I'm exceedingly sorry to hear it, but you surely don't mean to say that all your servants have given warning?" "Yes, indeed I do. Now, you know our old nurse, who has been with us for years, and who I supposed was so attached to the family that she could not have endured the thought of leaving us. Well, she was the very first positively to give me notice. That I thought bad enough. Then, one by one, the others followed her example. My lady's maid, who suits me to a nicety, and my housemaid, and even that steady young man Jones, whom I was so thankful to you for finding for me. He says he must seek another situation too." "'Tis certainly very trying, ma'am, isn't it? I wonder whatever can be the cause of it all. Has there been nothing unpleasant with them that you can think of, ma'am? Servants are really getting so high and mighty in their notions now that they'll scarce bear being spoke to." "Oh dear, no. There has been no occasion even for fault-finding lately, and it seems so strange. They all say they are so sorry to go, and speak of the kindness of their master and mistress, yet they cannot think of staying. I have questioned them, and entreated them to tell me what is the matter, but the only answer I can get is, things is not as they used to be. But I am not aware of any change. We treat them exactly the same as we always have, and they have no complaints to make. I have only one comfort amidst it all, and that is my new cook, who is the best I think I have ever had. Says she is quite comfortable, and has expressed no wish to leave me. She tells me also she has known of servants elsewhere being seized with a similar freak, and all giving notice together. I think she said in one of the places where she was before, they all did so one morning. But it is fortunate she is not going too, is it not, Mrs. Primworthy?" But Mrs. Primworthy, I noticed, made no answer to this remark, and a peculiar look she put on made me fancy some suspicion had occurred to her. "Do you know, ma'am," she replied, "I should much like to talk a bit to your footman, Jones. He knows me well, and I will reason with him, and tell him what I think of his conduct. It can do no harm, ma'am." "Oh, you are quite at liberty to do so, but I am sure it will be no sort of use. Foolish fellow, he is quite resolved to be gone, as much as any of them. You may try what you can do. Here, Jones," said the lady, stooping forward to beckon the man in. "Excuse me, ma'am," interposed Mrs. Primworthy. "I must ask you to be so kind as to step into the next room, as I think he won't like speaking out before you. So, if you don't mind, ma'am, just taking a seat in here." Opening the door of the room I was in, Mrs. Primworthy did not finish her sentence, but showed the lady in, and closing the door again, summoned Jones into her presence. I own I felt by no means comfortable on being discovered in my retreat, especially when its facilities for overhearing became apparent. The lady evinced a little surprise at seeing me, and perhaps felt something more, but we both remained seated, still and silent, listening to the conversation between the footman and the registress. And now we had an opportunity of admiring the shrewd tact of Mrs. Primworthy. Instead of opening a direct fire upon the man with the straightforward inquiry why it was he had given notice, she adopted the masterly flank movement of expressing a deep interest in the cook who had lately left the place, and after enumerating her various excellencies, all of which Jones endorsed to the full, she observed, "Yes, indeed, she was what we may call a good servant, and no mistake. And what's more, she was a comfortable sort of a person to live with, and I'm quite certain, Jones, if she'd have remained, you never would have wanted to leave, the same as you are." "No, ma'am, nor none of us wouldn't, and so that's the truth," admitted Jones, falling at once into the trap. "It makes such a deal of difference, doesn't it, Jones, when a cook makes things agreeable in the kitchen? I knew it was so. Servants as has a kind master and mistress don't all give warning that way, without there being a cause for it." "That they don't, mum, and according to my notions, servants did ought to be all of a equality like, and not one set over the rest on them. It makes a place beyond all bearing, that it do." I stole a glance across at the lady, and it was really painful to witness the evident discomfort which this observation of the footman occasioned her. She started as if to rise from her chair and stop further discussion, but on Mrs. Primworthy resuming, she sat still. "And then, Jones," added Mrs. Primworthy, "I've always found when a cook do treat her fellow servants bad, it's a thing she can't be cured of, so it isn't any use arguing with her on it." "That's just where it is, mum, and as I says, 'tain't no good any on us a trying to remain. Her temper be so bad, and she be that there violent, as no one can't bide in sight of her. I'm sure I've always a wished to live peaceable like with every one, but that there woman she won't leave none on us alone. 'Tis her nature, I expects, and so sometimes she'll be abusing one, sometimes t'other, and sometimes abusing us all round. Such a time as I've had these here last 10 days, I'd sooner list for a soldier. I'd sooner—" Here Mrs. Primworthy interrupted him. "Your mistress is sadly put about, Jones. Don't you think you could manage to stay on till she was suited, and you might have more time, perhaps, to look out for a good place?" "No, mum, I'm very sorry for missus, but I couldn't stay. I believe as it would be the death of me. I was going to say as I'd sooner break stones from morning to night and get my victuals where I could, than I'd bide in a place where that there woman was. If we was a lot of dogs, she couldn't treat us no worse nor she do. 'Tain't me only either. Everyone as comes to the kitchen catches it from her, just the same. If it's the baker or the grocer's man, she do fly at 'em as if she was a tiger, axing 'em what brings 'em there and such like, till some on 'em declares as they won't come no more. 'Twas only last night as the butcher's boy said someone else might come for orders, 'cause he shouldn't come again. Never did see such a woman in all my life. She must be abusing or a scolding summat. Why, one day, if she didn't take and beat the poor cat with the basting spoon, 'cause she happened to come nigh the hastener when she was a-roasting, till the poor animal went limping off under the dresser." The amazement and consternation of the lady, which had been fast fomenting, here reached a climax and completely got the better of her. Unable to sit quiet any longer, she quickly rose from her chair and, presenting herself again in the office, put an end to the discussion. The appearance of his mistress Jones took as a signal for him to withdraw, whereupon the lady recommenced. "Well, Mrs. Primworthy, I have overheard all. I really do not know how I feel. I am amazed, I am mortified too, how I have been taken in with that woman. To me she is perfectly respectful, appearing to know her place most thoroughly, and yet amongst the servants she must be a regular virago. Still, I feel relieved greatly, disappointed though I am. I am sure I have to thank you for the way in which you elicited the truth from Jones, and really you deserve great credit for being so clever." Mrs. Primworthy smiled with a look of modest satisfaction, and replied, "Why, ma'am, when you told me what the cook had said to you, I suspected at once what was the matter. Well, I say, I think it was very clever of you, but I am greatly to blame, for, do you know, I entirely forgot to make any inquiry respecting the woman's temper, so I am justly punished for my own stupid forgetfulness." "Well, ma'am, I don't know. You might not perhaps have heard the truth, even if you had made that inquiry. You see, some mistresses makes it a sort of rule never to say a single word to harm a servant that applies to them for a character. And I know one lady, for example, who, though she has had really all sorts in service, gives the same character to every one. They are all good-tempered, all cleanly, all sober, and so on, when I know as a fact some of them have been quite different. And then, you see, ma'am, this woman is a knowing one. She never shows her temper to you. Most likely her former mistresses have found her, like you have, quite civil and respectful, though in other kitchens she has gone on as she has in yours. It is seldom, too, we can get servants to speak out of one another. I assure you, ma'am, they'll leave a good place sooner. I don't know when I've heard one speak out like that footman of yours did, and it is a great pity they don't. For how are you or I to know, how's anyone to know, the real characters, when there's an agreement, like, to keep the truth back from us? I suppose, ma'am, you intend giving the cook notice?" "Indeed I shall," replied the lady. "I shall hurry home and give her warning at once, and I do hope, by doing so, I shall get my other servants to stop on. Do you think they will, Mrs. Primworthy?" "Really, ma'am, I hope they may, but I cannot undertake to say. Servants have got such queer, obstinate notions sometimes. But I think if you can send the cook away without letting her fancy anyone has been telling of her, it is the best thing you can do, ma'am." "Good morning, then, Mrs. Primworthy. I must hurry home. I shall call again to-morrow, for in any case you will have to help me. I only trust that it may be one servant and not 5 that I shall require you to find for me." The lady now re-entered her carriage, and the footman closed the door after her. Before, however, driving away, she seemed to have remembered something more, for Jones was sent back with a message relative to the hour of the morrow's visit, having delivered which the man seized the opportunity of adding just a word, as if in self-vindication. "You see, mum, we never likes telling on one another, but when a woman like that cook do forget herself and come to treat her fellow servants as if they were all her inferiors, why, then, I don't think the likes of her don't deserve no consideration, but only to be treated according." "Quite right, Jones. You need never mind telling the real truth in such a case as that." There was now a short pause, Mrs. Primworthy taking advantage of the vacant interval to put on her spectacles and cast her eye through a handful of papers which she drew from her desk. Thinks I to myself, as I mused over the interview just concluded, such, I dare say, is but a revelation of what takes place frequently in a kitchen without ever reaching the ear of master or mistress. Probably many a mysterious warning which has sorely perplexed the head of an establishment is traceable to some such cause as that just divulged. While other reasons are alleged, the truth is that there is some cross-grained, cantankerous spirit below stairs who embitters kitchen life to one, if not more, of its occupants, till further endurance of it becomes unbearable. I was about to resume my newspaper when a second lady stepped in by appointment, like myself, to meet a young woman who, fortunately for her, was already awaiting her arrival in another salle d'attente, and had only to be summoned. One glance at the lady convinced me that, although she might be mistress of an establishment, she was not blessed with a family. That somewhat antiquated bonnet, that rather short adhesive skirt, which evidently gave shelter to no crinoline, and that quaintly pinned shawl, all conspired to bespeak unmistakably the old maid. She spoke deliberately, yet somewhat determinedly. Her features seemed to take no interest in the remarks that escaped her, appearing incapable of evincing pleasure, pain, or animation. "You see," she began, with a slowness bordering on solemnity that would almost justify the following specimen of punctuation. "Mrs. Primworthy, I require a person of more than ordinary respectability. Situated as I am, and there being only females in my house, it is necessary to avoid the slightest cause for scandal or even remark. You know I keep but the two. I require them to be as correct as myself in every way." "Of course, ma'am, naturally you do," replied the ever-coinciding Mrs. Primworthy, probably thinking all the while she did not see why respectable attendants were more indispensable in the case of this unprotected female than with anybody else, and adding, "Perhaps you'll allow me to call the young woman, as she is waiting, and then you can speak to her yourself." The summons resulted in the entrée of a good-looking girl of about 22, well, but certainly not gaily dressed, whose bright eyes and animated look presented a marked contrast with the unimpassioned aspect of her possible future mistress. Scarcely possible, too, thought I. Surely this cautious maiden lady seeks something far more demure than this damsel. The girl having dropped a propitiatory curtsy, the lady commenced as follows, each word weighted with consistent deliberation. "You have been in service before, I understand?" "Yes, ma'am. I was housemaid and parlour-maid at my last place." "What sort of place was it? A quiet place?" "Oh, yes, ma'am. 'Twas a very quiet place, and very little company." "Did they keep any men servants there?" A decided stress upon that awful word of 3 letters being perceptible. "No, ma'am, they didn't keep no man-servants. They had used to keep a footman afore I come, but as I could wait at table, master said as he shouldn't want a man no more." "And did you and the cook do all of the work of the house?" "Not quite all, we didn't, ma'am. There was, beside us two, a boy as used to clean the boots and knives, and run of an errand, and sometimes help wait at table." "Oh, indeed. There was a boy, was there? And pray, what age was the boy?" "Well, ma'am, I think he said he was just turned 16. "As much as that? Was he a big boy or a little boy? Because, you know, some boys at 16 are almost men, and quite as objectionable." At this the girl could not suppress a smile, nor could I. Not in the least disconcerted, however, she replied, "Why, he wasn't very big, nor yet very little, but I never knowed as there was ever anything against the boy." Despairing, I conclude, of eliciting further information touching this interesting youth of 16, the lady, who I noticed had been scrutinising the young woman's attire from head to foot, next went into the matter of dress, on which subject she appeared to hold decided views. "In case of your entering my service, I must tell you I should require you to dress very simply." "Oh, yes, ma'am, certainly. I've always been accustomed to dress plain." "Yes, but," resumed the lady, "I cannot say I consider your dress to-day at all suited to a servant." As I glanced at the girl's clothing, I confess I could discover nothing with which even a fastidious mistress could find fault. The bonnet certainly was trimmed with broad green ribbon, and the gown, a clean print, appeared to owe its expansion to one of those contrivances held evidently in virtuous horror by her punctilious criticiser. "You may depend upon it," she continued, "it is very much more becoming that the dress of a female should sit close to her person than that it should be spread out away from it in that manner." I wondered at the moment in what sense the word becoming was to be taken, whether the estimable lady was under the impression that a skirt which sat as hers did tended most to show the figure to advantage. Some further allusion, however, which she made relative to the proverbial unsuitableness of crinoline for going upstairs soon convinced me that her objection to the article arose solely from her notions of propriety. After some further observations on the part of the lady, in which she pointed out the impossibility of the girl's doing her work properly while encumbered with the appendage in question, the latter yielded so far as to consent to lay it aside and appear sleek and slim during working hours. This point gained, the lady next inquired, "Have you been in the habit of wearing a cap?" "Yes, ma'am. I've always been used to wear a cap." "I wonder whether it is what I should call a cap. Some servants of mine have told me, before I engaged them, that they wore caps, but on coming to me they have had nothing on their heads but a tiny bit of net, which you could not even see unless you stood behind them. Before engaging you, I think I should like to see one of your caps." "Very well, ma'am." "You tell me you have been accustomed to open the door. I hope your manner to visitors is respectful and modest, especially when a gentleman calls." "I have not many gentlemen visitors, but, you know, to a gentleman you cannot be too guarded and reserved in your manner. Never say a word more than you can help, and never be seen to smile or look pleased, as some servants do." The next inquiry on the part of the lady had reference to her leaving her last place, the reason why, to which the girl, with, as I thought, great candour, gave an answer well nigh fatal to her present prospect of engagement. "Well, ma'am, Mrs. always said as she was quite satisfied with the way I did my work, and I shouldn't have had to leave, only she thought as I had an acquaintance." "A what?" "An acquaintance, ma'am." "An acquaintance!" exclaimed the maiden lady, her hitherto inflexible features being for the first time summoned to participate in the horrified amazement with which the disclosure was received. "An acquaintance! Oh, I do not wonder that you should have had notice. I never would keep a servant in my house who was capable of such an impropriety. A place soon loses its name for respectability if acquaintances are tolerated." "But if you please, ma'am," replied the young woman, "it wasn't true, only Missa suspected so." "Ah, but I should be afraid she had some ground for her suspicion. Servants are so foolish, they require so much watching to keep them proper and respectable, that it causes ladies a great deal of trouble and anxiety. It shall never be said that I failed to look after mine. Even on the Sunday, when they must, of course, go to church, I keep them within my own observation. I always make them walk close behind me, and sit near my pew where I can see them, so that no one can even speak to them without my being aware of it. Besides that, I consider it my duty to see all the letters that my servants receive, so as to prevent anything like an improper correspondence." On the disclosure of so complete a system of espionage, the idea seemed to occur to the young woman that the situation might not be quite so desirable as she had supposed, and for the first time there were symptoms of non-acquiescence in the lady's mode of dealing with her domestics, so she replied, still quite respectfully, "Please, ma'am, I've always been used to have an hour or two to myself of a Sunday afternoon, and I ain't never been accustomed to show anybody the letters as I gets." "Well, I could not alter my rules for any servant. I only act in accordance with what I consider to be my duty. If you think my ways too strict, you had better not think of my place." There was a few moments' pause. during which the girl looked down as if to collect from off the floor her thoughts or words wherein to express them, the result being, as I quite anticipated, her final answer. "I'm most afeard, ma'am, I shouldn't give you satisfaction." An exchange of good mornings now terminated this interesting though abortive interview, and Mrs. Primworthy and the lady being left in sole occupation of the office, the latter recommenced. "I scarcely thought that person would answer for me when she came into your office. She is evidently fond of dress, and altogether there was a style about her that I do not like in a servant." "Well, ma'am," replied Mrs. Primworthy, "as regards the matter of dress, why, you see, ma'am, servants is apt to get a bit dressy nowadays, and to tell the truth, ma'am, I shouldn't really have considered that girl at all gaily dressed as the times go. Things is a good deal changed now in comparison as they used to be, and the fact is you can't get servants to dress themselves the same as they did 20 or 30 years ago, with large caps tied under the chin, and bonnets with scarcely any ribbon, and short skimpy skirts and such like. The times is altered, and we shan't have servants the same as they used to be, never again, no more. Besides, ma'am, mistresses is so different. I know some that takes a sort of pride in the appearance of their servants, and wouldn't have them dressed in the old-fashioned style on no account whatever. How strange that does seem. Perhaps you had better try and find me a more elderly person. Have you any one on your list at present who you think would suit me?" "No, ma'am, not at present, I'm sorry to say. No one at all, and I'm really afraid I shall have some difficulty in meeting with the kind of person you require." "So I should fancy," soliloquized I, as on the departure of this model mistress, I indulged in speculations as to whence the good lady had derived her notions of domestic treatment, whether she had herself in earlier years been subjected to anything correspondent in the way of supervision and restraint, and if so, how it had answered in her own case. Whether, for example, pains had been taken to impress upon her youthful mind the impropriety of possessing an acquaintance, and all such objectionable superfluities had been judiciously kept aloof. Who knows but what her present freedom from marital encumbrance may be due to the successful adoption of this system? She may perhaps owe her state of blissful celibacy to the praiseworthy intervention of parents, or others who checked every tendency to cultivate an acquaintance, and, thanks to their efforts, life remains to her one continual game of solitaire. But be it even so, I began to have my doubts whether the plan on which this respected lady acted was the right one. I could not bring myself to see the propriety of treating servants like young schoolgirls, to say nothing of the practicable impossibility of doing so. It is, no doubt, a great nuisance to know that one or more young men are hovering over an equal number of your female attendants, and a still greater one when, on the ripening of the acquaintance into something more, a good servant like Betsy takes herself off, for better for worse, leaving you as good as cookless or nurseless or housemaidless. And it is not to be wondered at if, after such painful experience, the mistress of a house should insert a clause in her resolutions prohibiting henceforth all followers. But this does not answer, nor ever will, while the law of nature continues against it, and so singular am I that I now prefer engaging a servant who has a respectable, well-defined Joseph on the horizon, with whom she is permitted to keep company at intervals, rather than a young woman who, I know, will be on the watch to take in tow the first Dick, Tom, or Harry, perhaps all three, whom she may succeed in signalizing. But the time was passing, and my young woman had not come. Weary of waiting, I rose to depart, when Mrs. Primworthy, knowing I had come some distance, prevailed upon me to wait a little longer. I was about to speak to her about the person whom the maiden lady had sent adrift, and who I thought might have suited me, when she was again summoned back to her office. A young man with light hair and fair complexion, about 25, well got up in a suit of light-coloured garments, and an Albert chain dangling gracefully from a buttonhole, had come to transact business with the accommodating Mrs. Primworthy. He had come in quest of a valet de chambre, was my conclusion, or maybe he is a married man, and is deputed by his wife to negotiate for some female servant or other. It was then with unfeigned surprise that I heard Mrs. Primworthy address him familiarly as Thomas, inquiring interestedly, at the same time, after his parents and family. Greater still was my amazement when, on proceeding to business, I heard the question asked him, "What made you leave your last situation?" Yes, indeed, however hard to credit it, this was a footman out of place. He had come to see if Mrs. Primworthy could find him another berth. "Why did I leave my last situation?" he answered, echoing Mrs. Primworthy's question. "I left it because my feelings would not allow me to remain any longer, and when you hear all particulars, you'll only wonder how I put up with it so long." "Indeed, Thomas, I'm sorry to hear that. Let me see, you was only there 4 months, was not that all?" "6 months, Mrs. Primworthy. Such a 6 months as I hope never to pass in any other situation, and I'll take care I don't, if I can help it. Why, they don't know how to treat a respectable man, and then the things I was expected to do there, it brings up all my indignation to think of them. First of all, I wasn't even given a room to myself, but was forced to share a bedroom with the groom, a common fellow, who used to snore so loud I had to lie awake for hours listening to him. To think of this after what I had been accustomed to. And then this low chap, he knew so little of his place and all that was due to me, that he refused to clean my boots the very first morning after I came, saying I was just as much a servant as he was, so that I had actually to do my own boot cleaning during the whole of those blessed 6 months. Well, but, Thomas, I don't think such little annoyances as those sufficient cause for leaving a good situation." "You wouldn't call it a good situation if you knew all the rest I had to put up with. A good situation, indeed. That is just what I was told it was before I went there. I expected they were good, stylish sort of people, who knew what a man in my position would, and what he would not, stand. Such unfashionable hours, too, as they kept, I never heard of before. If they didn't breakfast at 8 o'clock, and then expect me to be all dressed and ready to attend table at such a time of day as that. Of course, I told them at once I couldn't do it. They must get the parlour-maid to wait at breakfast, and answer the bells too, and not expect me anywhere upstairs till after 12 o'clock. "That was making rather bold, I think, Thomas. You'll find very few places indeed where you'll be left to yourself till 12 in the day." "Well, Mrs. Primworthy, that is my resolution, and I intend keeping to it. They required nothing more at my former situation, because they knew better what a man like me was entitled to. But there was lots of other things they wanted me to submit to. When I engaged for the place, it was understood that I should have a suit of clothes at the end of every 6 months, making 2 suits in the year. But after I had been there about 2 months, the gentleman sends for me, and says he, 'Thomas, there are 2 suits of clothes of mine on the drawers in my dressing-room, which you can have. They are not at all worn out. Take and get them altered to fit you, as they are well worth it.' I felt my pride hurt at this, and no wonder. So says I to him, 'No, sir, I'm much obliged to you. I don't wear other people's cast-off clothing, but I don't mind carrying them downstairs and giving them to Bill the groom. I dare say they will be useful to him, and perhaps he won't mind wearing them, as they are, without even altering.' And what do you think Mr. says to me because I mentioned this about Bill and the old clothes? Why, he calls me an insolent fellow, and tells me to be off downstairs. So when my time was up at the end of the 6 months, I received my wages right enough, and quite naturally I looked for the suit of clothes according to agreement, thinking how nice it would be for me to have some good new things to come away with, when Mr. turns and begins abusing me like anything, saying he had done more than ever he was bound to do in offering me those old things of his, so I shouldn't get anything more out of him, and it was no use for me trying to, if that wasn't behaving shabby." "I think, Thomas," interposed Mrs. Primworthy, "you was wrong in refusing the clothes. Perhaps if it was not specified that the clothes should be new ones, Mr. considered he was acting up to the terms he engaged you on in offering what he did. I know Mr. has always been represented to me as a thorough gentleman, and the last young man as was there said it was a nice comfortable place, and he was sorry to leave. To tell you the truth, Thomas, I'm afraid you was a little bit spoiled, as the saying is, at the place where you was before." "Well, you do astonish me to think how any man of proper feelings could call that a comfortable place. But it showed the sort of men they had before me when they had actually been in the habit of carrying the coals upstairs. They tried this on with me when first I came, expecting I was going to carry 2 or 3 great scuttlefuls of coal a day, all the way from the coal cellar up to the drawing-room. But, as I told them, my hands are not made for that sort of work, and what's more, I understood my place much too well to submit to it if they had been. I never made any objection to lift the coals onto the fire when the coal box stood ready beside the chimney-piece, so as to save the ladies the trouble, and as I was anxious to be accommodating, I told them if they would get a sort of coal cupboard built on the landing outside the drawing-room door, as Lady did to hold 2 or 3 days' coal, I shouldn't even make a difficulty about filling the coal box from there. But as to carrying the coal box upstairs, I shouldn't do it." "And did they actually let you off carrying the coals?" inquired the astonished Mrs. Primworthy, becoming, like myself, more and more amazed at Thomas's presumption. "If they did, I think you were treated with great indulgence there altogether." "Indulgence!" exclaimed the man. "Don't speak of indulgence in that house. I might as well have gone for 6 months to jail at once for all the indulgence that was allowed us there. Of course, a man like me, when he has done his work, likes to spend his evenings now and then with his friends or at his club, but never could I get out of a night without first asking leave, and then it was always, 'What do you want to go out for, Thomas?' or 'Where do you want to go to, Thomas?' or 'How long shall you be gone, Thomas?' making me feel more like as if I was a ticket of leave man than a man bearing the respectable character I did. And would you believe, though I offered to put a lock on the back door and stand the expense myself, so as I might come in any hour of the night without disturbing the family, the gentleman, he wouldn't allow it, saying he wondered only how ever I could ask such a thing. That doesn't much look like indulgence, I should say, should you?" "As to the matter of going out at nights, Thomas," replied Mrs. Primworthy, "I know of many places where that is not allowed for a habit, and yet the master and mistress, I should say, quite as indulgent as need be. But now, what do you wish me to do for you? Because, you see, here is someone else come to do business with me, and I dare say her time is precious, the same as mine is." "Why, what I want is a regular first-class situation, and I think a butler's place the one to suit me best, because people always treat a butler with greater respect and consideration than they do a footman. It seems to me a butler holds a situation sort of half-way in a family between the parlour and the kitchen. He's not exactly master, nor he isn't looked upon quite like as a servant. And then, too, his having charge of the wine and the silver and such like things of itself makes his place of importance. And, to tell you the truth, Mrs. Primworthy, it is not everyone that is qualified for it, but after the experience I have had—" Thomas was not permitted to finish the proclamation of his competency for the office newly aspired to, Mrs. Primworthy making so manifest a transfer of her attention to the new arrival that he made his bow, signifying at the same time his intention of calling again in a day or two. What was effected at the threatened interview I did not learn, but I remember thinking at the time, had I been Mrs. Primworthy, I should be somewhat cautious about helping this airified gentleman into a first-class family, even in the new form of butler. Curiosity tempted me to ask the woman something about him, when she told me she had known him for years, that he had been taken by the hand out of a hovel by someone or other who had given him a decent education and provided him with 2 or 3 successive situations. Till lately none knew his place better than did Thomas, but he had recently held a situation at a Lady Blank's, who had in fact, as Mrs. Primworthy expressed it, completely spoiled him. This lady, under the by no means rare delusion that she had got a treasure, was persuaded that she could not do enough for Thomas, nor require too little from him, coupled with a superstitious dread of the awfulness of the calamity should Thomas ever leave her. Under the combined influence of these joint impressions, it was no wonder if Thomas's indulgences increased both in number and in magnitude. What he liked, he did, and what he liked not, he left alone, or did by deputy, till it had grown hard to define exactly the nature of the position which he held in this Lady Blank's establishment. And there, no doubt, it was he conceived the happy notion of a neutral office between upstairs rule and downstairs servitude, for which he deemed himself so admirably suited. But in an evil day for him, Lady fell ill and died most unexpectedly. Poor Thomas, of course, participated in the general dispersion of her retinue that ensued, winding up in the service of this Mr. 6 months' experience of which had quite satisfied him. It was now my turn, the last comer, already alluded to, being the individual whom I was expecting, and whose appearance was verily a relief to me. For, although I confess to have been somewhat entertained by much I had been fain to listen to, I, in truth, desired to hear no more. My own business was of a very ordinary nature, and speedily concluded. Had anything passed worth jotting down, it should have been recorded for the benefit of the reader, but I refrain from inflicting the recital of my commonplace transaction upon others who, like myself, have probably had enough of the subject. My admission behind the scenes, if I may so term it, went, I think, to strengthen the notions I had already held as to the correct mode of dealing with domestic servants. I had always been under the impression that there were two errors to guard against if you desire to be satisfactorily served. One is the mistake of being over-strict, and the other that of being too indulgent. To steer evenly a midway course between these two very common tendencies, while it forms one of the secrets of successful management, is an art of which few are master. And a third notion of mine is this, that for the kitchen, the happiest and most successful form of government is the republican. If cook be president, let her be nothing more. A monarchy below stairs never answers. If cook is permitted to wield the reins, she will very soon assume the whip, and the community will be subject to periodical disruption. Being already prepossessed with the correctness of my theory, I came away with existing impressions deepened by what I was constrained to hear during my half-hour's detention in the servants' registry. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. A shady industry. The individual who is curious as regards the practical working of all, even to the inferior parts, of that legal machinery by means of which order is maintained and the machinations of the roguish and unprincipled held in check throughout the length and breadth of Her Majesty's dominions, may pass an instructive morning at any one of the metropolitan county courts. The business transacted therein makes no figure in the newspapers, but the amount of it that is got through every day is a pattern and an example to courts of higher pretensions. The quality of the justice administered is none the worse because it is somewhat of the off-hand kind. You may have heard it at a reduced price and in the rough, as it were, if you are content to deal with the judge's deputy, the registrar, who sits in a chamber at the threshold of the court, the saving being the not inconsiderable one of half the hearing fees. The registrar's customers are far more numerous than the judge's, and the reason he is able to get through such a prodigious amount of work is that he will have no dealings with disputants. If you wish to argue the matter, you must step into the sanctum where the judge sits, and pay for the privilege. It is no uncommon feat for the registrar to knock off a dozen cases within the hour, and with his room crammed to overflowing at 10 in the morning, he will have it cleared and everything made comfortable, with half an hour to spare to restore his coolness and tranquillity before the rising of the court at 4 o'clock. He is a man cool, keen, and quick to arrive at conclusions, and he would need to be, for so surely as his room is cleared today, tomorrow morning it is filled again, and so on all the year round. But however slack other business may be at this cheap and expeditious temple of justice, there are two individuals of the plaintiff kind who are nearly always to be found there. These are the petty money-lender, who advertises to advance sums from £2 to £10 at a merely nominal rate of interest, and nothing at all to pay for inquiries, and so on, and the credit draper or tallyman. The worthy pair occupy so much of the time of the court that it would really be no more than fair if, beyond the ordinary fees, they contributed a handsome sum towards the salaries of the judge and his assistant. Defaulting debtors are so numerous with the fraternity in question that they arrange amongst themselves as to the days of the week on which the summonses issued at their instance are returnable, so that each may have a fair field for himself in his turn, and it is generally understood when Grinder against Gudgeon is called by the court crier, announcing that Mr. Tallyman has commenced his innings, that all other business will be at a standstill for an hour or two. The sums sued for are mostly paltry in amount, seldom exceeding £1 or 30 shillings, exclusive, of course, of costs. But the credit draper and the small loan monger have long ago discovered the truth of the proverb that little fish are sweet, and that when they may be netted in a shoal, they afford sustenance as satisfactory as prey of a larger sort. It is by no means easy to suggest in what way the Small Debts Act might be further amended so as to diminish the vast number of unwary victims who are beguiled into the toils of the spoilers, but it needs no more than a single visit to any county court situated in a densely populated and poor neighbourhood to feel convinced that some alteration is urgently required. The small money-lender is bad enough, with his 25 or 20% preliminary deductions for office, dues, interest, and so on, from the pitiful sum advanced, and his outrageous scale of fines of 3 halfpence per week in the shilling on all amounts in arrears of repayment. But the loan office man has at least this moral advantage over his brother the tallyman, that he is an above-board robber, and by means of printed rules gives notice of the small amount of consideration borrowers may expect if they are so unfortunate as to be placed at his mercy. The tallyman, however, has an altogether different method of conducting his business. It is not going in the least beyond his deservings to say that the credit draper, familiar to neighbourhoods occupied by the labouring classes, is a pest, and that his extermination would be a cause for rejoicing amongst the working men of England, the mainspring of his business success. And there are tally walks, like milk walks, the market value of which is several £1000s, is the tempting of ignorant and weak-minded women to cheat and deceive their husbands. He is a shrewd villain, and has a knack of turning to profitable account the very means the law has provided for the protection of those on whom he preys. A tally debt contracted by the wife without the sanction and authority of the husband cannot be recovered at the county court. But if the credit draper has the husband's signature to the crafty printed form he himself supplies, his claim cannot be disputed. This would seem to be protection sufficient for the male head of the family, but the Eve of old is Eve still, and one of the thousand shapes the serpent of modern times assumes is that of a smirking, oily-tongued young fellow with a pack on his back and a yard measure for a walking stick. Love of finery is perhaps the female weakness the tempter most relies on, but this is powerfully seconded by another more deplorable still, fondness for spirituous liquors. In scores and hundreds of cases, as any county court registrar is able to testify by the evidence brought before him, the goods accepted on credit are carried straight to the pawnbroker and deposited with that tradesman, who is able to lend, usually from £0.5 to 3s, on what, according to tally tariff, has cost £1. But this is no affair of the tallyman. The women are welcome to his wares, provided they obtain the husband's signature to his printed form, some signature at all events. He is not particular. He does not boldly say, "Get some obliging friend to forge your husband's name," but what he does say is, "What I require is a signature. Show me that, and I shall be satisfied." It is easy enough to imagine the picture. The tally tempter with his showy goods spread out and displayed in the parlour. The husbands, of course, are away at their work, and the good lady of the house, with perhaps a neighbour or two present, examining them, the shawls and the dress lengths, with longing admiration. "There you are," says the brisk credit draper. "Now, all I ask is to have those printed forms signed. I do not know where your husbands are, and I do not want to know. I should not know their handwriting if I saw it. I trust to your honour. I am in no hurry for a few minutes. Take the printed forms and get them signed. I will trust you to any amount." Of course, it is vilely wrong, and not a word can be said in excuse of a wife who could behave so basely for so paltry a purpose. It may be fairly urged, however, that in the majority of cases the wives are unaware of the gravity of the offence they commit. "After all," say they, "what is the harm? It's strictly an affair of my own. I shall be able to squeeze the necessary £0.5 a week for payment out of my housekeeping money, and my husband, though none the wiser, will be none the poorer." So the leaguing sisterhood argue, and Mrs. Robinson signs for Mr. Green, and Mrs. Green for Mr. Smith, and the villainy is consummated. It may be said that the credit draper has not much to congratulate himself upon, since, after all, he has not the husband's signature, and that by a very simple process the latter may prove and expose the deception. But men, whatever their station, shrink from making a shameful public show of their wives, and forgery is a terrible word and a potent weapon in the hand of the credit draper, who has become quite an adept by familiar use of it against his dupes. It is the handy lever with which he turns the screw. "Pay up sharp, or I'll have you before a magistrate for swindling me with a signature I've found out is forged." And the husband's work falls slack, and the secret payments cannot be kept up, and more goods are had on credit to pawn, to get money to pacify the threatener, until the foolish woman, grown desperate, confesses all to her husband, and some arrangement is made. Much oftener, however, the leech, having once firmly established himself, the blood-sucking process goes on, slowly but surely, for years, a constant cause of impoverishment, and a secret source of uneasiness and discontent for the good man of the house, who is sorely amazed that his hard earnings should not make a better show. It need not be said that the tallyman does not invariably proceed to the iniquitous end of the tether, as above indicated. Commonly he is satisfied to wheedle silly folk into taking his goods on credit for weekly payments at a profit of 300% or so. When they do not or cannot pay, he hauls them to the county court by the score, and makes a morning's work of it. It must, however, be said in praise of the presiding functionary appealed to, that he gives but scant encouragement to Mr. Mac Grinder, and knowing the kind of man he is, it is really refreshing to observe him grinning to conceal his wrath at the registrar's compassionate judgments on the poor debtors. "What do you think defendant is able to pay?" he asks McGrinder. £1 a month," is the prompt response. "Oh, come, less than that will do. Say £1 a week. Call the next case." Very well, but as he values his precious household goods, let the leniently used defendant take care now as regards punctual payment, or ware hawk, McGrinder will be down on them. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. The Vampire Bride. Unmissed and unmourned, an institution once highly popular in circles not the most polite has died out from amongst us, probably never again to be resuscitated. In London, at least. It belonged to the theatrical order of things, and was known as the Gaff. Whether Gaff is an affectionate abbreviation of some more pretentious title, or whether the word is a corruption of gag, is unknown. The latter is not improbable. To gag is to prevent speech, and the theatrical representations provided at the humble playhouse in question were characterised by the peculiarity of being enacted in dumb show. Gaffs were permitted to exist only on condition that this regulation was rigorously observed, the least infraction being sufficient to justify the interference of the authorities. To the best of my knowledge, the last of the gaffs was to be found in the neighbourhood of Limehouse. It would be useless to seek it now, for the East London Railway, which has done such good service in sweeping off the face of the earth many hideous slums and shady places in that amphibious region of waterside loafers, crimps, and sailor-catchers, has confounded the very whereabouts of Pidge's ruins on which the establishment stood. The building was never intended to be used as a theatre. It must, I think, formerly have done duty as a dry saltery, or a warehouse for oils and pickles, or for ship's chandlery. Vaporous odours of tar in bulk and applied to rope, of linseed oil, stale barrelled junk, bacon, and vinegar, were perpetually struggling for mastery within its walls, and through the wide and draughty chinks between the splintered and furrowed floorboards there came up from the cellars below, especially when the audience were very excited, and more than usually demonstrative in their applause, pungent whiffs which were powerfully suggestive of a ship's hold after a protracted voyage. But these peculiarities did not seem to be regarded as objectionable, either by the proprietor or his patrons. Indeed, when a nautical drama was on, they were probably looked on as advantages, rather than otherwise, inasmuch as they gave a sea-going flavour to the piece, and caused a titillation of the organs of smell and taste that was in keeping with the treat the eyes were enjoying during the terrific two-handed broadsword combats between the pirates and the men-of-war's men. It is many months since I passed a pleasant hour at the Theatre Royal, Pidge's Ruins, but it was remarkable when quite recently I made the discovery that the modest Temple of the Muses was no more, how vividly the events of that last evening were recalled to memory. On the spot, and even as I gazed on the arches of brick that have been planted in the soil the theatre stood on, there, visible to my mind's eye, was the old picture, plain as possible. It was not a nautical piece on this occasion. There had been, as I recollect, a somewhat heavy run on ocean pieces, the Smuggler King, the Skeleton Crew, and the Phantom Bark or the Sea Dog's Destiny, having been played in succession. For a change, we were to be regaled with a drama of domestic life, not of a tame and wishy-washy sort, however. Oh dear, no. The great inducement to go to the Penny Gaff was that in compensation for lack of speech, the proprietor always contrived that the performance should be of the very strongest and hottest. It was demanded equally by those who paid a penny for a seat in the basement, and those who preferred to view the entertainment at their ease, and regardless of expense, and who paid fourpence each for the privileges of a private box. A fig for milk and water, and mawkish sentiment. What the audience required for its money was to be thrilled, to be made to feel their hair rising involuntarily on their scalps, to be made aware of that indescribable sensation known as the creeps, extending from the nape of the neck to the form on which they were seated. In brief, what they wanted was blood, and they asked for it not in vain. The title of the piece fairly foreshadowed its nature. It was the Vampire Bride, or the Scarlet Spot. Over the box entrance, the pit and gallery entrance was through a door at the rear of the premises, appeared a vividly coloured pictorial representation of the drama taken in its essence. No wonder that public curiosity was so greatly excited, or that on the day when the startling canvas first appeared, it was as much as one policeman could do to control the admiring crowd that came to gaze upon it. It was a picture of which the principal figure was a young lady of charming proportions and magnificent attire. Her dress was of the extreme of ballroom fashion. She wore a necklace of emeralds, and diamond earrings, and ruby bracelets, and sapphire finger rings. Her features were aristocratic. She had a Roman nose. Her golden tresses mingled with the plaits of her gown skirt. Indeed, she was a young creature altogether lovely to behold, except for two things, or rather for three things. Her eyes were of a heavenly blue, but there was in them a mysterious glitter which reminded the observer of poisonous snakes. Her cheeks were plump and peach-like, but the bloom on one of them, only one, was much deeper than was natural. Indeed, it was a vivid crimson spot, like a large red wafer stuck there. But the strangest of the young lady's features were her teeth. Her rosy lips, being parted, disclosed the teeth of pearly whiteness, but each one brought to a point, sharp as those that beset the mouth of a pike. The young lady was terror-stricken, and no wonder. All round and about the couch on which she reclined was a ghastly company of ghostly forms, of young and handsome men, all of them, but each one with a glaring and threatening visage, directed towards the young lady of the crimson cheek and the pointed teeth, and each one thrusting forth out of the shroud in which he was enveloped a naked arm, in the fleshy part of which was distinctly visible a crimson blur, and in the centre of the crimson blur were teeth marks. Beneath appeared in written characters: The Vampire Bride, Mrs. Horace St. Barb; Voltigern the Avenger, Mr. Horace St. Barb; Valentine the Vampire Victim, Master Fitzgerald St. Barb. Other victims by members of the company. Stage boxes 4d. Be in time. Foreseeing the crush there would be, I was there in time, and was so fortunate, after a severe struggle and an expenditure in bribery of a shilling to two broad-backed young barrowmen, as to maintain my place at the door and to secure a box seat. The theatre, which probably held 300, was crowded to the very footlights. The verge of the stage was even invaded, and several young fellows sat there, smoking their short pipes with perfect complacency. The house was hushed to a state of breathless expectancy, when, a few minutes afterwards, a shrill whistle heralded the rise of the curtain. Evidently there had been a wedding. The Vampire Bride was there, more modestly attired than she appeared on the outer picture, and without the crimson spot, but still recognisable by her light flowing hair, and the peculiar eagerness with which she regarded her new husband, who looked plump and, from a cannibal point of view, eminently eatable. The bridegroom was buoyant, and wore a large bouquet in his bosom. and when the villagers in the invisible distance shouted, as with one voice, "Hooray!" the bridegroom waved a gallant response with his plumed hat, while the bride's eyes glittered and she covertly champed her teeth, on which a subdued but distinctly audible smacking of lips proceeded from all parts of the house. The scene then changed, and some time was to be imagined as having elapsed. Not so long a time, however, but that the bridegroom had not yet found opportunity to change for something more homely his blue satin marriage waistcoat, or the bride her low-necked bridal raiment. But, alas, what a change had taken place in the young fellow! The plumpness of his cheeks had departed, leaving them wan and hollow. His hair had gone out of curl, his coat sleeves were baggy. It would have been a comfort to him to have had several inches taken in at the back of his waistcoat. He was weak at the knees. He was discovered sitting at the dinner table with his young wife, with whom the estate of matrimony appeared to agree much better. She was not only plump, but plumper than ever. But now on her left cheek appeared the crimson spot, red as blood and large as a penny. The young wife pressed her husband to eat. She carved pounds and pounds of tempting slices from the wooden sirloin, and he devoured them with great avidity, while she, the detestable traitor, the audience began already to see through her real character, stood behind the poor fellow, lovingly urging him on, and helping him to tempting morsels of fat and bits of brown, all the time that, unseen by her victim, she was glaring on him, and mouthing and clashing her dreadful teeth. At last he could eat no more, and with a frightful yawn, which made his cheeks look still more cavernous, intimated that he was sleepy and would like to lie down, with a horrible chuckle of glee, and clicking her teeth together like a pair of castanets. His affectionate wife wheeled a sofa to the middle of the stage, and in something less than half a minute the young husband was snoring on it. Then the dreadful woman's true character was revealed. Stealthily loosing the sleeper's sleeve, she turned it back to the thick part of his arm, and there was a place. It was singular that he himself had not discovered it, as raw-looking as though it had been recently burned with a kitchen poker. Over this spot the false wife gloated, grinning and glaring, and clapping her hands and grinding her abominable teeth, until it was quite dreadful to look at her, and then she stooped to the arm as though to kiss it, and she seemed to continue to kiss it, while the applause of the audience, the whistling, the hand-clapping, the stamping, was again and again renewed. At last she rose, and with the crimson spot on her cheek now glowing brilliant almost as a railway danger signal, uttered a diabolical laugh and quitted the apartment. The victim on the couch did not move. He lay there so long, 5 minutes perhaps, that his friends and relatives grew alarmed as to his welfare, and came to inquire for him. At least 2 of them did so, an old woman with a witch cloak and a witch hat and a witch crutch stick, and Voltigern the Avenger. The old woman and the Avenger came in together, and, approaching the couch, uttered shrieks of grief and rage on finding that its occupant was dead and cold. It was then made to appear by signs that Voltigern and the victim were brothers, and the old woman was the mother of both. The latter, turning back the dead man's sleeve, discovers the manner of his death, and in dumb motions makes known to Voltigern that this is the 7th young husband the vile vampire has served so. On which mother and son arrive at a mute understanding, and she hands him a vial largely labelled poison, and they make their exit, and the scene again changes. The poison, however, is not for the base destroyer of 7 husbands. The following scene reveals the fact that there has been another wedding, and that this time it is Voltigern the Avenger who has led the Lady of the Scarlet Spot to the altar. There is a repetition of the hurraying villagers, and the lady once more covertly glares and grinds her teeth. But on this occasion The bridegroom glares too, and in confidence exhibits to the audience the poison bottle empty, and an admiring murmur runs through the house as he makes signs that he himself has drained every drop of it. The noble Voltigern, with a subtlety of craft equalling that of his wicked bride, had taken this means of becoming his brother's avenger. He had poisoned his blood, so that when the horrible vampire woman began to practise her teeth on the thick part of his arm, she would precious soon find out the mistake she had made. It was an ingenious idea, and one worthy of the success which attended it. There was a marriage feast, at which the old woman, still wearing the witch hat and cloak, was the only guest, and there appeared to be enough of the wooden sirloin left to furnish a plentiful meal. They all eat of it, and then they all drink, and then the old woman and Voltigern begin to nod. The opportunity is one too good to be lost by the female fiend of the scarlet spot. The old woman is presently led out of the room, and then out comes the fatal sofa, and Voltigern reclines on it, and in a twinkling is serenely slumbering. Again the victim's arm is bared with all the etceteras, but with a grim difference this time. The vampire bride has been detestably engaged not more than 2 minutes, when she rises from her knees and looks fearfully around, at the same time passing one hand rapidly across and across her waistband, and shuddering visibly. Her pains increase, and presently her cries make the roof ring, and she sinks writhing to the ground. At this signal Voltigern the Avenger bounds from the sofa, and the old woman, with her crutch-stick this time, comes in, and while the latter heaps curses on the prostrate bride, Voltigern, with a hideous mocking laugh, shows her the empty poison bottle, and immediately afterwards falls down and expires. The ghost of his brother then rises amidst the bluest of blue fire, and inexorably beckoning her, she is helpless but to obey, and tottering to the trap on which the ghost stands, there is another tremendous flare-up of blue fire, and they both descend, while the gaff resounds with plaudits gruff and shrill from its gratified audience, that, for the most part (there were 2 performances nightly), paid once more, and kept their good seats, to witness the vampire bride all over again. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Jack's Delight. What is a savage? If he may be correctly defined as a creature whose habits, manners, and customs are completely opposed to those of people who cultivate and abide by the ways of civilization, a human being, the main principle of whose existence is the strict observance of those animal instincts which lead the possessor to shut out all considerations but such as are of a purely selfish character. If it means a 2-legged animal, brutal and cruel, and eager to make prey of the weak, being always well primed with cunning to avoid the strong, one who lurks in shady dens by day, and coming out after dark, painted and befeathered, and fully armed with his or her peculiar weapons of warfare, perambulates the familiar hunting ground, seeking whom he may devour, then I make bold to assert that between Tower Hill and Limehouse Hole, on the banks of the River Thames, and within a stone's cast of the water's edge, may be found a tribe of barbarians, ruthless as any to be met with in cannibal Fiji, or the domains of the sable monarch of that kingdom of rum and blood, Dahomey. As a rule, the savages in question are of the she kind. There are, of course, males of the community, but in this instance the natural order of things appears to be reversed. Ordinarily, as regards predatory creatures, it is the male who tracks and brings down the game to share it with the she, but amongst the savages of Ratcliffe Highway It is the female who hunts, while the he creature lurks in ambush, to give assistance if need be, or remains at home at the den, all ready to fall tooth and nail on the victim lured thither by his consort, to despoil and damage him. Liverpool, Portsmouth, Plymouth, indeed every seaport town in the three kingdoms are capable of producing specimens of the pests alluded to, but they abound especially at this part of the port of London, and are of a breed fiercer and more merciless than the others. The colony is not at all a modern one. It certainly existed 100 years ago, when Dibdin immortalised Molly of Wapping Old Stairs. Until within the last 2 or 3 years, there flourished at the heart of this delectable place, and it would still be flourishing but for the formation of a railway, a horrible headquarters of the savages in question, known as Tiger Bay, a hideous network of courts and alleys, to which inebriated members of the mercantile marine were nightly inveigled, and robbed and half murdered, and where, in cellars and dreadful back rooms, swarms of Lascars and Malays herded together to indulge in mad opium orgies. Tiger Bay is now abolished, but the tigresses remain. The hunting grounds thereabouts are too fruitful to be abandoned, when the alternative is the easy one of crowding a little closer, while, as for the opium devourers, it is sufficient to say that Pigeon Johnson, the Celestial whose establishment was better known and patronised than any other in the Bay, may still be seen in the neighbourhood, cheerful looking as ever, and perhaps with even a smarter tie to his pigtail, which looks as though business was still brisk with him. To be enabled to form anything like an adequate idea of the habits and haunts of the tigresses, however, they should be seen by day as well as by gaslight. It may be mentioned that what is commonly known as Ratcliffe Highway is a narrow thoroughfare of about a mile in length, containing a large number of shops, houses of business, chiefly in the shipping interest, and all of a respectable kind. Besides these, however, the highway contains scores of public houses, to most of which either singing or dancing rooms are attached, and dozens of dirty little beer shops, suggestive of the good dry skittle ground in the rear, and also of the confidence trick, with an equal number of cook shops and coffee shops, kept by persons of almost as many different nationalities as there are natives of other climes who, in the capacity of sailors, find temporary accommodation ashore here. At any time of the day the highway presents a spectacle which no visitor from the country should miss. The whole human family, in the rough perhaps, but as furnishing a fair idea, this is always preferable to the extreme smooth, is here seen perambulating the streets, with every shade of colour, from the dumpling-faced, blue-eyed, flaxen-haired Dutchman to the unadulterated African, with his woolly curls tightly twisted as tiny coils of iron wire, and his coal-black face shining with the dressing of butter rubbed into it when he made himself respectable to come ashore. Men with faces of burnished brown, like to a polished copper coal-scuttle. Other men of a cloudy reddish brown, like the same article of domestic use when neglected by the maid in the kitchen. Yellow men with tawny eyes, and tawny men with yellow eyes, and with slits in their ears and the cartilage of their nose, to contain ornaments on high days and holidays, and with a knife hanging from a leather thong at their waist, equally useful to carve ship's junk, or to let out the hot blood of an enemy. All manner of men, not forgetting the prematurely sage Yankee, with his lengthy visage and sallow complexion, the Malay with his hideous wooden lip ornament, the grave Turk, and the shambling, spindle-shanked half-caste, with his calico trousers. With this great variety of game to be discovered in every direction, it may seem odd that the tigresses of the district are not always on the alert, but they, like the other carnivora, are not partial to hunting by daylight. Besides, they need relaxation after the fatigues of the chase of the previous night. Their relaxation takes the form of swallowing gin in any obtainable quantities. Here they are, noonday though it is. You have but to push open the swinging door of any one of the 20 or so of public houses, and you will find them thronging the drinking bars. They may make this public display of themselves in undress with impunity, for it is scarcely likely that any victim on the lookout for the particular black-eyed Susan, who last night robbed and so scandalously treated him, would succeed in picking her out from a swarming sisterhood, between the members of which there exists such a strong family likeness. It would be a good thing, however, if weak-headed, soft-hearted Jack ashore, whose workaday world is the wide ocean and his paradise Wapping, could see unadorned the beauties to whom, when half seas over, he delivers himself with such childlike confidence. It would be a mere waste of finery to wear it just now, and so the common apparel of the lass that loves a sailor is rags, filthy bodices, draggle-tail skirts, slipshod feet, hair all tousled and loose, and adorned, instead of flashy pins and ribbons, with particles of the straw or the flock bed from which she has lately risen. Blear-eyed, puff-cheeked, brutal-looking creatures without exception, with the artificial black of their eyebrows and the ruddling of their faces still remaining from last night, but smeared and smudged the one into the other, and blended with dirt, and combining to lend them a pantomime impish look that matches very well with their hoarse voices, and with the unquenchable voracity with which they swallow down the fiery liquid which they consume out of pewter measures. It is impossible to conceive anything so hideous and disgusting as these wretched, gin-swigging women, both as regards their appearance and the language, the appalling oaths and blasphemies that issue from their mouths. Talk of savages! A North American Indian who discovered his squaw in such a revolting condition would undoubtedly knock her on the head off-hand, and receive afterwards the thanks of his tribe for the meritorious action. But this is only one side of the canvas. Supposing it to be noon when it is viewed, let 10 hours elapse, and once again take a peep at it. It is 10 o'clock at night now, and though Ratcliffe Highway itself is but dingily lighted, the public houses, the concert halls, the dancing and singing saloons are all gay and sparkling with gas and chandelier drops and plate glass, and on every side is to be heard the twanging of harps, the scraping of fiddles, the strumming of pianos, and the brayful music of brass bands, setting the tunes to which the dancers caper. And where are the dreadful petticoated creatures that this morning made these same places hideous? They are there still, but how altered! They have moulted their foul rags, and taken to themselves instead silk and satin of emerald green and rosy pink and delicate amber. They have invested sixpence at the hairdresser's, and with a cheerful coat of paint have renovated their dilapidated complexions. They have pencilled their eyebrows and whitened their necks and arms, and bedizened themselves with bangles and bracelets and earrings and necklaces. But they are tiger women, none the less for all this artifice and concealment. Their savage and cruel nature peeps out of their cold, quick eyes all the time they are pretending blandishment with spoony Jack ashore, who, despite 10,000 warnings as to the inevitable consequences, will seek his brief spell of recreation and money-spending in the neighbourhood where his messmates from time out of mind have spent theirs. Here he finds his faithful Nan, his constant Jenny, his lovely Poll, of whom he has sung with manly emotion many and many a time when 1,000 miles at sea, and, stupid fellow that he is ready to do the handsome thing by her, to stand any quantity of spirituous liquor, to take her out to the highway, and buy her a keepsake or a love-token, that she may bear him in mind when again he is far away. He should be able to read her wicked mind all the time he is relieving his overcharged bosom in this maudlin manner. Love tokens, indeed. The love token she wants, and will have if her luck holds good, is that bag of his with the money in it, though it be every penny he possesses. That ring on his finger, that pin in his scarf, that watch in his pocket, that jacket on his back. She has marked them, one and all, as her own, and unless the sweet little cherub, who is so constantly on the lookout for the welfare of poor Jack, forbids it, she will make swag of the lot before he is many hours older. So drink up, Jack, my dear, and let us have another pint of gin to our better acquaintance. It is not as though this great rendezvous for seafaring men was haunted by but a few of these inexorable harpies. It would probably not be beyond the mark to say that any Saturday or Monday night, within 2 hours of the lighting of the gas, there would be found more than 1,000 of them hunting for prey between the gunboat tavern at the Limehouse end and the Prussian Flag in Ship Alley at the London end. And when one considers that this kind of thing is going on to a greater or less extent every night of the year, and that the whole heartless, conscienceless tribe depend wholly and solely on sailor plunder for their maintenance, and that of the vile male land sharks, who doubtlessly take the lion's share of the spoil, some idea may be formed of the enormity of the evil. It may be said that sailors are, or should be, able to take care of themselves, and that if they play the part of fools they must put up with the consequences. But so long as the law professes to protect fools from the machinations of rogues, sailors should not be permitted, any more than other folk, to suffer to a greater extent than is avoidable, and that it would be possible to mitigate, if not to eradicate, the glaring vice and depravity that so insolently holds its own in the localities indicated, no sane man can doubt. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. A police court morning performance. The spectacle of the prodigious rogues who lately figured 3 times a week before Sir James Ingham at Bow Street Police Court may be likened, as compared with the miserably small fry that usually make their appearance before his worship, to a brace of voracious sharks floundering in a herring net. It is, fortunately, not often that such leviathans of ocean intrude in the shallow and turbid waters over which a stipendiary magistrate has jurisdiction, to disturb the retailing of justice to young beginners in the criminal business, and to the old hands who, if success were invariably the reward of industry, would have retired to Portland years ago, but who, owing to physical or mental incapacity, drag on to the end of their tether in the humble paths of petty larceny. A morning at Bow Street and a morning at any other of the metropolitan police courts just now exhibits a remarkable difference. In the ordinary course of events, it must be dreadfully dreary work occupying the judicial bench from 10 in the morning till 4 or 5 in the afternoon in an ill-ventilated, evil-smelling apartment, with nothing to vary the depressing monotony of sights and sounds but an occasional exceptionally fresh-coloured young policeman, or a smart female witness, with now and again a sharp passage of arms between the solicitors at their table. Apart from these godsends, a magistrate must find it terribly slow work. It is always the same picture. Always the railed-off space as a background, crowded with an unwashed public, consisting for the most part of the outer work part of the population, or those who are too lazy to seek employment, and who find this a cheap and agreeable way of killing time. They are not all of this kind, however. As sure as the doors are opened, there will flock to the front of this public space as many as it will hold, of villainous-looking men and lads with heads close cropped, or of the crow's nest pattern, who by some mysterious influence are drawn hither, evincing a greedy interest in the proceedings. They lean their ragged elbows on the bright barrier bar, and, as a rule, suck the same, as though the everlasting criminal atmosphere of the court had imparted to it a refreshing flavour, grateful to their vitiated palate. Although manifestly of the same family, as regards an instinctive relish for this kind of amusement, they hold no communication with each other during the proceedings, except an occasional push with the knee or a dig with the elbow, to call attention to points specially worth noting. But as each case is drawing to a conclusion, and there arrives the anxious moment when his worship, having heard the evidence in silence, purses his lips and knits his brow, pondering the sentence, the eyes in the villainous front row of heads light up, and by means of dumb motions of their lips they telegraph to each other their idea of how many months of imprisonment will be the prisoner's doom. 4, 3, 6. Their experience is so extensive that really there should not be this wide difference of opinion. But then the law is so delightfully uncertain, and it is almost as good fun as betting on racehorses to indulge in this friendly rivalry of guesswork. 3 months it is, and the lanky youth who had so guessed it looks for the moment as pleased as though he had won money. The dry details, as set forth in the newspaper police reports, give but a poor idea of the queer jumble of cases to which it is his worship's duty to patiently listen and give judgment on. Such miserably poor and paltry cases, most of them, that the money involved in 500 would not amount to nearly as much as Messrs. Benson and Co. confess to having swindled a too confiding public out of in a single day. Call the next case. And a door at the back of the court is grudgingly opened, as though the space beyond was stocked with cases that would take flight like birds from an aviary if they were not well looked after, and the court policeman, who is no more like the being that does duty on beat than a sheep-dog is like a pet poodle, conducts to a breadth of raised planking, hedged in fore and aft with an iron bar, and called the dock, a haggard and hungry-looking wretch, grey-headed and tattered, and with dried mud on the back of his coat, as though he had been down in the road. He owns to the name of John Sparrow, and his offence is that the evening previously he had endeavoured to steal from the shop of Amos Levi a coat valued at 18 shillings. The case is as perfect as a case can be. There is the coat, muddy as when picked up after the prisoner had thrown it down. There is Amos Levi. There is the detective, who watched the prisoner for nearly half an hour, walking to and fro before he ventured to make a snatch at the garment. The front row in the public compartment exchange glances which denote their contempt for John Sparrow when this last bit of evidence is given, and even the detective appears to think that it is a damaging feature in the case. Not so, however, his worship on the bench, negligently posed and drumming with his fingers on the knee he is nursing. He raises his head for a moment and gives John Sparrow a glance that to the shrewd observer conveys nothing to the wretched prisoner's disfavour. Possibly in his mind's eye he can see how the man now before him, driven to desperate extremes and fascinated by that slop-made coat beckoning "Come and steal me" as it swung in the wind, neglected and unguarded, outside Mr. Levy's shop. "Hang it," mutters gaunt John Sparrow. "Hang it, I'm a good mind, I will too." And he walks towards the temptation, sternly gulping down his honest heart, that seems inclined to leap out of his mouth and go and tell of him. But at the last moment his screwed-up courage falls slack, and he passes on, and he passes and repasses, the detective in the shadow of a doorway on the opposite side confounding him for keeping him waiting so long, for half an hour, and those 30 minutes of prolonged cold and emptiness act as the final straw that breaks down his virtuous forbearance. The deed is done, and here he is to answer for it. "Is anything known of him?" his worship asks. No, not by the police, that is to say. But the aggrieved Mr. Amos, whose slop coat is certainly all the worse for being dropped in the mud, and who is greatly agitated at the prospect of the robber getting off with anything less than 6 months' hard labour, here exclaims, "I know him, your worship. Why, you'd hardly think it, but he actually worked for me till 4 months ago, when his 2 children died of smallpox, and I took the work away from him." "Who have you been working for since that time, prisoner?" the magistrate asks. "I haven't pulled a needle since that time," replies John Sparrow in grim despair. "I've had 'em down, off and on, 5 of 'em, since that time. Why, Lord send I'd ha' caught it and died myself. It would have been better for me." Mr. Amos nods his head, as though he has reason for thinking so too. 6 weeks' hard labour, pronounced his worship, which was a merciful sentence, inasmuch as he might have said 6 months instead. But the unfortunate tailor is too thoroughly mazed in a black fog of despair to appreciate the magistrate's kind forbearance. 6 weeks, 6 months, 6 years. What does it matter when it has come to this? If all the cases that came before his worship were of a like nature, his would be but a doleful duty indeed. But a great part of his duty, though disagreeable enough, is not very distressing when once he has grown seasoned to it. For instance, nobody but aldermen think of trying the saving effects of a moral drawn on the abuse of alcohol on every drunk and incapable who is brought before them. Short work is made of each morning's batch of inebriates by the metropolitan magistrates. Unless the offence has been aggravated by violence, the cases are put down almost as fast as they are put up. It is dirty work at best, and the sooner it is cleared off the better, and 6 lines next morning in the newspaper contain all the public knows or wishes to know about the matter. But it will often happen that a magisterial decision is given in 6 lines, or even less, that go but a little way towards conveying the story. Take, for example, the brief few words, "The prisoner, who was brought up on remand, was discharged for want of further evidence." That was all that was said concerning the case that came next but one to that of the wretched journeyman tailor, but to an eyewitness it was a thrilling romance in its way. He was a lithe-built, brutal-looking ruffian of 25 or so, with a chest and a pair of shoulders that contrasted strangely with his ghastly paleness and his whining, cowardly aspect. He was charged with knocking down a gentleman at midnight in the neighbourhood of King's Cross, with intent to rob him. A policeman, arriving suddenly on the spot, found the gentleman on the ground and the prisoner standing over him, and when the officer attempted to lay hands on him, he took to his heels, but was captured. The gentleman had failed to appear at the first hearing, and prisoner was remanded, and now again brought up. If there had been the least doubt as to the villain's guilt, it would have been set at rest by the desperately eager glance he cast about him, tiptoeing while in the dock to do it, in order to find out if the dreaded witness was present. He appeared to be much more at his ease after the survey, and was so still, when some person among the crowd coughed in a loud and peculiar manner. There, however, still remained the policeman who had caught the young fellow in the act, and his testimony might be sufficient to send the accused to prison for a lengthy term at any rate. But the policeman, as it happened, was a blundering countryman, new in the force, and the peculiarly sharp solicitor the young fellow's friends had contrived to engage baffled him so with his questions that the poor constable was presently made to prevaricate and stammer in a nervous manner. What the sharp solicitor wanted to show was that his innocent client, seeing a gentleman prostrate on the pavement, was in the act of rendering him humane assistance, when the policeman unwarrantably pounced on him. "Is there any further evidence against the prisoner?" the magistrate presently exclaimed, pardonably impatient at the constable's floundering. "No." "Then the prisoner is discharged," to the so great amazement of the latter that he at first stared incredulously at the magistrate, and then laughed outright, While equally unable to retain his emotion, the owner of a voice in the crowd loudly exclaimed, "Beat 'em again!" and then darted gladly out of court, to be followed presently by the lucky young garrotter who had experienced such a narrow escape. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Cockney Cave-dwellers. There is no portion of London so notorious throughout the length and breadth of the land as St. Giles's, nor is its prominency due to modern appliances of swift communication. Years, 100 or more, before the electric telegraph was commonly utilised, or the railway train was dreamt of, the evil reputation of St. Giles's was carried by steady-going waggon travellers, who had occasional dealings with the wicked metropolis, to country places and provincial towns. And in those days it would have been difficult indeed to have said worse of the abominable district than it deserved. Its filthy narrow ways, its blind alleys, and its cellars combined to make it a hotbed for any epidemic that might chance to prevail. The most honest of its inhabitants were the scum and refuse of the population, and the poorest and most depraved of the Irish. Its taverns and hole-and-corner lodging-houses and sly drinking shops were mainly supported by highwaymen, footpads, petty thieves, beggars, and professional cadgers. The tree of St. Giles's the Foul was planted 700 years ago in loathsome soil, and through all that time the fruit was always worthy of the parent stem. As early as the commencement of the 12th century, the wife of Henry I, Queen Matilda, taking pity on the many who were afflicted with the terrible disease called leprosy, caused to be erected a hospital for the exclusive use of the poor wretches in question, and it was on account of the said asylum being dedicated to a Grecian saint, St. Giles, that the district got its name. It was at this place that the gallows was set up when, in 1413, it was resolved that its hateful presence should no longer afflict Smithfield, and, as everyone has heard, it was at one of the taverns already mentioned that the cart containing the hangman and the parson, and the miserable culprit and his coffin, stopped on the way to the gallows, so that the doomed man might receive the comfort of a drink of strong liquor to keep his courage up for the sad business before him. The St. Giles's bowl, as it was called, was no chance gift of any compassionate boozer who at that time might be on the tavern premises, but a solemn and recorded benefaction of the hospital authorities. It was to St. Giles's in the Fields that stout Lord Cobham was dragged by the furious mob, after a woman had broken both his legs with a stool, and there hanged and burnt as a traitor and heretic. And again, to come down to comparatively modern times, if the chroniclers are to be believed, it was in St. Giles's that the appalling plague of 1665 first woke to life and began its fatal ravages. 2 Frenchmen residing at the upper end of Drury Lane are said to have been the first that were attacked, and the deadly malady, before it had finished its work, in St. Giles's parish alone, had provided 3,216 bodies for the pitmen who came round so many times each day, ringing the bell and leading the horses attached to the great black cart. It seems almost as though some of the contamination of the leprosy kind must have sunk into the soil of St. Giles's, vitiating the blood of the later inhabitants, and making them sluggish and loath to rise and shake off their ancient habits of foulness and squalor. But the desirable feat has been at last accomplished, I fancy I hear the reader say, who, out of curiosity, may have made a recent flying visit to St. Giles's. Yes, indeed, there is now scarcely any remnant of the old abominable slums left. Baths and wash-houses have been built, with many other handsome buildings for public and private business purposes, and there is, reared on the site of one of the ugliest old streets, a splendid new board school, towering high in the air, a triumphant monument of vice invaded in its own stronghold and signally vanquished. Nevertheless, despite these gratifying evidences, I must be permitted to demur to the statement that St. Giles's the Detestable has been utterly uprooted and routed. It is not so, or was not long ago, and I am afraid that in so short a time the good work has not been accomplished. As, for instance, it can scarcely be said that St. Giles the Ancient is no more, while there exists within his domain any remnant of the people there who dwell in dark and deep cellars under the houses. In the old times this was one of the most notorious features of St. Giles's, and despite all that may be said to the contrary, the objectionable custom is not yet abolished. I think that it is dying out, however, for in my recent exploration I counted no more than 14 in the street which at all times has been most famous for these residences below the level of the gas pipes and the haunts of the sewer rat, Dudley Street. Dudley Street is still faithful to its venerable traditions. It always was given over to vendors of old clothes and boots and shoes, and to a great extent it is now. The living cellars are under the old clothes shops, and in many cases the wooden trapdoor in the common pavement, the one only means of ingress and exit of light and air, is festooned and overhung by old boots and trousers, much, I should imagine, to the inconvenience of the subterranean lodgers. I do not know anywhere else in England where such a strange sight may be seen. They are not what might be called semi-cellars, half above and half below the ground, but deep down excavations, requiring a considerable flight of steps to reach the floors, and they appear to extend under the shop and the house passage as well. They had need be large, for in many instances they are made to serve as workshops as well as living places, the cellar dwellers' chief occupation being to translate, they call themselves translators, worn-out old boots and shoes into wearable ones. They are distinct from the tribe of cobblers and shoemenders. They fetch their material from their employers' premises in a great sack or truck, and it consists of a pell-mell collection of oddments in the way of foot coverings, reeking of mould and mildew, and out of this they contrive pairs suitable for sale at the adjacent shops and stalls. And to look down into one of these cellars at night-time and find father, mother, and the elder male and female branches of the family clustered in all their dirt and raggedness in the midst of the unsavoury heap of half-rotten leather, with wisps of wax-end to keep their hair from bobbing into their eyes as they hammer and stitch by the light of the tallow candle or paraffin lamp, is not a spectacle to make a man thrill with pride. In one place I found, besides the translators toiling at the heap of malodorous leather, 4 small children crouching half-naked and unclean by the fire-hearth, and looking exactly as one might expect little boys and girls to look who all through the long winter live in semi-darkness, and breathe air that would ultimately undermine the constitution of a horse or donkey, and who see no more of the living and moving world than the muddy boots and leggings of pedestrians hurrying to and fro within a foot of the street door by the ceiling. It is shocking to find how possible it is for penury and intimate and long-continued acquaintance with degraded habits and usages to blunt and destroy that inborn love and care for their young, which is part of the nature of human creatures, as well as of inferior animals, to say nothing of cultivation and civilization. I inquired of a woman. She was not a translator, but took in washing, as I should imagine from the quality and quantity of the linen which was hung round the great coke fire to dry, whether she did not think it would be better for her children, there were several of them rolling about the floor, if she found lodgings a little higher up in the air. She resented the suggestion with an amount of ferocity that induced me to back precipitately towards the ladder. She was all right where she was, she declared, and demanded to know if I was one of those humbugging meddlers who came prying about, getting decent people turned out of their comfortable homes. I took the liberty of remarking that the place was terribly dark and ill-ventilated, and that the walls were not so dry as they might be, but still she reiterated that she was quite comfortable and meant to stick there. I asked her if this was the sleeping place as well as the living and working place, and she stoutly declared that nobody slept in the cellars. It wasn't allowed. I have been told this before by the Dudley Street cellar dwellers, and it may of course be a fact. At the same time, it is somewhat difficult to understand that these people have such an affection for underground residence that, poor as they are, they will have it, even though they hire a room to sleep in elsewhere. One cannot easily realise the picture of a mother and father and children turning out of the snug cellar and from the fire at 10 o'clock of a winter's night to seek a cold bedchamber in some adjoining street. Nor, I am sorry to say, has social reform in Seven Dials made such healthful strides that it is only necessary to close the cellars and padlock the trapdoors to put the last finishing touch to the district's perfection in the matter of habitable tenements. Where so much was vile, the cure must of necessity be somewhat tardy, and it cannot be denied that a great deal remains yet to be done. In the 7 streets which radiate from a common centre, and in the numerous courts and alleys, may be found human dwellings which could hardly have been more objectionable from a sanitary point of view when St. Giles's was in its lusty prime. Horrible places, where foul rag heaps do duty as beds on the mud-coloured boards, and where the walls are black and broken, the ceiling in holes, the windows dilapidated and patched, and plugged with paper and rags. A rare magazine of appropriate combustibles, should the prevailing epidemic chance to throw its baneful torch there. And in the midst there is Lumber Court, an alley of brokers and old furniture dealers, with a plentiful collection of second-hand bedding and mattresses and palliasses. The sanitary inspector, of course, keeps a watchful eye on these fruitful sources of disease, and if he is made aware of the least necessity for doing so, as in duty bound, has the frowsy things properly fumigated. But nevertheless, the articles in question, exposed for sale, look terribly dirty, and as antagonistic to balmy sleep as that iron couch of torture to be seen at the Tower of London, and known as Little Ease. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Madman's Paradise. There is many a man living at the present time who may recollect being taken in his boyish days to see, as a holiday treat, the mad people at Bedlam. He must have been a very dull boy indeed, if, after once contemplating the frightful spectacle, it was not permanently impressed on his memory. The dingy, stone-flagged corridors, in the walls of which, on either side, were the dens, for they were nothing better, in which the wretched patients were incarcerated, their ghastly and semi-nude condition, their affrighted shrinking in the presence of their keeper, the straw on which they were bedded like horses in a stable, the waist chain and padlock and the whip, the frequent use of which the wheeled state of the poor creature's naked shoulders sufficiently attested. A half-crown was the fee the showmen of the establishment usually expected for the trouble of taking a visitor the round, pointing out the most remarkable cases of prisoners who sat dull as stone statues, neither moving nor speaking, month in and month out, and stirring up lunatics of the raving kind, that they might be seen to the best advantage, rattling their chain and mouthing and tearing to get at their tormentor. It was accounted a greater treat amongst persons of morbid tendencies to pay a visit to Bedlam than to the wild beast show. There was something more deliciously horrible in it, the vulgar belief being that madness was not an affliction to which the best and most moral of us are as subject as the most vile and vicious, but that it was an embodiment of devilry. It was not the man, the ordinary human creature, who, goaded to desperation, howled and writhed on his straw, and made the night hideous with his shrieks and blasphemies. It was the satanic influence which somehow had taken possession of him, and surely no one would say that any treatment was too severe for an imp from the bottomless pit. Considering the strong hold superstitious belief as to the origin of madness at one time had on people of all stations, it may be accounted as amongst the greatest of modern marvels that in comparatively so few years such an absolute reform has been brought about. The ill wind, the bleak, biting, northern blast of public opinion, as regards the treatment the most lamentably afflicted of all God's creatures should receive, has veered round entirely to the genial, tranquil south. The madhouse of modern times has no terrors for those who are haunted with a vague dread that the taint of hereditary insanity is lurking in their blood, and may at any time develop itself. It is asserted, and it is probably true, that brooding on the horrors of certain diseases will sometimes induce them, but curiously enough, this does not appear to be the case as regards insanity. It is since that happy time when brain disease was declared to be, under certain conditions, as susceptible of cure as most others to which humanity is heir, that the malady has so startlingly increased amongst us. Official report declares this to be the case, but perhaps it should be borne in mind that in these days the patients at our various asylums for the insane are not all of them of the violent or the maliciously mischievous sort. On the contrary, it is perhaps not going too far to say that at least 1/2 of the immense numbers provided for at Colney Hatch and Hanwell, and other institutions under the jurisdiction of the counties, would in the old barbarous times have been permitted to retain their freedom as being not downright mad, but only exceedingly eccentric. It is the custom now to treat for the cure of brain disease as soon as it is discovered, and folks with this laudable end in view are sent to the asylum just as for any other malady they would be sent into hospital. Indeed, one of the best proofs of the kind and considerate treatment the inmates of these places receive at the hands of the authorities is furnished by the fact that the doctors have to keep a shrewd lookout for impostors, especially of the pauper class. I was informed by the medical staff at Hanwell that fraud is frequently attempted, and that in 1 or 2 instances rogues who have tried it on with temporary success and had been eventually discharged had returned again and again, each time with new symptoms, investigation of which led to their immediate and ignominious ejectment. It was in the summer-time when I last paid a visit to the great asylum at Hanwell. It was quite a promiscuous visit. Indeed, one has but to mention the fact that nearly 2,000 patients are located there to show the impossibility of those in command setting the house in order for the reception of visitors. I have every reason to believe that every day and all the year round the same order of things prevails at the establishment, and I think it would be difficult for the most experienced man to suggest an improvement in any department. The asylum stands within its own walls, which skirt an estate of great extent. Approached from the lodge gate, the madhouse itself stands literally in the midst of a garden. The medical chief of each department, male and female, has each his handsome residence there, with elaborate telegraphic communication from the bedrooms to the various wards, so that at any moment during the night the doctor may be apprised of cases of urgency. there is a vast extent of land devoted to market garden purposes, and in which nearly all the vegetables consumed by the 2000 inmates are grown, the male patients being the labourers who dig and plant and get the crop in. There are flower plots attended to by skilled gardeners, and innumerable smaller plots, or rather tiny patches, which are allotted to the best behaved of the female patients, who spend many a sunny morning in pottering about them. There are endless charming walks, and a large grassy space for the women's recreation ground, and a still larger one on the men's side, where, weather permitting, the male mad kind disport themselves the lifelong afternoon at cricket or bowls or rackets, or lounge under the trees and smoke their pipes. Note, they are not allowed tobacco as a right, but as a reward, end note, and read a book or a newspaper. If indisposed for outdoor amusement, they may sit within doors and play draughts or chess or billiards or bagatelle. They may even, if they feel so disposed, make four and sit down to a quiet game of whist or crib. No one is compelled to work, and for this reason, that, with but few exceptions, all are anxious to be employed out of leisure hours. There is plenty for them to do. The market garden affords employment to a great many, and besides this there is a commodious tailor's shop, and a bootmaker's shop, and a carpenter's shop. There is also quite a handsome-looking brewery, which produces nut-brown liquor of a quality which is as champagne to gooseberry compared with the common fourpenny of the sane world. On the women's side, there are about 100 insane women compared with each 70 of the men. The arrangements are no less liberal and complete. It would, of course, be impossible that such a vast establishment could be kept going at its present rate of expenditure, about 11 shillings a head, without the strictest economy was practised. All the washing, and it amounts to a prodigious quantity, is done on the premises. As the men are rewarded with tobacco for diligence in the workshop or the market ground, the able-bodied women patients receive extra beer and other small privileges for working in the laundry. There is no compulsion. If a patient declares to be lazy, she is none the less well fed or clothed or lodged, but she gets no extras. The kitchen is a sight to see, beautifully clean in every department, and with an array of joints in the larder that shows at a glance that, as regards butcher's meat, the asylum authorities hold to the wholesome truth that the best is the cheapest. At certain seasons they grow their own butcher's meat in the shape of pork, the piggeries being kept as sweet or sweeter than many London courts and alleys where poor people are forced to dwell, and I think I am right in saying that a pork dinner twice a week, by way of a change, involves the slaughter of about 50 prime pigs. The main principle of modern madhouse management appears to consist in keeping the patients constantly busy, either at work or play. If it can possibly be avoided, no one is allowed to brood. It is the brooding sort who resent companionship and are always ready with a bitter answer to howsoever cheerful a question, who constitute the dangerous class of lunatics. They are curiously few in number. On one occasion of my visiting the asylum in question, it was a fete day, an especial holiday for the patients, on which occasion a large number of the outside public are invited to see the sports. At such times it is obviously necessary to exercise more than ordinary care in selecting those patients who may be depended on, even when subject to rather more excitement than usual. Out of the entire list of over 700 males, however, it was deemed necessary to keep less than 50 within doors, and out of the 650 trusted, not half a dozen cases of misbehaviour were reported. I had the pleasure of being in the same room where, at supper time, at least 300 lunatics sat down to supper, and every man used a knife and fork, not dummy affairs of tin, but real sharp Sheffield blades and prongs, and it struck me at the time, what would our forefathers have thought of such a monstrous proceeding? It perhaps need not be mentioned that sleeping on loose straw is no more practised at asylums for the insane than at Guy's or St. Thomas's Hospital. Restless patients have their own separate little compartments, beautifully clean and well ventilated, and furnished with an iron bedstead and ample bedding and bedclothes, while the more tractable majority are located in spacious dormitories, pretty much like those at many hospitals, attendants being in charge all night. Breakfasts, dinner, and teas are all of the best materials. Baths, hot and cold, there are in abundance. Every morning, and oftener if necessary, the chief of the medical staff sees and speaks with every patient, with a few words of cheering and encouragement for those who are mending, and a joke for inveterate grumblers and complainers, from which the mad world, any more than the sane, is not exempt. I am afraid, after all, however, that a visit to Hanwell has this bad effect on a man. It makes him almost wish, when he is driven half beside himself by worldly worry, that the other half would go by the board, and so make him eligible to retire to that calm retreat, where one is, even by law, exempt from all responsibility, and a 20-foot wall fences him in from those cares and anxieties that less favoured mortals are compelled to face and endure. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Gaol-birds at large. It has been remarked by writers who have given attention to the subject that there are few more melancholy exhibitions than that which is provided by the arrival at the grim gates of any one of our great gaols of the ponderous black omnibus conveying to durance, more or less protracted, the latest convicted batch of gaol-birds. In a manner of speaking, the sombre vehicle is as the hearse which bears the departed gravewood. There is a creaking of hinges, a crunching of a gravel path by the hoofs of the horses and the carriage wheels. A short-lived bustle attends the transferring the virtually defunct to the place of burial, the interior of the prison, and all is over. Of course, it is different as regards the habitual criminal, for whom a prison has no terrors. From the moment the judge passes sentence on him, he can tell exactly what will happen next and next, until he eventually finds himself comfortably slung in his hammock for the night, with leisure to ponder on the busy events of the day, and with the comfortable reflection to lull him to sleep that tomorrow he need not trouble himself respecting his breakfast, dinner, or tea. Common thief as he is, it by no means follows that he has been able to supply his daily necessities with ease. As every petty thief in London can tell, there are seasons when even an old practitioner, however desperate and evil disposed, will find it as difficult to obtain a fair chance for stealing as many an honest and industrious poor fellow does to discover a job of work. And it must indeed be a consolation, especially to the rascal of a philosophic turn of mind, that now the worries and anxieties of worldly life are, for a time, at an end. It is, of course, irksome at first to be deprived of liberty, and to be denied the luxuries of beer and a short pipe, but, on the other hand, how amply compensating are the advantages! The warm bed, the comfortable meals, the peace of mind, the blissful certainty, and there is a great deal in that, of being left to the enjoyment of a sound night's rest when once the bell has rung lights out, which certainly is not the case in times of freedom and dormitory accommodation at a common lodging-house, when at any hour the sleeper may be startled to wakefulness by the glaring light of a policeman's lantern flashed in his eyes, and the ominous summons, "Tumble up here, you're wanted." Passengers by the prison omnibus, however, are, of course, not all of this class. there are many riders by that dismal conveyance whose natures are not criminal, and who have been brought to their present strait more by weakness and foolishness than by any deliberate intention to outrage the law and to profit by their iniquity. It must be terrible indeed, this clanging of the gates, and coming to a standstill within that threshold that marks the boundary of the free world. It is easy enough to understand a man's suddenly awakening to a realization of his awful position when it comes to this. All along, since the discovery of the rash offence, he has moved, as it were, in a maze, in a whirl of conflicting thoughts and sensations and agonizing forebodings, which have had the effect of preventing him from calmly regarding his fate. But bang go the gates. The back door of the van is unbarred, and he is brusquely bidden to alight. All about him could scarcely be more startlingly strange if he had departed his old familiar life and passed into another world. The beings about him are human, but not for him. He dare not even speak to them without humbly suing by dumb motions for permission to do so. He is allowed to retain no remnant of that which is the birthright of an honest Englishman. His very clothes are no longer his. Fine shirts are no wear for felons. Strip his from his back, and give him this heavy frowsy thing that will irritate his delicate shoulders like hair cloth. Take away his name, and give him a number to know him by instead. Shear the hair from his head, his whiskers from his jaws. All that we, the jail authorities, are responsible for is the safe custody of his neat carcass, and it cannot be too neat and unencumbered. One need not possess a very vivid imagination to arrive at the conclusion that, however long enduring his after incarceration, such a prisoner will never suffer a spell of such acute agony as during that first few hours' acquaintance with jail life. Regarding it as an object for contemplation, I can conceive nothing more shocking, unless, indeed, we go to the exactly opposite extreme and take the prisoner not just entering the grim portal, drawn by 2 fine horses and adequately guarded, but as having satisfied the law's stern demands and now ejected at the gates, as an individual who can remain there no longer without once again incurring pains and penalties as a trespasser. It is not, however, the adult discharged prisoner thus circumstanced that I have in my mind's eye, but the mere lad of 14 or so, such as may be seen almost any day of the week emerging from Pentonville, Coldbath Fields, or Holloway prisons. As already intimated, I have no sympathy with the individual whose trade is stealing. It is asserted by jail authorities that, after a first conviction, it is perhaps 3 to 1 against an offender again bringing himself within the grasp of the law, but that after a second period of punishment, the probabilities are at least as much the other way. Nor is it at all difficult to pick the black sheep, those of ingrain dye, from those who are growing hopelessly dingy in one sense, and those again who at present are merely smirched with crime, and would gladly be made clean and escape to honest pastures, would anyone kindly show them the way. The first mentioned, let out for a holiday, nothing more, will nod a saucy "Good-bye for the present" to the warder who holds the door ajar, and come tripping along with a jaunty step, quite sure that within a very short distance of the jail walls he will meet with faithful pals, who will greet with delight their friend fresh from bondage, and within an hour of his emancipation make him as drunk as he can possibly desire. The kind next mentioned, the dingy ones merely, those who have not regularly joined the fraternity, and have few or no professional friends, will, on being let out, slink off solitary as fast as they are able. It is the thief, the boy who perhaps has just terminated his second experience of jail life, and who, on being turned out, has neither home nor friend to fly to, whose plight is the most pitiable. There are hundreds of such cases in the course of the year. It will happen not uncommonly that a lad bred in vice and reared in an atmosphere which, if not criminal, is but a shade or two removed therefrom, will, on the strength of his own shrewd sense and his natural inclination towards the ways of honesty, cut himself adrift from his evil surroundings and seek respectable employment, which possibly for him means at the time seeking temptation he is unable to resist. He falls and is sent to prison, hugely to the delight of his relatives, who, from the moment when he endeavoured to raise himself above their vile level, have regarded him as a sanctimonious sneak and a proud stuck-up puppy, and will certainly lend him no helping hand in his time of trouble. "It serves him right," say they, "and when he comes out let him fish for himself." Poor little wretch! He is himself, as he lingers bewilderedly by the granite wall, more like a stranded fish than a lad in a condition of mind to engage in piscatorial or any other active pursuits. The shabby clothes he was wearing when last he was arrested in his desperate downward career have been restored to him, well brushed and mended. He has a pair of strong prison-made shoes on his feet. His hair is trimly clipped, and he took his last warm bath yesterday. Altogether he is externally as clean and decent a little lad as a shopkeeper could desire to employ as an errand boy or light porter, and inwardly in his heart he is not the lad he was when a policeman last stopped him short. He has had the advantage of the worthy chaplain's advice, and the governor has not been unkind to him. It has been made as plain to him as a pikestaff that if he does not reform and lead a proper life, the end will be Portland or Dartmoor. "My dear boy," said the chaplain, "why will you run such an awful risk? You are young, strong, and intelligent. You have tasted of the bitters of adversity. It has been demonstrated to you in the most practical manner that honesty is really the best policy. Therefore, why not amend your ways and become honest?" "Goodbye, youngster," said the gruff warder. "He probably has boys of his own. Now, try and toe the straight line in future. That's a good chap." He thinks of all this as he slowly makes his way to the street corner. He can't get along any faster, being so burdened with the heavy question, how am I to begin? Who will be so kind as to chalk out that straight line the warder advised me to toe? Who will permit me to work for them so that I may earn honest bread? "Those who will do so may be found for the seeking," the virtuous reader may opine. "Let him go from shop to shop and from factory to factory with a cheerful face and a civil manner, and if he is really in earnest he will eventually succeed in getting work." Probably so, but I am taking the case of the boy whose spirit has been subdued, and with the greater part of the devilry distilled out of him, leaving him shy and diffident. If he were a hardened young scoundrel, brimful of practised hypocrisy, and with a visage of brass, he might do all that is suggested, and by sheer consummate impudence come off with flying colours. But the miserable young jailbird, newly released, has not the courage for such brisk business. He makes a venture or two, but if a few sharp questions are asked him, he changes colour, and his eyes guiltily seek his prison-made boots. His preternatural cleanliness whispers his secret. His short-cropped hair corroborates it, or, if they do not, he is under the dread suspicion that they do. He has nowhere to go, no one to talk to. Perhaps he has a shilling given him when he leaves the prison, and with this, after a wretched, aimless day, he buys food and a lodging, a dirty bed at a common lodging-house. Oh, so different from the spotless mattress and the snug rugs at Holloway. Maybe he has some halfpence left to buy a breakfast, but after that, what is he to do? He will remain honest as long as he can, and so he sells his cap, his waistcoat, for bread and another lodging. And now, what is he to do? A boy without a cap is not likely to get work. especially when the lack of it leaves his prison-cropped head exposed to public view. So he loiters about, hunger hardening his heart the while, until night comes, and with night tormenting opportunities. Again he is a thief, and one step nearer that grim ultimate the worthy prison chaplain prognosticated. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. St. Valentine's Shabby Suit. Once a year, a little before a certain date in the calendar, a curious change is observed to take place in the aspect of certain back-street shops in every town, village, and hamlet in England. Commercial establishments, usually the most modest and unobtrusive in their dealings, the fancy stationers, the tobacconists, the news-vendors, the toy and sweet-stuff shops, suddenly, in every pane of their windows, break out into a flaming eruption of hideous caricature, specimens of Grub Street art, to each of which is appended a descriptive rhyming verse in correct keeping with the wretched pictorial production. The collection is found on inspection, and it is noteworthy what a crowd of girls as well as boys are attracted by the show, to be divisible into three classes: the disgustingly coarse and vulgar, the purely idiotic, and the grossly indecent, both as regards text and picture, and such as might well be dealt with, and that without much straining, by that salutary Act of Parliament with which the name of Lord Campbell is associated. Would the reader know under what pretext this annual outrage on good taste and public morality is perpetrated, be it understood that the 14th of February is Valentine's Day, and that all that is done in the way indicated is in the name of the highly respectable saint whose feast is so universally observed on the date mentioned. Not that Saint Valentine is in the least responsible for the liberty taken with his style and title. Left to himself, he is the most harmless saint that ever was canonized. He is the fosterer of calf love, the promoter of exchanges of pretty sweethearting presents, the respected and highly esteemed aider and abettor of virtuous love suits, and the sworn encourager of worthy candidates for the holy estate of matrimony. There is nothing in the nature of the genuine Saint Valentine that is either coarse or cowardly, or brutal or vindictive. Indeed, it is the lack of these unenviable attributes which distinguishes him from the unscrupulous and ruffianly impostor, who drives a roaring trade under the impudent pretence that it is all the same concern. There are a Valentine and Orson in nursery romance, and it would seem as though the genial patron saint of young lovers must have had a kinsman of the Orson type, a bludgeon-wielding, ill-conditioned rascal, who, envious of his brother's fair fame, thought fit to set up in the Valentine business with the malicious intention of vulgarising and defaming it to such an extent as to get the 14th of February obliterated as a red-letter day from the calendar altogether, and that, failing in this amiable design, he has extended his scheme, and, with a view to making it pay, gone in for wholesale abuse and calumny and slander, leaving love affairs and hearts and darts and sighing and dying to those who have an appetite for such insipid diet. Orson goes in for the ruffianly, for stabbing unoffending people in the dark, and inflicting insult and pain on helpless old women, and on persons down-stricken in grief, and on such as are lame or deformed from their birth. Scan any shop window where Orson's goods are on sale and exhibited to the public gaze, and it will be discovered that he has a lampoon for each of the individuals mentioned, and for a great many others besides. He is a rare dabster at attacking widows, especially young women who have but very recently laid their husbands in the grave. If any shabby and unfeeling person wishes to have an anonymous fling at a poor soul so circumstanced, he may take his choice from half a dozen so-called Valentines kept in stock, and applicable to his purpose. He may have the young widow pretending to stanch her tears, while all the time she is swigging from a bottle labelled gin, and which is concealed from public gaze by her pocket handkerchief. The widow who is rubbing her eyes with an onion to simulate the tokens of sorrow, and the widow who is leering at the smart young draper's shopman who is serving her with funereal black crape. I have the three specimens before me as I write, and the lines beneath the first quoted are as follows. Quote, "There's spirits black and spirits white, and spirits that make widows tight. A spirit of the dear departed, who t'other day to the grave was carted. That he lays quiet, me it puzzles, while his month-old widow flirts and guzzles." End quote. Equally delicate and facetious is St. Valentine's ruffianly brother Orson on the subject of aged spinsters, who, of all people in the world, are surely the most inoffensive, and least likely to excite his ire. He has a charming collection of presentation pictures and verses relating to them, however. Who on earth buys them to send through the post is a marvel, or that there can exist amongst a civilized community individuals heartless or wantonly malicious enough to find sport or satisfaction in dealing with such shameful weapons. But so it must be, or it would never be worth Orson's while preparing so many against publication day. He has pictures of old maids, withered and hideous, painting and patching and padding themselves, old maids with dragons' tongues and vomiting fire and brimstone as they utter venomous scandal, old maids with cats on their shoulders and hugged and caressed by hideous apes, and old maids snatched suddenly out of the world by His Satanic Majesty as being unfit any longer to live, the victim being elevated on a pitchfork and borne on the imp's shoulder, the flames of the pit beckoning in the distance. To this pleasant picture are appended the lines, quote, "Old maids such as you, so good people tell, are sent to dry nurse little in . But you'll soon get the sack, for your ugly face will frighten the little imps out of the place. Let us hope that won't happen, since old Nick, he may then send you back here to frighten the children of men." End quote. Hunchbacks and cripples come in for a share of the elegant satire of the Orson of the Valentine world. He has shafts of wit for those who have been bereft of a limb and are condemned to a wooden leg, for those who have the misfortune to be afflicted with a squint, for persons suffering from gout, and for the bandy and the knock-kneed. Individuals who are sufferers from the conspicuous deformity last mentioned are generally extremely sensitive, and in a state of constant nervous apprehension lest their unavoidable awkwardness should cause any one inconvenience. Here is a delicate little joke, including a highly coloured picture of a gentleman with legs like crooked sticks, that would be just the thing to send a knock-kneed enemy. Quote, "Like a duck that is lame you go sprawling, with your legs like a capital K, while rude boys are after you bawling, 'Here comes Crablegs, get out of the way!'" End quote. But perhaps the worst kind of mischief done under the cloak of St. Valentine is that which affects the peace and sanctity of the domestic hearth. Married as well as single folks are regarded as fair game by the brutal lampooner and doggerel monger. One might imagine that there would be some limit to these wanton attacks of slander and calumny, that when a sweethearting couple became man and wife, they would be let alone to the peaceful enjoyment of wedded life. But it is not so. It is a lamentable fact that beneath the smooth surface of society there are countless undercurrents of petty spite, and of grudges secretly nourished, of malice and ill-feeling restrained from taking the shape of open hostility by cowardice and fear of consequences. Besides these, there are the great community of the thoughtless, the silly, and the empty-headed, who, for the sake of what is idiotically called a lark, make no scruple to trample roughshod over all that is worthy of considerate treatment and respect. It is to this considerable constituency that the Brummagem St. Valentine appeals when he places at its disposal his reckless, and of course groundless, libels against the chastity of wives and the faithfulness of husbands. It is all very well to say that a man must be no better than a fool who will not thrust into the fire the moment he received it any epistolary and anonymous hint or insinuation affecting the reputation of his wife. But, as everybody is aware, there are weak-minded good men as well as bad, and some in whom the spirit of jealousy is so strong that years of connubial serenity and content fail to eradicate it completely. There it lies in some remote corner of the foolish fellow's heart, smouldering, and at the least puff of the wind of suspicion it is quickened to a flame. The best husbands in the world, and the best wives, are subject to this tiresome malady, and just imagine what would be the feeling of one of the former when, within a short time of the dear partner of his bosom presenting him with a living pledge of her devotion, he receives through the post, of course anonymously, a wretched caricature of himself nursing a baby, and the following delectable poetic congratulation. Quote, "It is nice to be a father, it fills the heart with joy. 'Tis bliss to have a charming wife, and such a bouncing boy. But don't you think it strange that, while the hair upon your head is nearly black, the baby's hair should be a fiery red? I don't wish to insinuate or raise your jealous ire, but one likes to see the firstborn like its reputed sire." End quote. Or, both samples are taken from the batch before me. Quote, "Pretty little baby, daddy's firstborn joy, proud and happy father of such a bouncing boy. Pretty little spousey, who sniggers on the sly, it doesn't need a conjurer to tell the reason why. Where ignorance is bliss, they say, 'tis folly to be wise, but one could tell a thing or two would open daddy's eyes." End quote. Such ribald rubbish has, on the face of it, the stamp of its worth, but the green-eyed monster, wherever he exists, is invariably an unreasonable and hasty monster, and with a lasting memory for bygone beggarly trifles. Of all things, the outraged recipient of the brutal slander would like to have the sender at that moment within lunge of his fist. The monstrously absurd idea of anyone sending him anything of the kind, the bare idea of anybody, however maliciously disposed, daring to insinuate anything so brutally base against his wife, who is purity and virtue personified. Poof! Anything so mean and contemptible is not worth an instant thought. But I am speaking, of course, of the exceptionably jealous husband. The wretched doggerel, despite himself, rings in his ears the livelong day. Where ignorance is bliss, they say, and so on and so on. And the foolish fellow is, for the time at least, made miserable. And who can tell what after trouble may crop out of the venomous seed thus wantonly sown? One thing at least is certain, that Valentine literature of the kind in question, if not dangerous, is both disgusting and indecent, and it would be an excellent thing if some means could be devised to abate the rapidly increasing nuisance. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. A Young Vagabond's Vacation. On the occasion of a city missionary applying to a benevolent person for his customary contribution towards a Christmas dinner for the children of a ragged school, he was politely but firmly refused. The reason assigned was that last year one of the small tatterdemalions who had partaken of this particular treat of roast meat and pudding was, a day or two afterwards, detected in the act of purloining a large joint of meat from a butcher's shop. "It is on principle that I decline to permit my name to stand on your subscription list," said the conscientious gentleman. Had that boy been left in undisturbed enjoyment of the coarse fare to which he had grown used, he probably would not have been tempted to steal. But all on a sudden you snatch him from his dry crust, and in a dream, as it were, allow him to revel unlimitedly in luscious meats and rich puddings. And the result is that he wakes next morning soured and discontented, with a distaste for his ordinary food, and with a wicked determination to satisfy the new craving you have roused within him. And in the end he is guilty of a crime for which we may be said to be primarily responsible." Had the attention of the same scrupulous individual been called to an account in the newspapers of several young ragamuffins, board school pupils, who were hauled before a magistrate for disorderly behaviour in the public streets, he would probably have felt disposed to apply to their case the same argument as that used with regard to the young beef-stealer. It was stated lately in evidence that whilst the board schools are closed for 3 weeks during the autumn holidays, in but too many instances the half-tamed young Arab, freed temporarily from restraint and no longer in terror of waylaying school board officials, returned to the streets from which he was originally rescued, and in a very few days drifted back to his old state of dirt and squalor. A return to Vagabond associates very speedily made him forget his school manners and the wholesome discipline under which he was making so much improvement. This is not as it should be. There is no doubt a great deal of sound sense in the old saw which insists that the way to make Jack a dull boy is to give him all work and no play. It would be very unwise to entirely banish holidays from our board schools. To do so would be to place them in a degree on a level with reformatories. Besides, the fact should not be lost sight of that Jack of the board school is even less likely tamely to submit to the all-work system than little boys who are more genteelly bred. A colt off the common is Jack, with an itching for roaming that is not allayed by the same process by which his hide is rendered smooth and sleek. You may, if you manage cleverly, break him to harness. By a judicious exercise of whip and reins, you may so far conquer him that he will refrain from any persistent attempt to kick over the traces, but you must not deprive him altogether of liberty. In the course of each week he must have his 2 half-days, or his 1 whole day's holiday, and he will return to his task with cheerful willingness. But this should be the length of the tether with which he is entrusted. To take his shoes off, as it were, and turn him loose in the wilderness to flounder in the mire and kick up his heels with a few hundred of his kind, and this for the space of 3 weeks, is simply prejudicial to all concerned. It is bad for the boy himself, and worse for his schoolmaster, who, before he can get at the young mind as when he last dealt with it, has, by a tedious and time-wasting process, to scour it clean of the rust and grime it has contracted during its season of vicious idleness. It may be said that the boy of the street is, as a rule, anything but a dull boy, that he has a mind quick to receive and tenacious to retain impressions it takes to voluntarily or that are forced on it, and that he is as little likely to forget his school lessons as the boy who moves in the more refined walks of life. But the latter, during his vacation, has to encounter nothing likely to ruffle the stream on which glides the holiday bark he takes his pleasure in, whereas the other boy, from the day of breaking up becomes of necessity the sport and plaything of elements so boisterous that his school lessons must have been deeply planted indeed if they can hold out against the strain and save themselves from being uprooted and scattered to the winds. It is, of course, highly necessary that board schoolmasters and their assistants and pupil teachers should be indulged with a holiday as frequently as possible. Their labour is continuous and exhausting, and they require a good spell of rest and recreation at least twice a year. If 3 weeks may be called a good spell, they get what they require, with a few odd days at Whitsuntide and Easter. Such pleasant seasons of relaxation are eagerly looked forward to, and sensibly made the most of when they occur. But can the same be said as regards the majority of those, girls as well as boys, who attend the board school? Can anyone who is at the pains to consider the matter arrive at any other conclusion than that the 8 weeks or thereabouts in the course of the year, during which these precious juveniles have the school doors closed against them, are not prolific of evil rather than good? It is not, of course, for a moment contended, but that the poor little creatures would be as much benefited as the children of those who are blessed with means, could they enjoy a summer holiday in a rational way. Could they be carted away into the country or transported to the seaside to be thoroughly salted and sunburnt, and, in a manner of speaking, case-hardened against the court and alley atmosphere of home, nothing could be jollier or more desirable. But the melancholy fact is that to call their banishment from the everyday comforts of school a holiday is the hollowest of mockeries. Undeniably, there are good boys, they are few and far between, but one hears of them occasionally, who, on account of their parents' poverty, are debarred taking their pleasure, but who recompense themselves and win golden opinions from their friends by sticking closely to their school books through the whole 3 weeks, with the commendable intention of astonishing the schoolmaster. But there are other boys, a very large number, who have, one way or another, so repeatedly astonished their schoolmaster that they take no delight in making a supreme effort to do so yet once again, and who prefer, to adopt a homely phrase, to rake the streets. Indeed, it is scarcely a matter of choice. What else is to be done? It may occasionally happen that a boy's father works at home, at a trade at which the former may profitably, if not cheerfully, employ his holiday. But in most cases both parents are away from morning until night at their customary occupation, and there being nothing else to amuse the idle young scholar, he, of course, becomes a roamer in search of recreation, and, as he gets hardened to the pastime, grows less and less thin-skinned as to its quality. Birds of a feather flock together, and he does not fail to discover congenial companions let loose from other board schools, and so it happens that in a few days symptoms of a falling off manifest themselves. The decent jacket grows slovenly and ragged. Soap, towel, and comb are no longer his familiar friends. Foul language and wicked oaths, as of old, garnish freely his conversation. It has taken him, perhaps, 6 months' hard climbing at the tree of knowledge before he could raise himself above the lower branches, and in twice 6 days he has slid to the ground again. It is unfair to the modern system of compulsory education. It is unfair to the boy himself to permit these boggy gaps and crazy bridges to impede and hamper him when he is fleeing from ignorance. He should be offered every encouragement to keep on and on with a steady look-out ahead for the promised advantages that are to reward his perseverance. To wantonly play fast and loose with him is but to encourage a spirit of dilatoriness and a disposition to relapse. It is a simple question. Is it a fact that a large percentage of poor boys, who for society's sake as much as their own, are compelled to go to school, do nothing during the holidays but run wild about the streets, undoing the good work on which so much patience and money have been expended? Can it be shown that, as far as the scholars are concerned, to suspend operations at board schools for so long as 3 weeks at a time is an indulgence fraught with evil rather than good? If it can be so shown, then there can be but one opinion as to what should be done. The periods should be shortened, and if possible, real holidays substituted for sham ones. It may be said that such an alteration would be anything but acceptable to the school teachers, but they need not suffer. In commercial and other establishments where business goes on uninterruptedly all the year round, those engaged take their holidays in rotation and according to arrangements. There could be no very serious impediment to some such rule being observed at board schools. Be this as it may, it is manifestly our advantage as well as our duty to make the very best of the educational machinery at our command. And can it be said that we do so when we permit those in whose behalf the machinery is set up to waste 1/6 of the time available for their education? End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. A Beggar's Confession. It was a no less considerable authority than the chaplain of Newgate Gaol, who, a few months since, enunciated the startling theory, founded it may be assumed on his official experiences, that the raising of the lower classes by means of board schools and so on, from the slough of ignorance in which from time immemorial they have been plunged, would not tend to lessen the present number of criminals, or curtail the necessity of maintaining the existing strength of our prison system. The reverend gentleman argues that as the rain rains and the sun shines alike on virtue and wickedness, so will the enlightenment of education make its effects felt for evil as well as for good. That we may succeed in abolishing to a great extent crime of the ruffian and brutal stamp, but we shall possibly have in its place a refined and educated rascality more injurious to society and more difficult to cope with, which offers a bright lookout for struggling taxpayers, whose main consolation under the pecuniary burden they are compelled to bear is one that has reference to perspective rather than to present benefit. At the same time, and without endorsing the good chaplain's opinion to the full, it would be folly to shut one's eyes to the fact that there always were and ever will be tares in the human wheat field, and that whatever the process of culture, the former will keep pace with the growth of the grain. The recent ingenious devices that have been put forth for the suppression of professional beggars, cadgers, and mendicants afford a proof of this. The great community of beggars by trade have vested interests at stake. There may be a few outsiders who, in a manner of speaking, have never taken up their freedom of the guild, weak-minded individuals who sometimes beg and sometimes do a little work, and who are undecided as to which to give their whole allegiance. These last mentioned may be scared by threatening police edicts and the loud-sounding fulminations of charity organisation societies, but the cadger who has served an apprenticeship to his business, and who has made himself master of its secrets and mysteries, with the deliberate intent and purpose of sticking to it, for better, for worse, as long as he shall live, has no resource but to set his wits against those of his oppressors and persecutors, and strive with them for mastery. As, for instance, it was regarded by the authorities as a smart stroke of business, in order to check the abuse of the fraternity above alluded to swarming to the casual wards of the workhouses, to the exclusion of the really deserving poor, to insist on their applying in the first instance at a police station for an order of admittance. This, of course, enabled the astute sergeant or inspector who happened to be on duty to examine the applicant and test his bona fides. This at first caused some consternation in the cadger camp, but its members speedily showed themselves equal to the emergency. The police order of admission, formally stamped and signed, was used as an instrument to extract money from the pockets of a tender-hearted and unsuspecting public, and that by a touchingly simple process. It is a dodge that works best late at night. At that time, respectable persons returning to their homes will find themselves accosted by a miserably clad, limping wretch, accompanied perhaps by his scarecrow wife and 3 or 4 poor little children, who are ragged and shoeless too, and are of course real sufferers from their parents' infamy. The man, than whom no worm can be meeker, begs pardon, but being unable to read, would the kind gentleman be so good as to read for him what is writ on this bit of paper? It is difficult to refuse so reasonable a request, and the kind gentleman does as he is asked. He finds that it is a document signed by a police inspector, and requesting the master of a certain workhouse to give bearer, his wife, and 4 children a lodging for the night. The only difficulty is that the workhouse on which the order is made is at, say, Paddington, whereas the outcast family are at that moment in a parish which is at least 5 miles distant from the haven of rest. The kind gentleman explains this to the miserables, who at once join in a chorus of dismay and despair. The heartbroken father stanches his tears on the fragment of duster he carries in his battered hat, and grievously gasps that there is nothing left for it but for them to lie down and die. They have been misdirected and sent out of their way by some unfeeling person, and were just on the point of dropping down in sheer fatigue when they accosted the kind gentleman. 5 miles, and they have already tramped 20 that day, if a yard. Oh, would the gentleman be so charitable as to save 6 of his fellow creatures from lying down on the cold stones and perishing that bitter night? Such an appeal is not easy to deny. Evidently, or so thinks the good-natured person to whom it is made, the poor fellow has done his best. There is the police order in proof of it, and straightway the implored trifle is bestowed, or rather, it is not a trifle. Something more than mere coppers it must be. It would be a cruel mockery to subscribe less than a shilling towards procuring a lodging for 6 people. And in this way, as may easily be seen, a clever dodger may make up a nice little sum by midnight, returning then to his own regular lodging to enjoy a bit of a hot supper and a glass of something hot and strong afterwards. It may be a lamentable proof that obstinacy and short-sightedness are not incompatible with a benevolent disposition, but it is none the less a fact that the charity organisation societies have not succeeded to the extent that was anticipated in spoiling the trade of the professional beggar. I must confess that I had my suspicions of this before, but recently, having succeeded in winning the confidence of an aged cadger, by a process I need not here describe, I put the question to him, and received the following answer. "Them societies," said he, "don't go down with the general public. They don't like to be interfered with and told, though it may be in polite language, you haven't got sense enough to bestow your charity as it should be bestowed. Hand the money over to us and we'll distribute it according to our method. You find the money, says they, and we'll find the brains to give it away in a proper manner. But that don't go down with most people, and good luck to 'em for it," continued the aged impostor, with the artfullest of winks. "True charity, don't you know, governor, comes from the art, and how are you to get it from the art unless a person gives the moment his feelings are stirred, and when, in a manner of speaking, he's had on the nail?" "And so," said I, "you find that the societies do you neither good nor harm?" "Well, I won't go so far as that," he replied, still with a merry twinkling in his eyes. "They may do harm to them what ain't up to dodges, and who really are so down on their luck that they'll do anything for a loaf. But I should say that as regards the regular sort, them that knows their book, them societies have done good rather. There's a way of turning their own weapons again 'em, don't you see, master, Say I'm a house-to-house beggar. Well, I don't ask downright now. I civilly knocks and wishes to be informed where the nearest society's office may be found, or I very humbly makes out that I've been told that the gentleman that lives there is a subscriber and can give me a ticket, hoping that I shan't be kept many hours waiting at the office for the bit of bread, as I'm very nigh famished and fainting already. That fetches 'em. Besides, it's a safe game. A policeman might be on the step and listening, and he couldn't do anything. It isn't no crime to politely inquire where the Charity Organisation Society is, don't you see? With charming frankness, the old gentleman gave me some interesting particulars relating to the profession to which he belonged. He informed me that Sunday was better known amongst his fraternity as Starve Gut Day, and was a dead loss, so much so that it was recognised as such by the common lodging-house keepers, where beggars put up regularly, and was not charged for. There never had been known such a hard time for all manner of beggars as a recent winter on account of its mildness. He assured me, on his word of honour, that he himself more than once had padded it, i.e. cadged from street to street, from 10 in the morning until dark, and had not made more than 4 shillings in the time, which, of course, said he, is not more than enough to find a man in decent grub, let alone enabling him to clear off his debt. I asked him as to the debt he alluded to, and he told me that it was a common thing for the craft, both men and women, to borrow a bit of money, just £1 or 2, of the lodging-house keeper when things were slack at the end of the summer, to be paid back with interest when the frosty weather set in and made business brisk. But that year, as there had been no frost, or any blessed thing worth speaking of, it was found impossible to clear off the arrears, and much discontent and gloom prevailed throughout the whole of beggardom in consequence. Asked as to the very best season he had ever experienced, his face lit up at the glorious remembrance, and without hesitation he replied that his best time, beyond compare, was several years ago, when sickness and destitution prevailed to such an alarming extent at the eastern part of the metropolis that all the rest of London was stirred to quite a fever of benevolence. To use the graphic old gentleman's own language, there was a regular rush of good Samaritans, even from the swell parts of the West, and ladies and gentlemen formed themselves into committees, each set trying to top the other in giving, and in a manner of speaking doing dags, one against the other, in hunting up cases in all the alleys and holes and corners where poor people lived, and bringing 'em money and prime victuals, and all manner of nourishing things made in their own kitchens. It was a stunning time for everybody, landlords and all. "Why for landlords?" I asked. "Why?" responded the candid old fellow with a chuckle. "You don't suppose that the landlords stood by at such a time without getting a picking? Lord bless you, no. Rents went up enormous, and enough to make 'em, when half the cadgers in London were flocking to Bethnal Green and Poplar, and them places where the scent was hottest, and bidding one over the other for lodgings. Any room was good enough, don't you see, so that it was in the thick of the visited district. Back kitchens unfurnished was fetching 6 and 7 shillings a week. They were like gold mines. We was there, me and the missus and our young uns, for over 4 months, and all the time we averaged over 50 shillings a week, and lived like fighting cocks as well. Nothing could be easier. All you had to do was to keep the crib awfully clean, for the missus to go without a gown, and you in your clean shirt sleeves, and the young uns' naked feet as clean as soap and water could make 'em, and all of you huddling around the fireplace with about a handful of fire in it, and wait for your flats. Lord bless you, they couldn't have come up and shelled out their tin freer if it had been some uncommon kind of show of foreign hanimals." "It's something of that kind we want to set us straight just now," said the incorrigible old sinner, wagging his grey head longingly. "But what's luck, such windfalls don't come every day." To this I made no reply, but I hoped that in the unfortunate event of a calamity similar to that he alluded to again happening, the words of my free-spoken cadger, as here detailed, may be remembered, and imposture rendered less easy than it was then. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. Birds of a Feather. It has been frequently remarked that the certainty of defilement which attends the touching of pitch almost invariably finds a parallel in the case of those who for betting purposes are so rash as to have dealings in horseflesh. But to the honour of the equine family, it has never yet been attempted to be shown that, however ruffianly and disreputable the society into which a horse may be thrown, he became at all demoralised in consequence. It may be replied to this, that such a proposition is absurd on the face of it, since the horse, being an unreasoning creature, is unable to distinguish vice from virtue, and can know no difference if he is bestrode by a rascal of the Dick Turpin type or by a bishop. I am not in a position to refute this generally accepted dictum, but I very respectfully venture to doubt it. If evil communication can corrupt the good manners of such an innocent little singing bird, why should so sagacious an animal as the horse be proof against evil influence? I will take the case of that modest member of the musical feathered tribe, the chaffinch. By an unaccountable inconsistency of human nature, there are no such ardent admirers of the sweet-throated songsters of the woods as the ruffian class. The low, pot-house haunting, out at knees and elbows, idle, hulking rascal, who has never a kind word for woman or child, and scarcely a thought beyond that demanded for the gratification of his brutal instincts, figures foremost in the crowd that attends the Sunday bird fair in Bethnal Green and at Great St Andrew's Street, 7 Dials. Somehow or other he will contrive to scrape together 4 or 5 shillings to buy a goldfinch or a canary or a chaffinch, while the boots on his feet are not worth a groat, and possibly he has not eaten a meal of meat for a week past. He takes most kindly to the chaffinch, however, and that for the simple reason that the chaffinch takes most kindly to him. Nor is the relationship which exists between the two merely that which links the pet and the petted. The biped does not love his feathered companion because he has an ear and a liking for the sort of music it is in the power of the latter to edify him with. He has regard for the finch for the reason that it possesses, and is so cheerfully prompt to develop, social qualities that accord exactly with his own. It is in the nature of the rough to turn traitor on his kind, and, with grief be it spoken, the chaffinch appears to be largely endowed with the same iniquitous propensity. Should anyone doubt the possibility of this, he has only at the springtime of the year to take a walk a little way into the country early in the morning, and he will be convinced. He will probably encounter, in the first place, 2 or 3 rough-looking hobbledehoys of the court and alley stamp, each one carrying what appears to be a supply of provisions for the day, tied up in a cotton handkerchief. The square-looking bundle is swung about carelessly, and certainly with no more care or consideration than though it consisted of nothing more damageable than bread and cheese. To the innocent pedestrian's astonishment, however, he presently hears unmistakably emitted from the compact parcel the notes of a songbird. Not a mere chirrup, it may be, of complaint from a poor prisoner, who literally is knocked off his perch by the jolting, and has no air to breathe, but the notes of a bird who has the free use of his lungs, and takes a delight in exercising them. It is the voice of the chaffinch, and he is not a prisoner at all, in the ordinary acceptation of the term, but a boon companion of his short pipe-smoking, ruffian-looking master, and the two are agreed to go bird-catching together. The feathered confederate knows his business quite as well as the other. His schooling has been complete, and he is an apt scholar. It is almost past belief, but it is a fact undeniable, that such a bird will preserve its serenity unruffled under the most trying circumstances, and he is apparently as much at home tied in his tiny cage in a handkerchief and swung at arm's length as though hanging against the wall. Nay, I have actually seen, but this was in the case of a bird whose renown as a pegging finch extended from Club Row to the Brill at Somerstown, I have actually seen a chaffinch taken out of its cage and placed in a stocking suspended over a clothesline, and in that uncomfortable position as soon as its master, who was shortly afterwards convicted for dog stealing, whistled, the imprisoned finch piped up, bold as any bugler. It is not altogether unlike a bugle call, that which the trained chaffinch utters as it is carried along. It is a challenge indeed, the challenge of a graceless libertine who comes poaching on the domains of domestic bliss of chaffinchdom, with the fixed and deliberate intention of raising the ire of as many free male birds of the tribe as may be within hearing. It is nothing to the free chaffinch's disparagement to say that he is naturally a jealous husband. It is only another way of saying that he is a mate, fond and faithful, and in the matter of reciprocation will abate not a jot of the measure of duty he metes out to his wife. He has a heart of courage and a beak of vengeance in defence of his home, and it is on these twin virtues that the two rascally bird-catchers, he in feathers and he in fustian, take advantage to lure the poor bird to destruction. The implements of snaring consist of a few short lengths of slender whalebone with needle points at the end, some good bird-lime, and a stuffed chaffinch mounted on a bit of rustic wood. The merry sportsmen go through the wood, the bird in the handkerchief gallantly responding every time his master gives him a shake-up, until at length a free chaffinch in the boughs hears the hateful notes, which he knows are those of a stranger. The chaffinch is partial to building in poplar trees, and from a commanding height he looks about. Not discerning the intruder, he utters a defiant rejoinder, a kind of "Come on if you dare," and so betrays his whereabouts to the wily ones. Now the matter is easy. Spying the tree which is the jealous chaffinch's home, the man produces his stuffed bird, and by means of the spike in the mounting affixes it conspicuously to the stem of the tree, and at the same time arranges 2 or 3 well-smeared slips of whalebone above and below the dummy. All that then remains is to place the traitor in the cage at the foot of the tree, and cover him over with a handful or 2 of grass. These little arrangements completed, the biped ruffian may retire a few paces and await results. It is not long he has to wait. The bird in concealment has over and over again rung out the reply to the free bird's challenge, and the latter, with his wife in a curious twitter by his side probably, is filled with indignant wrath. At last he spies the stuffed bird on the tree stem, standing out boldly and unblushingly, and at the same time there sounds another blast, more impudent than any that have preceded it. There is the aggressor, undoubtedly. Possibly, if the deluded bird were not so blinded by jealous rage, he would not be so easily taken in. And without a moment's hesitation the outraged finch makes a furious dash at the brazen Don Juan below, and, alas, next instant he runs screaming through the grass, with his wings hampered by the treacherous limed twigs, a helpless prey for the decoy finch's master, who now comes running up, and, having clapped the affrighted little victim in the store cage, the two start afresh, the villain in the handkerchief uttering a few notes of vindictive triumph, which must be the bitter drop which fills to brimming the captive's cup of tribulation. Nor is the chaffinch's inclination for low company and the ways of blackguardism displayed only by its liking for such expeditions as that above sketched. It has a partiality for such sports and pastimes as its master finds pleasure in, and makes itself quite at home when the latter carries it, still in the handkerchief, to the tap-room of the public house where he plays cards or dominoes of evenings. As far as I have been able to ascertain, the knowing bird in question has not at present been able to master either game mentioned sufficiently to enable it to be eligible as a partner, but if its owner chooses to back him, the chaffinch, in a match to sing against another finch, he will do his best to land the stakes. It may be news to the reader that little songbirds, like gamecocks or bulldogs, may be pitted against each other, but it is nothing rare in neighbourhoods where a taste for the fancy prevails. It is not long since that it was my felicity to be present at a chaffinch singing match in the neighbourhood of Shoreditch. The scene of the musical conflict was the parlour of a public house, used chiefly by bird fanciers. The match was for 10 sovereigns a side, and the wager to be decided by the greater number of perfect notes uttered within half an hour by one or other of the competitors. Recognised strict rules were observed. No other birds were permitted to remain in the room, and the owners of the combatants were strictly prohibited from encouraging their birds by look, word, or sign, from the moment they were hung up until time was called by the scorer. This last-mentioned functionary sat at a table by himself, and which was placed between the 2 birds, with a large slate and a bit of chalk, and at a given signal the tiny pair, who hitherto had hung in their cages on their respective nails against the wall in silence, were uncovered and immediately went at it, might and main. A perfect note, as an old fancier explained to me, was "Tollolol, chuck we do," and if a bird fell short of a syllable of that, it was scored with a cross instead of a stroke. It was truly wonderful with what precision and rapidity the finches did their work, for all the world as though they were perfectly aware of what was expected of them, and what depended on winning or losing. Now and again, however, one would make a slip, whereat its master, not daring to look or speak, would groan, and soothe his agitation by a pull at his quart pot. It was soon evident that one bird was superior to the other, cooler and more circumspect, and not so liable to be flurried. To be sure, he was a blind finch, which might have made a difference. Anyhow, the further the match proceeded, the owner of the bird that had its eyesight groaned and drank, until presently his representative, from some unexplained cause, suddenly stopped in his song, and sat huddled up on its perch, with as unmistakable an expression of "What's the use?" in its eyes as were ever seen in those of a human being. The bird was right, there can be no doubt, for the other was many chalks ahead, but its master did not think so. If his bird would only make a fresh start. The rules provide against his speaking to the finch or corresponding with it by any kind of sign, but surely a man might, without giving offence, blow his nose. And with no attempt at concealment, the desperate man did so, and lo, in an instant the finch was at work again, as though its life depended on making up for lost time. But the ruse did not pass. "All over," pronounced the scorer, pocketing the bit of chalk. "You've lost, William." "What for?" William asked in affected amazement. "Mustn't a man wipe his nose?" "Not with the handkercher you carries him about in, William," responded the referee with a grin. "Of course your bird mightn't have known it again, but then you see he might, which makes all the difference. Anyhow, William, you have lost the match." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. Home Wreckers. Many years ago, and before the ocean highways which encircle Great Britain were as effectually lit by lighthouses as at the present time, there prevailed amongst certain miscreant coast-dwellers a crime that, in the eyes of all Englishmen, was more abominable than piracy, smuggling, ship-scuttling, or, indeed, any one of the many ills to which maritime existence is heir. The iniquity in question was called wrecking, and those who engaged in it, wreckers. It was a business as certain of success as it was diabolical in conception. It consisted merely in displaying false beacons as indicating harbours of safety and refuge at those spots where the coast was most thickly studded and beset with rocks half submerged and spiky crags jutting out of the foaming jaws of the deep like the maw of some mighty sea monster hungering for prey. In hope and thankfulness the troubled ship came careering in, to find herself all in an instant caught in the dreadful trap baited for her, and battling hopelessly amidst the hideous uproar to escape her dreadful doom. The cruel pillagers gathered meanwhile, expectant amongst the cliffs, ready with pistols and bludgeons to collect the harvest of shattered cargo cast at their feet, to rob the dead, or to make short work of those in whom there remained a little life. No mercy was shown to these wretches when, by rare chance, they were captured, hanging being thought not too good, but so very good for them, that their period of suspension was protracted until the gibbet bands could contain their infamous bones no longer. There are no records of the sort above described now, but there be land rats and water rats, and it would almost appear as though certain of the sea-coast ruffian brotherhood retreated inland, and there, propagating, introduced amongst landsmen a plague, milder perhaps in its working, but almost as pernicious in principle as that which threatened our storm-distressed mariners. The modern breed of devastators do not give their attention to ships, but to homes. Neither do they style themselves wreckers, but money-lenders. They have not abandoned the old groove of rascality, however. False lights are still their chief weapons. There are tempests and hurricanes in social life as well as at sea, gales of misfortune and storms of ill luck that tatter the sails and shatter the masts, as it were, of men whose inclination it is to make honest voyaging from port to port. It is for such as these that the home wrecker, who keeps a loan office and calls himself a money-lender, is ever on the lookout. His beacon is a money-bag. Holding it aloft, he cries aloud that all in temporary pecuniary difficulty have only to come to him, and their troubles will be at an end. Not being exactly disposed, good man though he be, to hide his light under a bushel, by means of placards and handbills, and by the more costly process of advertisements in the newspapers, he makes known his willingness to play the part of public benefactor. Not that he professes to do so at the cost of his pocket, oh dear no. He cannot afford to lose, but his ideas of gain are extraordinarily moderate. There are others who charge 20, 30, yea, 50 and even 100% interest on the money they lend, but they are usurers and extortionists, to whom none but fools and fanatics will apply. Come to me, says the friendly lender of small sums, say of from £5 to £25, and all that I will charge you is the reasonable interest of 2%. I will ask you nothing for inquiry. I shall not require any security, merely a reference or so as to your respectability and ability to pay what you borrow. There may be a trifle, a mere few halfpence, to pay for office fees, and some such ridiculous sum as a halfpenny in the shilling, in the event of the repayments not being regular, but that of course may be avoided by the observance of punctuality. This is the bait, and the flatfish bite at it. There can be no harm in calling at the office at all events, and ascertaining if everything is as rosy as it affects to be. Really, it seems so, almost. It was absurd, of course, when one comes to think of it, to suppose that any person with money to lend would part with it without some security. What the advertiser meant by no security required was that he did not wish anyone to stand as bondsman for the borrower. It is not every man in temporary trouble that is disposed to let all the world know it. Such delicate matters are best kept snug and quiet, and for this desirable state of things the money-lender provides by the borrower making over to him just a bit of memorandum to the effect that the lender will have a claim on his household effects in the event of no other way of satisfying him appearing possible. This, however, is a contingency so remote that it should be regarded as a mere formality. Of course the borrower will be able to repay, especially on the easy terms suggested. Undoubtedly, there cannot be any question but that he will. Was there ever a borrower since Bassanio received accommodation of Shylock who was not absolutely certain and sure of being prepared for payday. And now, where borrower, or the wrecker has you as neatly as ever his Cornish relative had bark or brig. Before the advance is made, the latter calls on his victim, just to see the last receipt for rent, and to have a peep at the goods, and then will the individual so sorely in need of money call on him that evening? He does so, and finds already prepared the little memorandum previously alluded to, and which is nothing else but a regular bill of sale on borrower's household effects. Appended thereto, just for form's sake, is an inventory of the furniture. It is only from memory, says the wily one. Of course, if it were of importance, I would have taken more pains to investigate it, though really it doesn't matter as to its correctness, but run your eye through it and sign it. And the unsuspecting man does. He finds that it is not correct. He finds that Kidderminster carpets are noted as Brussels, and that instead of 2, he is credited with 5 feather beds, and that his painted washstands are called marble, and his stained winged wardrobe mahogany. But it is a mere matter of form, since it is not in the least likely that he will be called on to render his household goods. He finds, on running his eye through the document, that in the event of 2 weekly instalments being missed, the whole amount borrowed becomes immediately due, and the bill of sale operative. He mentions this to the lender, who good-naturedly laughs. "That clause is meant for rogues, my good sir," says he. "I am bound to protect myself against that class of gentry. You need have no apprehensions on that score, as of course you mean to act honourably." Perhaps the hard-up applicant hesitates at this, on which the lender, who has counted out the 15 sovereigns and made a tempting pile of them, remarks that he cannot make any departure from his ordinary way of doing business, and that, therefore, if— "Oh, to be sure, that is all right, no doubt." Poor Mr. Borrower nervously interrupts him, and the deed is done. No doubt it is within the range of possibility that Mr. Borrower is able to make good his repayments, and no great harm is done after all. But Mr. Lender is justified by experience in assuming that at least half of his customers will make amiss. The defaulter will perhaps call at the office to apologise. "It does not matter," some obliging clerk tells him, not before a witness, though. "There will be only a few halfpence fine to pay. Some of their clients are half a dozen weeks in arrear. It doesn't matter, so long as the little fines are paid." And these are the very words Mr. Borrower finds himself repeating when there comes another week when his exchequer is low. He will pay up with that bit of money he is sure to get next week and clear the book. Will he? Not if Mr. Lender knows it. The default is made, which makes the bill of sale an urgent instrument. Being made on the Monday, on the Tuesday morning, to poor Mrs. Borrower's blank amazement, her husband has gone to business. A couple of vans drive up to the door, each with 2 or 3 stout porters, and Mr. Lender himself, and, defying opposition, the policeman who is called looks at the authority produced by the Caesars and says he can't interfere, begin to strip the house. Mr. Borrower is sent for and arrives, aghast and indignant. "What do you mean, you rascal?" he exclaims to Mr. Lender. "How dare you play me this shabby trick?" "Don't talk about rascals," retorts the other, grinning. "A man who has been substituting a load of rubbish for his good furniture hasn't much cause to call out." "What do you mean, sir?" "What do I mean? Why, what have you done with the mahogany wardrobe? With the 5 feather beds? With the Brussels carpets? Down here in this inventory, and signed by you in the presence of a witness, eh? What have you done with them, sir? It will be a lucky thing for you if the indifferent lot you have left will cover the debt and expenses. If they don't, we must see what a magistrate will say." Now, indeed, do the scales fall from before poor Mr. Borrower's eyes, and he discovers all too late the nature of the cruel trap into which he has fallen. In vain he urges what the clerk told him. To no purpose. He points out that his house furniture is worth at least 6 times the amount claimed, but which, the expenses already have swelled it to an alarming extent, he can by no possibility pay at that moment. "We shall find out all about that when they come to the hammer," says Mr. Lender. "I shall sell the lot anyhow. All that the things realise over and above my claim is yours by law, and you are welcome to it." Mr. Lender's nefarious work does not end here, however. He has got possession of the spoil, but at this point the law confronts him and insists that the household effects he has seized by virtue of the bill of sale shall, within a specified number of days, be sold at public auction, and in the event of the proceeds of the sale showing a surplus over the creditor's just claim, the same shall be handed over to the original owner of the goods. And of all men least likely to set the law at open defiance, it is he, the mainspring of whose business is to make himself intimately acquainted with every intricacy and subtle rendering and loophole that at some time or another may be resorted to his advantage. He will venture, when it suits him, to the extreme verge of trespass, but it is rare indeed that he is so rash as to expose himself to positive danger. It is enacted by Act of Parliament that goods seized in the manner described shall be publicly sold, and the home wrecker has no desire to evade such a salutary provision against fraud and trickery. Certainly not. The debtor may have served him shabbily, but he bears no malice. He wants only his rights, the balance of the borrowed money and the expenses incurred, and the furniture will in the course of the week be put up at Shady Man's auction rooms, and anything that remains in hand after all just demands are satisfied, the debtor is cheerfully welcome to. And to the uninitiated the matter appears to be as straightforward as it well can be. How can there be trickery? Shady Man's is a public auction room. At every sale that takes place there, the customary catalogue is issued, and on the sale day the doors are thrown open so that anyone desiring to do so may freely enter and make his bids, on the well-known conditions that the highest bidder becomes the purchaser. But under all this specious surface of fair dealing lies villainy. In the first place, the auction room is but a branch of the loan office speculation, and Mr. Shady Man virtually is Mr. Moneylender, inasmuch as the former is in the pay of the latter, and does just what he is required to do in his employer's interest. In view of this laudable end, Mr. Shady Man takes care that the goods, by the time they are submitted to public competition, shall appear at their very worst, instead of their very best. The unfortunate owner, who probably will have got together a little money with the idea of buying back the most cherished articles of his furniture, will be sorely amazed to discover its woefully dilapidated condition. This is one of the shabby devices the home wrecker's auctioneer resorts to choke off independent buyers, and keep the lots in the hands of the harpies who are in the swim, as it is called. It is the easiest thing in the world to make really good household furniture look shaky and unsound. An ornament or a piece of beading knocked off here and there, but carefully preserved, fringe ripped from window curtains and hanging in slovenly ribbons, knobs wrenched off drawers, and hinges unscrewed and the doors hanging, picture glasses cracked, carpets soiled with wet and dust. As a conscientious man, the auctioneer feels it to be his duty to make candid mention of these defects in his catalogue. It is therein notified that this, that, and the other is imperfect, or that it is sold with all faults, which of course has the effect of causing would-be bona fide bidders to be chary as to how they make offers, and the probable result is that one by one they quit the sale before it is half an hour old. It is not, however, on this dodge alone that the home wrecker and his ally the auctioneer entirely depend for securing the plunder on their own terms. Debt and costs amount to, say, £17, and here is furniture honestly worth 60, and by hook or by crook the conspirators must make loot of it all. Should the respectable portion of the company assembled decline to be choked off, as the phrase is, and insist on staying to make bids to the detriment of business, stronger measures must be resorted to. Conveniently at hand at all such places is a clique of unscrupulous out-at-elbow rascals who, on the promise of a pot of beer or a meal of bread and cheese, will unquestioningly do the bidding of those who will hire them. They will set afloat in the room a whisper that smallpox or some other infectious disease is said to have been raging at the house the goods came from. Articles will be handed overhead from one of the crew to another for the ostensible purpose of being examined, but with such dexterous clumsiness that in their passage the hat of an objectionable individual is crushed over his eyes, or a shawl dragged and torn from a lady's shoulders. Elbows will be freely used, feet trod on, horseplay indulged in, insulting and filthy expressions bandied from one to the other. Nothing, indeed, is too despicable and cowardly for this delectable brotherhood. Of course, it would never do for the auctioneer to openly encourage such rascally behaviour. He is a licensed official, and to a certain extent amenable to the law. He will therefore sympathizingly listen to complaints, and indignantly rebuke the wrongdoers. But the little game goes on nevertheless, as it is intended it should. Even the unfortunate person whose house has been stripped, and who has a deeper and more painful interest in the proceedings than anyone else present, finds himself unable to stand against the dishonest combination. With the desperate resolve of rescuing at least a few of his most cherished articles of furniture from the clutches of the hungry pack, he will bid persistently and in defiance of opposition. His chances of success, however, will be but small. The clique will at once divine his intention, and suddenly wake up to the real value of the articles coveted. Their bidding will keep pace with that of the victim, until the sum offered considerably exceeds the market value of the goods, and then, at his next bidding, they will permit the lot to be knocked down to him, amidst an uproar of malicious glee and jeering compliments as to the tremendous bargains he is receiving, until finally he too is driven away, and the pack have the spoil at their mercy. That is to say, the auctioneer knocks down the lots for just what they may choose to bid. It is of course necessary that the form of sale should be gone through, so that at the end the auctioneer's returns may be producible for the satisfaction of the luckless individual who has been so ruthlessly pillaged. The barefacedness with which this species of swindling is perpetrated is almost beyond belief. It is not long since there found its way into the newspapers the case of a victimized greengrocer whose furniture van, new but 3 months before and costing 70 guineas, was knocked down for £5.15. Provided the home wrecker is not uncommonly rapacious, he will be content to make it appear that the goods have realized just about the amount of his claim, but he may please himself about this. The sale was unreserved, and whatever the biddings, the auctioneer was bound to accept them. Therefore, it may easily happen that there will still be a few pounds deficient. Then it is that Mr. Moneylender plays the card he still holds in reserve, the erroneous statement by which Mr. Borrower has been inveigled into making respecting the various items of his furniture when the bill of sale was signed. It was the moneylender himself who jotted down the articles in the inventory just from memory, and as a mere matter of form, and though it was pointed out to him that there were some discrepancies, he treated the matter so lightly that the unsuspicious borrower set his name to the inventory, declaring it to be correct. The home wrecker's plea now is that he has been duped and defrauded, that the goods mentioned really were in the house when he looked over it, and that they were removed surreptitiously, and the poor householder whose home has been swept away for a few paltry pounds may think himself lucky if he is able to scrape together the sum further demanded, and so save himself from the ignominy of being carried before a magistrate. And what, after all, the reader may ask, becomes of the furniture disposed of at the sham sale? Does the home wrecker keep it? By no means. After the fictitious sale is over, a real one commences. The whole gang of furniture dealers, with the chief conspirator at their head, adjourned to a neighbouring tavern, and in the privacy of the parlour there, and over strong liquors and cigars, indulge in the pastime called a knock-out. The home-wrecker takes the chair, and the company gathering round, each man produces his catalogue, with the lots which have been knocked down to him marked with the sum. "Sitting-room chairs and couch," says Mr. Abrahams, "were mine at 30 bob. I'll pay £2 for 'em." "I'll pay £2.5, says Mr. Marks. "I'll give 50 shillings, cries Mr. Aaron. And, nobody bidding higher, the lot is sold at the price last mentioned, the 50 shillings, which is probably about half the real value, being handed to Mr. Moneylender. And so the merry game proceeds, until every broker of prey present is satisfied, the chief robber taking, of course, the lion's share, and retiring serenely cheerful to his wife and family, more than ever convinced that home-wrecking on the modern loan office principle is one of the best paying dodges a man without a conscience can turn his attention to. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. A Night with Thieves. There was no secrecy observed in the matter. It was announced on placards which were stuck on the walls, and exhibited in the shop windows of the neighbourhood in which Mr. Blank's meeting hall is situate, as freely as though they referred to the most ordinary business, that on the Thursday evening at 8 o'clock Mr. Blank would preside over a gathering of juvenile thieves who had been convicted and suffered imprisonment, the purpose being to point out to them, and, if possible, convince them, that honesty is the best policy. The printed bill further stated that a substantial and hot supper would be provided for as many young thieves as chose to avail themselves of the opportunity. Although the announcement did not specify the fact, amongst its other attractive features, I think I am not in error when I state that Mr. Blank himself, though now a reformed character and devoting himself to the good work of rescuing young Gaol-birds from the path of peril in which they were picking up a living, was once upon a time not unacquainted with prison life. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, his crimes had been of a nature serious enough to justify his detention for a lengthy period at Portland or Dartmoor. I should hesitate to make this known, only that Mr. Blank himself, so far from concealing it, or wishing it concealed, very fully and freely confessed it, and, in a manner of speaking, and I mean this by no means in a disrespectful sense, made capital of it amongst the juvenile delinquents it was his aim to reclaim. In point of numbers, the meeting was decidedly a success. Apart from the space allotted to the boy thieves, there was room for probably 300 seated spectators, and the hall was as full as it would hold. The criminal company were not at all shy. They were accommodated with rows of chairs in full view of the audience, and, all told, were about 70 strong. It scarcely needed Mr. Blank's positive assurance that they were all genuine cases. Their ages, as well as might be judged, ranged from 9 or 10 to 15 or 16, and, with few exceptions, they were of the true type, dirty and ragged enough, poor little wretches, but there were the quick, watchful eyes, the restlessness of limb, the intelligent and insolent expression of countenance of the lad who is dead to all sense of shame, and who knows and has tasted of the heaviest penalties the law can inflict on him for his misdeeds, and despises them. Not that these evidences were regarded as conclusive by the gentleman who had promoted the gathering. It had, it seemed, been distinctly made known amongst those whom it concerned that none but bona fide thieves would be admitted to the treat, and here Mr. Blank's practical experience served him. He had stationed himself at the door, and as each boy entered he was narrowly scanned, and if any doubt arose as to his eligibility, Mr. Blank asked him a few questions of a nature that the cleverest impostor could not evade. I was much pained to hear, and I leave the reader to draw his own inferences, that this test was found not to be unnecessary. For the sake of the supper, boys had come with the rest, who had never seen the inside of a prison, but were unblushingly prepared to swear that they had been convicted twice or thrice, had done their 3 and 6 months, and gave pat as truth the offence of which they had been guilty, the magistrate who had sentenced them, the prison to which they had been sent. As already remarked, however, a few pertinent questions on the part of the entertainer, what kind of man the chief warder was, at what part of the gaol the treadmill was situated, and so on, invariably led to their speedy detection and ignominious expulsion. There were several gentlemen, good friends of the cause, on the platform, but Mr. Blank was the chief speaker. After a popular hymn, with a ringing chorus, had been sung, the boy thieves joining in the latter with edifying heartiness, Mr. Blank briefly explained to the more respectable portion of his audience the purpose of the meeting, and then proceeded to address the lads with a ready eloquence and much shrewd common sense, which could scarcely have sprung from anything but great earnestness of purpose. He did not take high religious grounds, nor use language calculated to jar harshly on their criminally sensitive ears. His tone was persuasive rather than accusatory, and he dwelt more on the short-sightedness and folly of the peculiar policy they were following than its wickedness. His object was to show them what it would inevitably end in, and he proceeded to demonstrate it by a graphic sketch of his own experiences. He told them how that once upon a time he was nothing worse than a daring boy thief, as they all were, and how that he grew inured to crime, and was led on, little by little, to more heinous courses, how he at last engaged in a desperate, planned robbery of magnitude, and which brought him a handsome share of swag. He made no scruple in making use of criminal slang, and for a time led a life of reckless dissipation, and how that he was ultimately betrayed by the female companion on whom he had lavished the greater part of his ill-gotten gains, and was tried and sentenced to penal servitude. He dwelt forcibly to his attentive audience on the horrors of that kind of existence, on the worse than slavery it entailed, on the harshness of the treatment, the almost fiendish companions one was compelled to associate with, on the nightly lodging that was so cruelly cold that it was his custom to heat his zinc washing-bowl over the gas-jet, and, wrapping it in an article of his raiment, take it to bed with him for warmth's sake. He told them how that he made all manner of good resolutions as the time when the expiration of his sentence drew nigh, and how that he fell again, and became a more hardened villain than ever. It was a highway robbery he committed next, if I rightly remember, and was sent back for a still longer term to his old penal quarters, together with how he fell ill and was like to die, and had then given real and earnest attention to the good chaplain's counsel, and finally emerged from prison a new man, the man they now saw him. It was a very interesting and curious rendering, and from the favourable position I occupied, it was unmistakable that at certain parts of it, the most pathetic, the respectable audience were affected, some of them even to tears. Truth, however, compels me to state that in no case did I observe any such emotion exhibited by the boy thieves. They were attentive, and nudged each other, and exchanged glances at the most thrilling parts of the discourse, just as though the narrative was being read from a story-book. But when it came to the final words of exhortation, their interest visibly declined, and they fidgeted and whispered and cast frequent glances towards the door, through which the supper would presently appear. After 3 or 4 of those who were on the platform had addressed a few kind and feeling observations to them, to which, as it seemed to me, they listened not at all, the supper, consisting of hot Irish stew, was brought in, and in sight of all present, each boy was plentifully regaled. And now, as the band of juvenile robbers finish their supper, and the respectable and deeply impressed audience takes its departure, one may ask himself the question, what real and lasting good have we accomplished? little or none at all, I am afraid. That those who promote and are at considerable cost out of pocket to bring about these gatherings are thoroughly well disposed, there can be no doubt, but in my poor opinion they are mistaken. My experience is that local missionaries, street preachers, and the large number of undoubted Christians whose ministrations are confined to the lowly and poverty-stricken do an amount of good that is incalculable. But as regards this, of late oft repeated, experiment of bringing boy thieves by means of a supper or a dinner to assemble in some building and make a show of themselves, I can but think that it is money and philanthropy fruitlessly expended. It appears to me, apart from the question of intent, to be objectionable from whatever point of view it is regarded. The general public, who are invited to come and see and hear, respond, it must be admitted, in considerable numbers. But the question is, are they actuated by morbid curiosity, or by a Christian determination to lend a helping hand to rescue these young pariahs of civilized society? As regards the boys, the young thieves themselves, it must be apparent to the most superficial onlooker that their demeanour is not that of individuals who are humbled in spirit by what they have heard that evening, and are resolved to throw off the tainted mantle of dishonesty and in future lead virtuous lives. They are not meek and humbled. On the contrary, the more the gentlemen on the platform expatiate on the enormity of their sins, the more curiously and interestedly the audience survey them, the stiffer become the necks of the criminal guests, and the more haughty and proud their bearing. It was no part of the arrangement that they were to appear there as converted thieves, but as thieves untamed, and who were restrained from making ordinary prey of those assembled only by their promise, and, as every one is aware, there is honour among the whole fraternity, that anyhow they would behave themselves. They are under no promise save to pay attention to those who would attempt to convert them. "You may try your hand at it," one can well imagine one of the fraternity declaring, "and no doubt would regard it as a tremendous feather in your cap if you succeeded in any one case. A London thief, though young, with a few convictions against him, being, in a vulgar manner of speaking, a tougher customer than you have been in the habit of tackling. In the case of such barbarously bred poor little waifs, you cannot hope to make them ashamed by magnifying the enormity of their wickedness. You rather lead them to imagine that they have undervalued the advantages of the trade they have taken to. To be sure, the wages of petty robbery are seldom more than provide bare bread and the poorest lodging, but is it not something to be spoken of as a formidable enemy of society, and as amongst those who, if they persist in their present courses, will probably one of these days be included in the category of the greatest criminals of the age? I may have been mistaken. I most sincerely hope that it was so, but it certainly appeared to me that when these dreadful probabilities were suggested to them, instead of showing themselves alarmed and terror-stricken, they seemed to me to affect an audacious resignation to such a fate, and to be anxious to convey to the respectable audience, by devil-may-care glances, that, with the bold spirit that possessed them, they would not care for it in the least. This, of course, may have been sheer bravado, such as might be naturally expected on the part of a pack of deplorably ignorant boys who, whatever they felt individually, would scorn to make it apparent in the presence of their comrades. It was humanely put to them that if anyone felt disposed to renounce his ways of dishonesty, he would, on personal application, be assisted to that end. Maybe some did so, but though I closely watched for indications of such an intent, I failed to discover them, as, the supper over, the criminal troop swarmed cheerfully out of the hall. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. The Sunday Rag Fair in the City. A popular idea, sanctioned by book writers and newspaper contributors, is that on a Sunday what is known as London proper, that is, all within the jurisdiction of the Lord Mayor and the Corporation, is virtually a dead city. The streets and main thoroughfares are said to be silent and deserted, and the city churches empty save for the attendance of charity children and the wives of warehouse watchmen and keepers of merchants' chambers and life assurance offices. The simple explanation given by the veracious scribes in question is that no one really lives in the city in modern times. They merely, employers and employees, use the warehouses and offices there for the transaction of their weekday business, and retire at night, and, of course, all the Sabbath day, to residences in the suburbs. In contradiction to this modest declaration, let me declare that not on any particular seventh day, but on one and all of them, summer and winter, and all the year round, there can nowhere be found such an uproarious assemblage, such a scene of buying and selling, of bargaining and baiting, as takes place at what is almost the heart and centre of the City of London on a Sunday morning. It is no new institution, as the worthy aldermen who sit on the judicial bench at Guildhall, and raise their voices indignantly at Sabbath desecration, must be perfectly well aware. Certainly the public scandal has existed for the past 30 years. Probably 50, possibly 100. Anyhow, it may be positively stated that business there was never at fuller blast than was witnessed by the writer hereof on a recent Sunday. It is not a large space, considering that it accommodates what really is 3 distinct and separate markets, and attracts every Sunday morning probably 8 or 10,000 persons. It is a triangular patch bounded by Houndsditch, Leadenhall Street, and St. Mary Axe. While the church bells are ringing for Sunday morning service, and good folk, men and their wives and children, are sedately making their way to the old parish church of Aldgate, and other sacred edifices in the locality, they are elbowed off the pavement or jostled to the wall by a troop of the true tag, rag and bobtail of London society, all eager and hurrying, and all, with their dirty faces and their foul short pipes, tending to one point. These are a contingent of the vast unruly mob of roughs, costermongers, and the poorest of poor labourers, on their way to the old clothes fair in the Jews' quarters. It is by no means easy to describe the place. Let the reader imagine 3 or 4 narrow openings in the Houndsditch High Street, say about 50 yards apart. There, at this side of the fair, are the entrances, and at the back of the tall houses of the highway, and between them and the walls of some warehouses, are the narrow ways, the filthy lanes and the tortuous alleys, the open squares and the roofed-in spaces, the mighty domains of Old Clo', the headquarters of cast-off habiliments, and of tatters and flinders, a shade too good for the rag merchant, coats, waistcoats, trousers, shirts, socks and stockings, and all manner of female skirts and frippery and finery, which have passed through the desperately ingenious hands of professional renovators and patchers and translators and cobblers, and made to appear as though fit for another spell of active service, or at all events as being preferable to the utterly worn-out apparel of the poor wretches who come to the old clothes fair on a Sunday morning to make their twopenny halfpenny bargains. And let it be understood that the twopence halfpenny, as here used, is not a figure of speech, but a grim fact. With the rest, I pushed my way through the dense crowd that thronged Cutler Street, and the old and new Exhibition Clothes Exchange, and Phil's Buildings, and Moses Square, and I can say that if I had been hard up for a waistcoat, very hard up I mean, of course, and had but 4pence in the world to provide the urgent requirement, I might have bought one and come away with 3 halfpence to spare, with which to treat myself to a glass of beer on the strength of my bargain. I might also have purchased a pair of really not so very shabby-looking side-spring boots for 16p, and had I been in want of a tall hat, there was a vendor of those articles with a great bunch of them tied at the end of a clothes prop and held above the heads of the mob. A judicious arrangement, and one which saved them from collisions of a crushing and ruinous nature, and I might have fitted one to my head on the spot for the trifling sum of 9p. The marvel is, when every tradesman, excepting those who keep shops or stalls, is the bearer of his own goods, and buyers and sellers are all jammed together like the mob which besieges the gallery door of a theatre on Boxing Night, how business can be done at all. The way is for the dealer to sling his wares round his neck, or to hug them fast to his breast, and to wriggle his way through the press, proclaiming aloud what it is he has to dispose of, and the ruinously low price he is prepared to take for it. Who'll have a good pair of corduroys for a shilling? Who'll have a boy's jacket, good as new, for 9p? I've got shirts at a tenner each. Hi, 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 come and look. Here's a hovercoat for 3 and 6. Women's gowns. Stockings and socks. Who wants a pair of braces for 2p? Men's gruff voices, the peculiar shrill treble of the elderly Hebrew female, the nasal piping of the prematurely wide-awake sons and daughters native to the locality, and one and all raised to their loudest pitch. With the eye of a hawk for profitable business, young Mr. Moses or old Mr. Lazarus has an affection for swapping. If it is a coat that is being negotiated, so much and yours. If a pair of boots, I'll take 18p and them you've got on. And then comes the oddest and, considering the enormous difficulties, the most wonderful part of the trafficking. In a dozen spots, within twice as many yards, may be seen men and lads, provokingly scant of elbow room, struggling to divest themselves of portions of their attire, for all the world as though so many off-hand pugilistic encounters were imminent, while others are down on their knees in the mire, fitting on the patched old boots, acknowledgedly but a few pence better than the wrecked rags of leather they are meant to supersede. And all the time this great uproar is in progress, you have but to cross the road, and in 2 minutes find yourself in a market where brisk business is doing, but in an altogether different line. This time it is oranges and lemons and nuts, from the corpulent Coca to the toothsome Barcelona. It is here, at the Mitre Street market, that the large community of street hawkers and stall-keepers attend to purchase their wares, although why they should defer the indispensable act until Sunday is not clear. Perhaps it may be that, being in almost all cases Jews, the orange and nut merchants close on Saturday. Anyhow, there they are all through the prime of Sabbath morning church time. It might be Friday, Tuesday, any day. As though oblivious of the Lord's Day Observance Society, and the still operative Act of Parliament, which makes it an offence punishable by fine or imprisonment to pursue unnecessarily any ordinary trade or calling between midnight of Saturday and 1 o'clock on Monday morning, the marts of the orange merchants are wide open, and the narrow market-way swarms with hawkers and costermongers, with their bags and baskets and barrows, and there is all the clatter and bustle of business as at Covent Garden or Farringdon. I am not sure which particular ward Mitre Street is situated in, but it, of course, has its alderman. The probabilities, however, are that the innocent gentleman knows nothing about these sacrilegious goings-on in Mitre Street, but that, residing at Streatham or Dulwich, all the time that costermongers are haggling and shopkeepers are busy dealing out goods and pocketing the proceeds, he is in his pew at church with his family, devoutly listening to that most impressive of the commandments, "Remember, thou keep holy the Sabbath day." But here are but 2 markets, and the indictment was that there were 3. And so there are, the third being by far the most curious and interesting. This is, or more properly speaking, these are, for there are 2, and probably, known to the initiated, many more, the jewellery markets, not for gewgaws of Brummagem origin, but for the genuine article, bullion and sterling silver, and precious stones of highest quality. The jewellery marts are held at public houses, one at the corner of King Street, Aldgate, and the other in St. James's Place, and is about 50 yards distant from the first mentioned. Here I can imagine the acute reader shaking his head dubiously. How is it possible that those jewellery bazaars can be held at public houses during morning church time, when, as is well known, morning church time is included in the prohibited hours, and a publican dare not, for his licence sake, break the law? I am unable to give any explanation on this head. I only know, from personal experience, that the said public houses are open during what are called prohibited hours, and that while preachers at the neighbouring churches are in the midst of their sermons, the jewellery sale rooms at both the places mentioned are well filled, and that brisk trade is doing, a trade of a most astonishing kind. Behold, a quiet, decent-looking public house, with the shutters half raised and an open door at the side, and at the end of a passage a second door, private-looking, and like that of the entrance to a boardroom. You push open this door, and at the same instant the eyes are dazzled, and the throat and nostrils well nigh choked. It is necessary to get inside, however, for the people do not like that door kept open. The choking sensation is due to the thick black fog of cigar smoke that fills the long low room, the dazzle to the heaps and piles and mounds of gold and silver with which the tables which flank the walls on either side are laden. All the plate, the silver spoons and ladles, the tea services and breakfast services, the teapots and the coffee urns, the salvers, the cake baskets, the goblets and drinking cups, all of the genuine metal, as guaranteed by the hallmark, are second hand. So are all the gold goods, and the watches, and the diamonds, and emerald and sapphire rings, and the 100 other articles of male and female adornment. At a rough estimate, the value of each table's wealth must closely approach £500. The silver goods are weighed in capacious scales, and all is outspread and free to be handled by any one of the crowd that, in all its blinding haze of cigar smoke, occupy and move about the centre of the room. It would seem to be the easiest thing in the world for a thief to snatch up a handful of rings and a few gold watches and bestow them in the pocket without detection. Nobody seems, however, to have any apprehension on this score. I'll be bound, after all, that if one only knew it, a mighty sharp lookout is kept by somebody, and precious parcels of notes and gold change hands, buyers and sellers being Jews almost to a man. And there, at one end of the sale room, the door of which is wide open, during the prohibited hours, remember, is the comfortable drinking bar, at which the customers are civilly served with what they may require. It is very odd. Are there clauses which are not generally known in the Licensing as well as the Sunday Trading Act, which exempt the Jewish community from its operation? If so, it would be as well if the public at large was made more fully aware of it. Perhaps, however, it would not be as well, especially as regards the public house business. There are a class of men who will do desperate things for a drink on Sunday morning, before the houses are opened, and who can tell, if the grounds of exemption became generally known, that some of them, to gain their ends, would not even go the length of embracing Judaism. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Our poor old horses. It is held by those who affect a belief in the transmigration of souls that the most favoured of mortals are those who, shuffling off this mortal coil, and destined to take quadrupedal shape, assume that of the horse. No animal has nobler qualities. His sagacity extends even to the verge of reason. He is courageous, patient, and affectionate, and the invaluable services he so cheerfully renders make incontestable his claim to be regarded as first favourite of all brute creation. He is in every way fitted for the companionship of man, and no creature is more tenderly cared for or receives more considerate treatment. And this may be quite true as regards the horse under ordinarily favourable conditions. That is to say, while the animal is still in possession of its good looks and of its strength and vigour. It is easy to understand that even the unmerciful man will refrain from ill-using the creature that so cheerfully toils for him for his pocket's sake. But those who are of opinion that from first to last a horse's life is invariably an easy one can never have visited the horse market at Islington on a Friday afternoon. The fact is that the majority of the horse-keeping public who are humane enough to trouble themselves at all about the matter have no idea of the tenacity of life of the animal in question. They cast off their four-footed friend when he seems to be breaking down under age and natural infirmity, and their regret at parting with him is mitigated by the belief that he cannot live much longer, and that under any circumstances a few months, a year at most, will put an end to his existence. Unfortunately, however, for the equine tribe, its days are commonly prolonged far beyond the term when what may be called breeches pocket policy provides for its kind treatment, and the worst of it is that it is when he is least able to bear it, when his bones are racked with aches and pains, when his strength is fast departing from him, when he is growing blind and deaf and toothless, that he is delivered over to the tender mercies of the tormentors, as a brute on whom medicine would be wasted, a worn-out article that, like an utterly past-use saucepan, will not pay for the solder used in tinkering it. It must be all over indeed with a horse when it comes to this, for there are necromancers in the veterinary business that are as astonishing in their performances as any juggler that ever exhibited at the Egyptian Hall. Just as the latter can produce a tempting plum pudding out of no more promising material than some small coal and cotton wool mixed up together in an old hat, so can the horse conjurer, by some kind of diabolical subtlety, transform into a passable-looking steed, sleek and sprightly, any animal that is not less than 10% too good for the knacker. Of course, there is no stability in the article so manufactured. Vamped and veneered from head to tail, a single day's work reduces the unfortunate animal to a condition even worse than before it was so skilfully operated on. Great indeed must be the amazement of the deluded buyer of such a creature, who comes in his pride next morning to contemplate his prize. Its shining coat, shrunk and dead-looking, its eyes, which yesterday flashed with the fire of youth, dull with the dimness of old age, its nostrils, which, when the coper paraded it, were of the orthodox sanguineous hue, and expanded so as to sniff the battle at almost any distance, now pinched and contracted, gone at the knees, the shoulders, the pasterns, gone everywhere, and no more like yesterday's beast than a Derby winner is like a night cab horse. It is not, however, the animal of commonplace breed that the horse maker, he is so called in the polite society in which he moves, would select to play his tricks on. The fustian, so to speak, of the horse of plebeian extraction is good honest stuff, and durable, but once worn threadbare, By no known process can it be made to look as good as new, or anything like it. The animal the horsemaker likes to have the handling of is what he calls a gentlemanly horse, a creature with patrician blood in its veins, and who has come of some stock famous for beauty and stamina. In horses, as in men, the qualities begot of choice breeding and careful culture are curiously lasting, and so it unfortunately happens, and that not unfrequently, that the most high-spirited and sensitive animals, and those that in their prime were most generously treated, are especially liable to an old age of prolonged neglect and suffering. In horse-vamping parlance, they are never worn out, and there is always something left to work on, which means that the fine skin and silky coat with which nature originally endowed it are never, while life lasts, so far gone in shabbiness but that they may be furbished up to serve yet another turn. While vitality remains, the animal cherishes unquenched that ingrain pluck and resolution to overcome difficulties that in past times qualified him for a place in my lord's hunting stables, before he was thrown and broke his knees at steeplechasing, and was sold first to the fly-master, and then to the omnibus proprietor, and then to the sporting greengrocer, and then to the cabman, and then to the costermonger. A creature of this stamp possibly suffers no more under adversities and cruelties than brutes of common mould, but there can be no denying that his appearance at that Friday's market sale excites one's commiseration more than the others. On the occasion of my last visit to the Islington market there was a horse of the kind mentioned. Not being a judge of horseflesh, I could form no opinion as to his age. It was blind, however, and it was plain at a glance that great pains had been taken to hide the manifold infirmities of advanced age. But it did not bow its nose abjectly to the cobblestones as it stood at tether, as those about it did. It carried its neck erect, its quick ears sharp pricked at every sudden sound. The ruffians of the human species about it seemed to take a special delight in ill-using the blind old horse, simply because he was of gentlemanly breed, and possibly made them feel their inferiority. Helpless in their hands, they dealt it stinging blows with their whips and sticks, and punched it with their fists, and, under pretence of feeling curious as to how old it was, wrenched its mouth open with coarse violence. The poor old thing was not slow to resent these indignities. It snorted and pawed the ground with its worn-out old hoofs, and once when a drover prodded him in the flank with a spiked stick, he flung out behind in such gallant style that I hardly knew whether to regard it as a mercy or an unfortunate miscarriage of retributive justice, that the horse's hind legs were not 3 inches longer, or the human brute the same distance closer. Defiant still was the courageous old hunter, and, as though to show it, hearing another horse neigh in the distance, he tossed his head and responded with edifying heartiness, whereat the brutal men by whom he was surrounded set up a guffaw not half as pleasant to hear or as musical. Later in the afternoon the blind old roan was bought for £2.15 by a rubbish carter, and I saw him being led away with his neck bowed beneath the weight of the great clumsy collar and iron hames and heavy trace chains, which were to be his future wear, until, dauntless to the last, he dropped dead in the shafts. It is not, however, horses of the kind last mentioned that figure commonly at the Islington market, at what is known as the costermonger part. The majority are animals utterly used up and worn out, past repair, with their ribs bare as though carved in wood, their manes a few mangy-looking tufts, and their tails incompetent to brush away a fly at a distance of a foot, with their poor old mouths puckered and sunk from lack of teeth, and their knees bent as with some instinctive idea of kneeling down entirely presently and praying for death. It is almost impossible to realise a more pitiful spectacle than that of an old used-up horse taken to the market on the speculation that he may fetch a few shillings more than the dealer in horseflesh for canine and feline purposes would give for him. And then the horrible treatment to which they are subjected by their villainous masters in their desperate endeavours to dispose of the luckless animals. With all respect for those who, believing in transmigration, would elect to become a horse in one phase of their hereafter, I would prefer, in view of the possibility of finally arriving at this terrible stage of existence, to take my chance as a cat, a rat, a cockchafer even, and brave impalement on a pin. It is impossible to understand it, but there is a certain phase of ruffianism that develops in an insatiable yearning to belabour and torture emaciated and enfeebled horses. Take the market mob, apart from intending buyers and those who are drawn thither by curiosity, and it will be found that half the remainder have no other aim or purpose but to beat and goad and maltreat the miserable creatures who, tethered in forlorn rows to the posts in their turn, are trotted out to show their paces. Some of these horse torturers must come miles for the purpose of effecting their diabolical design, judging from their footsore and bespattered appearance, and every rascal carries a tough ashen stick, or, as calculated to inflict more pain, a heavy old carter's whipstock. They take their places in the avenue in which the horses are tried, and spit on their dirty palms and clutch their weapons with a grin every time a new victim is untied and started. It is the most deafening uproar that ever assailed human ears, the object being to rouse any latent spark of spirit that may yet be lurking in the feeble old creature, to a display of what may pass as evidence of its being still good for no end of work. The halter rope is hitched to its lower jaw, and tugging at this, its owner, with a hideous shout of "Hi, hi, hi!" and a cut of a long-lashed stinging whip, sets it going. The instant effect on the whole villainous fraternity mentioned is something like that which shows itself in a pack of hounds when the fox comes in view. They yell "Yeah!" with their hands to their expanded mouths. They beat the insides of their battered hats with their sticks drumwise, and, with cruel certainty of aim, soon as the affrighted animal arrives within reach, whack comes the stick on its most sensitive part, and so, floundering and kicking out in terror, the creature runs the gauntlet of the terrible lane until its end is reached. It is hard to understand what cruelty to animals is, if this is not. It may be difficult beyond attainment to say how old a horse should be when it may fairly be declared to be past work, and when the officers of the law should insist on its being delivered over to the slaughterer. But surely those whose paid duty it is to have an eye to such matters should be empowered to check such exhibitions of barbarity as that above described, and which, dating back to the terrible old Smithfield time, are still perpetrated with what is very like impunity. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Retired Tradesmen. There are hundreds, probably thousands, of persons who, as businessmen, never in their lives made but one serious mistake, and that was when they voluntarily retired from the battlefield, content with the spoil that good luck and diligence had enabled them to gather thereon. It may at first sight appear odd, but it is undoubtedly true that in the shopkeeping and tradesman spheres of existence, as many arrive at ultimate discontent and wretchedness after a long career of uninterrupted success, as of that more numerous class, the members of which, struggling for years and years against repeated failures, quietly retire crippled incurably. Nay, it may perhaps be claimed for the latter, in many cases at least, that their condition is preferable, inasmuch as they have still left them the privilege of unlimited roving in the domains of fancy, where they may speculate on what might have been, and how happy and comfortable the evening of life would have passed with them, but for those incorrigible obstructives, the ifs and buts, that insist on having a meddlesome finger in commercial as in all other worldly affairs. Nothing is more natural than that the worthy trader, having attained the main object of his industry and striving, i.e. the accumulation of money enough for all future requirements, should resolve at last to put in practice the precious project long prudently deferred, and retire. To do this is the ambition of most men, and especially of those who acquire wealth by sticking to the counter. They are cheered by the hope of being able one day, no matter though it be somewhat remote from the present, to quit business with all its attendant cares and worries, and shut up shop for good and all, to wash the hands of till contamination, and forthwith enter the gates of a paradise where Sunday clothes are the common wear, and the pleasantest fruit the world affords may be had for the mere trouble of plucking. It must be delightful indeed to be enabled to say henceforth, I will enjoy perfect liberty to go where I like and do as I please. He does not overrate the blissful privilege. He, the tradesman in business, has already had some experience in the matter. He knows what Sunday leisure means, and of late years he has not been so tightly tied to the wheel but that every summer he has taken, with his wife, a 10 days or a fortnight's holiday in the country. He has, albeit for a brief period only, talked of the happiness of waking in the morning, neither knowing nor caring what day of the week it might happen to be. He has lounged through the entire of hot afternoons in the lap of sheer laziness, on the sandy beach, in a boat, or beneath the shade of a spreading tree, on a clover bank, softer and sweeter than any bed of down. At such moments he has remarked to the faithful partner of his shop and parlour, and who invariably accompanies him in these rare outings, "This is something to look forward to, old lady. We are only just nibbling, as it were, at the crust of the pie, to which, one of these days, we shall sit down and eat as much as we like of it, with no one to hinder us or say us nay. Since it's so nice to have a time like this once a year, what must it be to have it at one's command always?" This, of course, is where the fatal mistake, the error irrecoverable, is made. No doubt there are many men engaged in trade who, in the decline of their thriving years, are competent to settle down serenely to hard-earned ease and contented idleness, but these are the exceptions. The ordinary tradesman is successful simply because his whole heart and soul are in the business to which he is devoted. He may himself not be altogether aware of it, and he may so far conform to the opinion of the ignorant as to speak of his daily avocation as drudgery, but really it is with him a labour of love, and none the less so because his dealings occasionally bear bitter as well as sweet fruit. Were it not for the former, which act as a wholesome medicine, he would probably die young of a surfeit of satisfaction. His business hours leave no leisure for wearisome reflection, and were he disposed thereto, the hours, the very minutes, of his every day are crowded with pleasant business, pleasant to him at least. His grog and pipe, and the congenial company he meets of nights, in the best parlour of the Pig and Ploughshare, solace his evenings. He retires to bed, and sleeps the sleep of the man who is not afraid to face tomorrow, and he wakes with all the lively wide awakeness that distinguished his final business transactions of yesterday. It is this favoured child of fortune who, by and by, retires, Perhaps, were he at liberty to consult his own inclinations, like a sensible man, he would just go on putting up the shutters at night and taking them down in the morning, until a coffin lid shut on him, and he was carried to the grave, beloved by all who knew him, and enjoying life to the last. But it generally happens that others have a voice in the matter. His wife, who knows to a pound how the banking account stands, his sons and daughters, who have been genteelly educated, his neighbours, who joke him on his eccentric persistence in remaining in business when he has but to say the word, and swift as the changing of a scene in a play, the crowded, noisy street becomes the leafy country lane, the shop or warehouse the elegant little suburban villa, with the pony carriage, the pretty garden, and every luxury and comfort of private life. He may shake his head with some vague idea that the transformation may not exactly suit him, but when he is asked, "Why not?" what can he say? His means are ample. It is quite time that he was, even if he is not, tired of business. It is a duty he owes to his wife, who has worked as hard as he has. Judging from those holiday-time tastes of semi-rural life already hinted at, he can have no doubt he will enjoy himself to the utmost when he can give his mind freely to it. His faint scruples are at length overcome, and the step is taken. It would have been better had the bank in which his money is deposited failed and paid him 5 shillings in the pound, for in such a case retiring would have been out of the question, or rather it should be attempting to retire. It may answer very well for 3, for 6 months, for a year, in exceptional cases, but at the expiration of that time the tinsel of novelty wears off, and the victim awakes to the distressing fact that he cannot be off with the old love or be on with the new. Between himself and trade there is a siametic bond of brotherhood, to sever which is death, not instantaneous perhaps, but by the slow process of pining. A story is related of a worthy tradesman in the butchering line of business, who, having amassed a considerable fortune by means of a snug family trade in Shoreditch, disposed of his shop and retired with his family to a villa residence at Clapham. But somehow the luxury of idleness did not agree with him, neither did the brisk air of Clapham Common favour his health, as did the more substantial atmosphere of the back end of Bishopsgate. He grew so dull and mopish that his friends were alarmed, and a temporary migration to Margate was resolved on. It was at the height of the season, and the select watering place in question was crowded with a mixed company of visitors, including butchers both retired and still on active service, and for a time Mr. Shortribs quite recovered his spirits. But on returning to Clapham, his spirits sank again so rapidly that it seemed not improbable that he would terminate his career in melancholy madness. At last, one day, he amazed his wife by announcing his determination to return to Margate for a few weeks alone. He felt sure, he said, although it was now the depth of winter time, that the sea breeze would revive him, and he moreover promised to return to Clapham at the end of each week and pass Sunday with his family. He went, and lo, the very first week saw a change in him that was almost miraculous. His eye was brighter, his flesh firmer. There were even indications of a return of that roseate hue to which his cheeks had long been strangers. Another week, and he returned fresher than ever. Still another, and he was the Shortribs of old, with a jovial laugh, a ready joke, and an appetite he seemed to have lost irrecoverably when he quitted Shoreditch. Still, he expressed no desire to settle down once more at Clapham. He pleaded for another week, and yet one more, until his wife, with a fond woman's foolish misgivings, began to suspect that possibly there might be something more in it than appeared on the surface. The next time that her husband, gay and cheerful, set out with his bag on Monday morning, well, there is no use in mincing the matter, she caused him to be watched, and with a most astonishing result. It was all a subterfuge as to Shortribs going to Margate. He had never, during the whole period since his health and spirits began to improve so astonishingly, been farther than Camden Town. There, and at the shop of a trustworthy brother butcher, sworn to secrecy, he had passed the pleasant time from Monday morning until Saturday night. A retired publican may perhaps endure an idle existence better than any other tradesman, for the reason that he may, if it pleases him, spend his leisure in the fond contemplation of the scene of his former joys and triumphs, but it cannot be so with the draper, the cheesemonger, the baker, the tea-dealer. A man cannot be constantly purchasing loaves of bread or pounds of cheese for the fleeting pleasure of listening to the chink of shop scales and of inhaling for a few seconds the familiar aroma of the stock which is so grateful to his nostrils. And the worst of it is, having once fairly retired from his accustomed avocation, even though he be ever so much inclined thereto, he must not return to it. It being a fact known to all tradesmen that there was never yet a man who voluntarily abandoned the shop and took to it again, who did not speedily come to grief. Why it should be so is not so easy to explain. It may be a way Fortune has of avenging herself on those who slight her favours, or who wantonly seek divorce from her. There is no help for the unfortunate victim. A miserable man, he is doomed to fret away the remainder of his allotted time on earth, with his spirits crushed and his heart heavy with the old unconquerable yearning. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. The End of Jack Ketch's Warren. It was very old. Years ago, at a time when the grizzly-bearded alleyites recently evicted were themselves little children, the tall black houses that hedged in the 9 feet of pavement between had been condemned as unfit for human habitation. The ravages of time, and of unscrupulous lodgers prone to the larcenous appropriation of joists and floorboards to be used as firewood, had so undermined and wrecked the ancient structures that it was found necessary to provide them temporarily with crutches of substantial timber to lean on, lest some windy night they should crumble all to bits and smother the few hundred inhabitants who found refuge there, in Turk's Head Court, in Bit Alley, in Frying Pan Alley, and in Broad Yard, or, as it was more commonly designated by those who knew it best, Little Hell. It is an old saying, however, that cracked crockery lasts longest. The condemned houses were permitted to remain until their very crutches were withered and rotten to the core, and threatened to fall away from the tottering carcasses they pretended to support. Roofs collapsed, cellar walls bulged, window sashes were warped and wrenched askew, and chimney pots caved in and blocked the chimneys. Still the infatuated alley dwellers, discrediting the axiom of the rats deserting a sinking ship, stuck to their ruinous quarters, and paid handsome rentals for every room in every house standing on these 2 square acres of slumdom. At last came the Artisans' Dwellings Act, with its irresistible powers, and out went the slummites in a troop, and the work of demolition commenced. The vile rookery was not strange to me. Within the past 10 years or so I had overhauled it a dozen times probably, and was tolerably well acquainted with the habits, manners, and customs of the people who lived there, as well as with their peculiar ways of living. When, therefore, I heard that the demolishers, with their sledgehammers, picks, and levers, had begun their work, I felt an inclination to go and see what such nests of squalor and foulness and crime looked like when the outer walls were pulled down, letting in more daylight than had found its way there since goodness knows how many generations since, the bricklayers with their layers of new bricks had shut it out. The privilege of seeing strange things is not confined strictly to travellers. Those indefatigable explorers who make it their business to unearth and bring to light curiosities of city life are not unfrequently similarly rewarded for their pains. Weird bits of reality that stick to the memory like a burr to the coat. Before I had been amongst the honest housebreakers, hard at it, some of them with their mouths and nostrils muffled in a handkerchief to keep out of their throats the choking clouds of dust, I came on a bit that was familiar to me. They had smashed through a front wall in Frying Pan Alley and revealed the interior of a back kitchen, with rusty fireplace fallen flat on its face, but with the filthy fireplace jambs showing plainly the shoulder marks of those who had crouched about it when it was a domestic hearth and the cheerfullest feature of a home. As though it were but yesterday, there came back to my remembrance a strange reminiscence of some people who had lived there. A family calamity had recently happened. I found a dreadfully dirty old man weeping tears of despair as he crouched over the fire, and surrounded by half a dozen ragged children who were wailing in sympathy. There was to be made out in the semi-darkness, for the only window was a little grated one level with the backyard, a rag heap that served as the family bed, with a barrel with a board on it for a table, and a bushel basket or two by way of chairs. The cause of the sorrow was that mother had gone out of her mind and run away. She had recently given birth to a baby there, and it had died, and milk fever had ensued, and after raving for a day or two on the horrible bed in the dark corner, the woman had overcome all the dirty old man's, her husband's, efforts to hold her down, had flung him off and maltreated him, and, huddling on her rags of clothes, escaped from the house, no one knew whither. "We was going to be so comfortable too on Sunday," sobbed the bereaved father. "If she'd kept well, she was a-going to get up then, and we was going to have a treat for dinner on the strength of it. We made up our mind to kill that there chicken and boil him, so as she, poor thing, might have the broth out of it, if she didn't feel equal to the meat." And as he spoke he pointed to a kind of rabbit hutch suspended from a nail against the wall, and in which was imprisoned a wretched fowl, sooty with chimney smoke, with its breast pecked nearly bare, and still fiercely assaulting itself with its beak in the vain hope of routing its insect enemies. I may mention that the demented woman was recovered soon after, making her way to Finchley, where some years before she had buried a child at the cemetery there. But to this day it is seldom that I see live fowls without the recurrence to my memory of the grim picture I have so feebly delineated. There is the room. It is but next door but one, a front room on the second floor, and now laid bare and open to public gaze, where once I saw lying abed and nearly dead a poor woman whose brutal husband had assaulted her with a chopper. The window has been taken out, but there it rests against the wall, with the lower sash made wind-tight by means of rags stuffed in at the holes in the glass. The self-same holes, probably, as those made by the woman's red fists as she dashed them through, screaming murder. The room in which the awful villain stood, with the woman seemingly dead on the ground, still brandishing the chopper, and defying the two nervous policemen who had advanced as far as the first-floor landing to come up and take him. I am still intimately acquainted with the by no means Herculean local missionary and good Samaritan of the notorious neighbourhood, who presently went up and took the brute single-handed and brought him down, chopper and all, after he had compelled him to assist in lifting the injured woman onto the bed. The friendly housebreakers do good service in raising from the face of the earth such mementoes of savagery coexistent with that amount of highly wrought civilization one naturally expects to find at the centre of the wealthiest city in the world. That was the room. I knew it again, although it has already half fallen before the busy pickaxes, by the coloured print of Little Red Riding Hood pasted over the mantelpiece, where I once found, naked as new-born rabbits and brown as Spanish mahogany, 3 wretched children who, having no clothes to wear, passed their lives playing, unencumbered as young savages, in the room by day, and huddling on a bed of shavings with some potato sacks for sheets and blankets by night. They had not, on the mother's own confession, been out of that room for, well, to be within the mark, I will say months, and their poor little ribs being prominent and catching more dirt than the other parts, stood out to be counted as distinctly as though they had been painted a deep brown. Their room, as I recollect, was the next one to where the old woman lived, who, in consideration of receiving as fee and reward the cinders from the grates of the other frying-pan alleyites, undertook the formidable task of keeping respectable the 2 water closets, which was all that kind of accommodation for something more than 150 men, women, and children. It was my good fortune, by exposing this and kindred abuses, to move the parochial authorities to increase the water supply here, and it was duly resolved in vestry that a capacious iron cistern should be provided. It was nearly a year, however, before they got beyond the dry cistern, and during the summer months juvenile ragamuffins who were lodgingless used it as a cool and airy bedroom. Down in the corner there, in Little Hell, is all that remains of the 2 wooden houses in which, as I remember them, and it is not so long since, there lived in the one the wife and family of a sweep newly transported for burglary, and in the other a wretched old man and his wife and a crippled daughter of adult age. The old man's occupation was to surreptitiously tear down the placards from walls and hoardings, and to sell the same at a shilling a hundredweight. It took him, however, so long sometimes to purloin that quantity that the family would have starved. The old gentleman was far too proud to beg or apply for parochial relief, had not the old lady assisted to make both ends meet by going about picking up scraps of cast-out food. It is a very dreadful thing to mention, but I know, for I saw it cooking, that they used to make soup of these gleanings, washing the meat bones that had been picked up, and which probably the very dogs had done with, quite clean before they were committed to the cauldron. It is wonderful how we can assist each other if we give our mind to it, and still more wonderful the fact that, poor as we may be, it is possible to find others who are poorer. It seemed indeed the direst depth of poverty, that wind-riddled, ramshackled shanty, strewn with tatters of pasty placards, and with the 3, the old man and woman, and the middle-aged daughter with her crooked back, eating their soup as they crouched over a handful of smoky fire. They did not appear much like the kind of persons to whom a destitute family could be beholden for charity. It was, however, out of their pot of nutritious stew they used to give many a warm meal to their neighbours, the fatherless little sweeps who lived amongst soot-bags and played on them, and slept of nights on them, until they were as jet-black as young Africans. Broadyard, however, did not derive its grim alias from any impish associations connected with the Sable family last mentioned as residing there. It came to be called Little Hell because of the irredeemably unheavenly characters that at one time inhabited the houses. Petty thieves were amongst the most respectable of the population. It must have been a desperately urgent case indeed that would have induced a single policeman to venture into this den of iniquity after nightfall. The only one man who might do so with impunity, as far as I could ever learn, was the missionary visitor already alluded to. I have been with him often, and can bear witness to the civility and respect with which he was treated by the most notorious ruffians and rascals who lived there. Indeed, he seemed to be the only link left that connected them with common humanity. They had learnt to trust him somehow. Robbers and outcasts, like other folk, have their mortal sicknesses and their terrors of dying when the last moment approaches, and I much question if, of the scores of rooms exposed in the houses, half demolished as I beheld them, there were many that the good fellow had not knelt in for the comfort of some poor fever-stricken wretch, cut short by disease in the heyday of his crime-full career. He will never kneel again there, however. Neither will the network of vile courts and alleys, which for so many years were collectively known as Jack Ketch's warren, any more serve as a sanctuary for some of the blackest sheep of the criminal class, or for poverty in its vilest and most repulsive form. The industrious housebreakers in the employ of the old building material dealer have finished their job, leaving the site of one of the ugliest blots on the fair face of London free for better usage. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. A white glove day. It happens, usually about twice in the year, that when the magistrate for the day at Guildhall is about to take his seat on the judicial bench, an agreeable surprise awaits him. Instead of the first charge, in the shape of a ruffianly drunk and disorderly, appearing before him, he is blandly greeted by the chief clerk with the pleasant news that for that day the business of the court will be suspended, there being nothing to do. That though the grim black omnibus had called there as usual that morning, it was merely a formal visit, since it had no passengers to set down. That the cells below were tenantless. In short, there was an absolutely clean charge sheet. The chief usher, therefore, has much pleasure, according to ancient usage, in presenting his lordship with a pair of white kid gloves. Of course, such an occurrence must be very gratifying to all concerned. The recipient of the emblems of purity has something complimentary to say concerning the efficiency of the police and the promising prospect of a decrease of crime, and everyone is made comfortable for the day. It seems a pity to turn so pretty a picture with the face to the wall in order to examine the other side of it, but common sense demands that it should be done. The sweet bud of promise that blooms periodically and in a manner so miraculous on the stern staff of justice is a delusive product. For all chance there is of its developing into a full-blown flower, it may as well be a painted bud, contrived and executed by the combined talent of the under-officials who have the management of these matters. Nay, it would rather seem, in the face of certain known facts and statistics regarded as perfectly trustworthy, that instead of smilingly accepting the white gloves, the magistrate would be quite justified in making a few sharp inquiries into the bona fides of the pretty business. It might occur to his shrewd mind that, instead of congratulation, the glorified clean docket furnished grounds for reproof. There are two sides to the question, and but two. Did the police yesterday neglect their duty? Or did the rogues and thieves and drunkards of yesterday neglect their accustomed business? It is a fact that has been so often mentioned that it were a mere waste of words to more than barely repeat it, that in every quarter of the metropolis, and at the heart and core thereof, there rise every morning many hundreds of desperate wretches who pretend to no fair way of earning their bread, and who have no more idea of the flavour of an honest crust than any of us have of the flavour of the manna that reigned in the wilderness. There are thieves who, if not bred and born to the craft, are so steeped in the ways of dishonesty that the dye is ingrained, and they can no more be cleansed and set upright in the paths of virtue than a blackamoor may be scrubbed white. These folk must live, they and their females and the young of their kind. They rise in the morning and they go to work, to steal in much the same jog-trot and spiritless way in which the honest labourer proceeds to the daily job he is engaged on. He, the paltry thief, cannot afford to lose time. His earnings, or his makings, or whatever he may call the produce of his pilferings, are so miserably small that he can barely contrive to live from hand to mouth, and not uncommonly goes hungry on Sundays, when, the streets being empty and the shops closed, he is compelled to be idle. This last is a more important feature of the case than may at first sight appear. If the common thief could afford to take an occasional holiday, to treat his belongings to a pleasant trip into the country, it might happen, by a singular coincidence, that the whole fraternity had resolved on this step at one and the same time, and that the city, being thus happily rid of them between daylight and dark of a certain day, the police had an easy time of it, and hence the barren charge-sheet. But for the reason already given, we know that this could not possibly have happened. The busy brood were abroad as usual. Pockets were picked, goods larcenously abstracted from shop doors, base coin was passed, and forged notes cashed. Ugly public house rows occurred, and drunkards assaulted innocent men and women, or were themselves assaulted and plundered as well. This went on pretty much as in ordinary, from morning until night, but somehow or another our paid guardians and protectors were deaf and blind to it all, and made no arrests and brought in no prisoners. That any one policeman on his beat should now and again be subject to such an obfuscation of his faculties is perhaps not difficult to understand, but that the whole body, privates, sergeants, and all, should be simultaneously smitten with a determination for this one day to view the particular district in which they move through rose-coloured spectacles is certainly somewhat amazing. It might even occur to a person of narrow mind that there was just a little of the element of fudge in the affair, that the presentation of white gloves to the presiding justice of the city is a very ancient and highly respectable institution, and that it is regarded as proper to do homage to it at least once during each succeeding mayoralty, just for the look of the thing. It is, of course, to the last degree unlikely that those in authority would dare toy with the stern dignity of justice, even for the attainment of an end innocent and amiable. But admitting the bare possibility of such a thing, it is quite as well that the matter is kept a profound secret until the last moment. It might go hard with their neighbours' goods if the thieves of a certain locality got information that tomorrow was set apart as a white glove day, and that virtually the police would be withdrawn from duty. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Wonderful London, Its Lights and Shadows of Humour and Sadness. Author unknown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Ladies in the Temple. The philosophers prevail. An unchivalrous revising barrister and an unimpressionable Court of Common Pleas refused the parliamentary franchise. But Miss Lydia Beggar still survives. Like the mother of the Grachki, she watches over the education of her children. The youthful Amazons of the North are under her guardian care. They crowd the lecture theatre to hear the young gentleman from Cambridge discourse on history, on metaphysics, on conic sections. They metaphorically gird up their loins for the good fight. Ladies plead their own causes in England and in America. Miss Shedden long exacted the attention of those much enduring law lords for not days, but weeks. Miss Josephine Hutton at Montgomery, Alabama, defended herself against a judge who sued her for fees. She did not believe there was an honest lawyer in the country. The American courts have decided that a lady may disport herself not only in pantalettes, like Dr. Mari Walker's, but in the short cutaway coat of a man. Woe to the unhappy policeman who dared to arrest the lady in breeches. Oh, ye Templars, beware! Think of the princess and her college, of that Bohemia which Thackeray has so well described. Bohemia no more, when the austere morality of the new regime has scourged and purified it. Shall that noble hall where Prince Hal was wont to meet worthy Sir John Falstaff be shared by the followers of Ida? Those venerable stalls in your ancient church, which none but old women in male attire have been permitted to occupy, shall they be devoted to petticoats? Can you yield your gallant right of being the escort of the ladies who resort there? Must the fragrant herb, the flagons of ale, and the nameless mysteries be banished from your precincts? And the gardens where Charles Lamb used to wander as a child, which Spenser and Shakespeare have immortalised by the mere mention, where Johnson, Bossy, and Goldsmith loved to stroll in their manhood, and where now green grass and green trees flourish in the heart of the modern Babylon, shall your sole dominion of them become a thing of the past? There are other dangers. Addison tells of a member of his club who was placed in the Temple to study the laws of the land, and was the most learned of any in those of the stage. It is the competition of the ladies you have most to fear. Not even the change of the company of the green room for that of your law books will avail you. But it is not to discuss the question whether the Temple shall be filled with ladies who don the wig and gown, or Westminster Hall with Portias, that I write. It is of a more cheering subject, of woman in her womanly sphere, of those who are undefiled by the nauseous doctrines which would destroy even all that remains of chivalry. In one of his greatest novels, Thackeray advises ladies to go to the Temple Church, quote, "not for the admiration which you will excite and which you cannot help, but because the sermon is excellent, the choral services beautifully performed, and the church so interesting as a monument of the 13th century, and as it contains the tombs of those dear Knights Templars." End quote. And notwithstanding the slanders which a modern author has imputed to what he is pleased to term the moral atmosphere of the Temple, the ladies do flock there in numbers. Charles Lamb calls the Temple the most elegant spot in the metropolis. Modern criticism is perhaps less favourable, but there are few places more interesting to ladies. Wherever men congregate, there they love to follow. When they go to the Temple, many of them satisfy a curiosity similar to that which takes them to the zoological gardens, to see the animals and how they disport themselves. Those who truly enjoy a visit to the Temple are the ladies fresh from the country, to whom a barrister simpliciter is an object of interest, an interest which has not been destroyed by frequent intercourse or intimate acquaintance. There is no more pleasing duty performed by the resident Templar than that of escorting such ladies. When the service is over, he shows them round the church, points out the tombs, and distinguishes the early Norman from the later architecture. Drawing upon his imagination when his knowledge fails him, he replies to their countless interrogatories. From the church it is but a stone's throw to the gardens, and on the way the new Hall of the Inner Temple is passed. On a fine day, even in November, the gardens are pleasant. The chrysanthemums, tended with a care almost equal to that bestowed on Santine's Picciola, are bright, varied, and still monotonous. Around the ample square are the different buildings. There is Paper Buildings, monument of a justice's going to bed sober. In a dim court not far away, in the corner of a fourth floor, are the chambers once occupied by a now celebrated judge. If report be true, how often has he there been imprisoned for days, weeks, afraid to stir out because of the duns who almost lived on his stairs? Then the Middle Temple Hall is visited, left open as it indulgently is for the service of the ladies on Sundays. The pictures, the busts, the screen, the armour, ye relics of Wardour Street, the shields on the panels, in the windows, all have to be explained. The arms of many of England's greatest judges are here. In one of the windows in the middle of the building are the shields of the two greatest chancellors of modern times. Between them, illustrating true English flunkeyism, that of the Prince of Wales. Could not even the benchers be spared ornamental associates? Was the Middle Temple chosen because of the notorious subservience of its benchers in the reigns of the Stuarts? Then there are the long oaken tables and benches where the barristers and students dine during term. The ladies see the gilt on the gingerbread. Oh, how nice to be a barrister! Next comes the proposition that they shall visit chambers. Papa has secret doubts of the propriety of their so doing, but the young ladies are determined, and they have their own way. If they have never seen our Templars' chambers before, their fancy has pictured a fine set of rooms overlooking the gardens. Their idea of staircases is derived from the gorgeous ones of the city magnates, or buildings built by companies of limited liability. They leave the hall and the gardens, and pass through a labyrinth of courts. Most of them are dingy enough, and the ladies ask solicitously, "Does anyone really live here?" Having made a complete tour of the temple, to return within a few yards of their starting point, they arrive at a court which the Templar announces to be his. It is a small square court with buildings 4 stories high on all sides. Looking up towards the sky is like looking up a coal pit. You may almost see the stars in the daytime. The ladies seem appalled. They begin to think their friend is not such a swell as they had fancied. They examine the names on the doorposts. One reads, "Mr. Robinson, that's yours." "Mr. Smith? Oh, I know a Mr. Smith who's a barrister. I wonder if it's the same." Robinson leads the way upstairs. Of all the wretched staircases in the Temple, his is the worst. The whole pile was condemned to demolition in 1844, but it stands there still, and probably will do until it takes the law into its own hands and tumbles down. The ladies are peering about as they go up, at the names over the doors, at the open outer doors, which they do not quite understand, unless perhaps they have been at Oxford or Cambridge. 1, 2, 3 stories. Surely they are to go no higher. No, they stop at the 3rd landing, before a very ill-looking door, with the inscription over it, "Mr. Jones, Mr. Robinson." There is a plate on the door about messages and parcels. The ladies must read it. There is a paper pinned on the door, and one reads, "Mr. Robinson and Clerk at Westminster. Apply opposite." Called for an explanation, Robinson admits that he was not in town the day before, and that, as for the clerk, he has only a limited interest in him, and that he is always opposite. The doors being opened, they all squeeze into a passage about 2 feet wide, and thence into the front room. "Oh, what a charming little room! What a contrast to those awful stairs!" exclaim the ladies. They are reassured, and feel much better satisfied. In 5 minutes, if they know Robinson pretty well, they have peeped into every nook and corner of the room. They caress the flowers in the window. They admire the photographs on the wall. They were not sure at first whether they dare look at them, but a glance convinced them that they were not ballet girls or dames aux camélias. They look over the books on the shelves and think there is very little law among them. Even Papa discovers there only 1 or 2 books of which he disapproves. Books which Lord Brougham somewhere says mothers keep from their daughters, but which daughters love to read in secret. Rousseau's. Robinson has to explain that he has another room where he keeps his law books, and promises to show it to them after luncheon. They continue their voyage of discovery round the room, and inquire about his rifle, his fencing sticks, his boxing gloves. Then one opens the piano, plays a few notes, and rapidly skims the music. She wonders what Robinson wants a piano for, he who cannot play at all. If the visitors should be sisters, not mere friends, no place is sacred. They open every unlocked door or cupboard, and long to know what is there when a lock resists them. They go into his bedroom, examine everything, in the hope of finding out something. What, none of them know. A mystery attaches to men living in chambers. They possibly think they may find the key to it in the cupboard, or behind the curtains. But no, there are no tell-tales. There is certainly a slight smell of tobacco. The wonder is, it is not greater. There is a range of pipes, a few drinking pots. These, with the implements already mentioned, and the mysterious piano, are the only indications of habit or occupation. The furniture is well worn, but good. The ornaments on the chimney-piece are pretty and tasteful. There is an absence of useless show. Utility seems to be the order of the house. Luncheon is on the table. Everything is cold, for there is no cooking in the cookshops, which supply the inmates of the temple with breakfasts and luncheons. They sit down, and fall to with a will. Robinson has to fill the double character of host and waiter. Laundresses in the temple, the women who attend to chambers are so called, have a holiday on Sunday after their morning's work is over. The tablecloth is clean. So are the napkins, so are the knives, forks, and glass. The ladies discover that at a glance. Then commences a fire of questions. They want to know who attends to the rooms, who she is, where she lives. If, to pique their curiosity, Robinson merely answers their questions without explanation, they are quite perplexed. Who is she who does all this? Is she old or young? This is the question they wish to solve, and it is one which they find difficulty in putting, though at last they may be satisfied that laundresses are not unlike the witches in Macbeth. Ladies cannot feel pleased with them. They are the rivals who make men so comfortable in their chambers that they become first indifferent, then, perhaps, actually averse to matrimony. The luncheon is good. The ladies like the champagne, Papa the port. Then Robinson shows them his own peculiar way of making coffee. They cannot help laughing at him as he carries about the little can, puts in the coffee, plants it on the fire, and in a few minutes produces an excellent cup of coffee. They sit and chat over their coffee, or one of the young ladies plays on the piano or sings. At the same time, from the opposite side of the court, come floating other strains. Robinson's wrath is aroused. He tells them how, when he was a student and was reading for an examination, the same man tortured him from morning until night with an everlasting "Home, sweet home." The time passes so pleasantly that they have no idea of the hour when Papa declares that they must go. First, however, they have to see the business room. There they see the law books which they were so curious about. They open one, peep into it, and think it looks very dry. Then they look at the papers on the table, and think that Robinson must be doing a good business. But he confesses that they are dummies, mere decoy ducks. He tells them of his one brief, which came when he least expected it. It was in the hot weather. He had had some friends to luncheon, and all were going down together to Kingston to row. Robinson lay on the sofa in his flannels, without coat, smoking a pipe. A knock came to the door, and in walked a clerk with a bundle of papers, amongst the tobacco and the ale pots. Robinson is convinced he never got another brief from the same quarter on account of this contretemps. The ladies must see him in his wig, so he is obliged to robe. Then they try the wig on, and if Robinson is spoony upon either of them, he regards that wig with peculiar fondness ever afterwards. They descend the stairs and are shut out of the Temple. But as they wend their way westward along the Strand, the thought perplexes the young ladies, what does he do with a piano? Had they only had courage to put the question, it would have been solved as easily as the others. Robinson could have testified how many a manly voice had been heard accompanied at that piano, that ladies do not enjoy a monopoly of the love of music or the power of producing it. He would have told that music constituted one of the charms of the merry meetings in his chambers, and had he been candid enough to own it, that many of the pleasantest evenings of his life had been spent at his bachelor parties, ungraced by the presence of ladies in the Temple. End of chapter 41. End of Wonderful London, its lights and shadows of humour and sadness. Author unknown.